Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Knight's Alliance. The fat man's eyes turned. The 6th floor of Xianxing Pavilion is already the top level of Yuanfu realm. Then, what about the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors? Sister, on the 6th floor, are there any Xiangang level techniques and heavenly level magical powers? Ruahu looked at the fat man and smiled. Is it strange that the Emperor Star Academy has a history of thousands of years? But I don't know what it is specifically. After all, I haven't been there. Having a Xiangang level technique does not necessarily mean that one can cultivate to the Xiangang realm. The key still depends on the qualifications of the practitioner. With the thousands of years of heritage of the Emperor Star Academy, it is not surprising that there are techniques and magical powers of that level. Besides, can you afford the price? Ruahun smiled and said, if you can't enter the top 30 freshmen, you can also directly use meteorites to exchange for the 3rd level. If you want to go up, if you don't have enough meteorites, you can go to the Glory Academy to accept tasks to obtain virtual meteorites for the purpose of exchanging levels. I dare not think about the task of 1,000 meteorites from the 2nd heaven. The fat man muttered, I thought the Academy would support me with meteorites, but I didn't expect it. The Academy has given you the best training environment and competitive environment. If you can't fight for it yourself, it can only be your own incompetence. If everyone waits for the Academy to support them, then the Emperor Star Academy will not be called the Emperor Star Academy. Ruahun smiled and said, okay, then, enjoy it, there will be surprises. Finally, I remind you that it is absolutely forbidden to disturb other people's dreams in Xianming Forest. Ruahun left after she finished speaking. The fat man was a little reluctant, but he didn't dare to follow him. He could only reluctantly clean up the place with Qin Wentian. Go to Xianming Forest for a stroll. The fat man smiled and looked at Qin Wentian. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He also wanted to see the wonders of the great dream realm of the seniors from the Imperial Star Academy. After leaving the room, they walked towards the Xianming Forest. Instantly, they felt a wave of sleepiness coming over them, and they felt groggy. So amazing. This senior's strength is probably at the top level of the Yuanfu realm. He arranged an area into Dream Realm, and he probably used formations. Qin Wentian guessed in his heart. Seeing many figures lying under the ancient trees, it was obvious that they were all disciples who entered the Dream Realm. Beauty. But the fat man didn't think so much. He looked around with his bright eyes and found that a girl had also entered the Xianming Forest. She slowly sat under an ancient tree and fell asleep. Under Qin Wentian's speechless gaze, the fat man ran directly to the girl's side, and also lay under the ancient tree and closed his eyes, which made Qin Wentian secretly wipe his sweat. This bastard is too much of a dirk. As sleepiness continued to come, Qin Wentian could only come to the back of the ancient tree where the fat man was staying, closed his eyes, and soon, he slowly fell asleep. In the dream, Qin Wentian looked around. He was actually in a city at the moment, and occasionally he could see some figures around him. Fanel and the girl were not far away from him. Because they entered the dream under an ancient tree, their positions were not far apart. Hello, my name is Fanel. Is this your first time entering the dream of Xianming Forest? Fanel asked the girl. No, I have been here several times. My name is Xinren. I have seen you in the freshman ranking battle. You were so impressive. The girl smiled at Fanel. That day, Qin Wentian and Fanel killed Hao Feng on the martial arts stage. All the freshmen witnessed it with their own eyes. Qin Wentian and Fanel were admired by many people. Really? The fat man seemed a little embarrassed and smiled shyly. In order to help my brother vent his anger, I would not hesitate to die. Fortunately, there was no danger. And it was so lucky that I met a beautiful woman just after entering Xianming Forest. Xinren's face was slightly red, and she was a little embarrassed by what the fat man said. Ahem. Qin Wentian coughed, interrupting the two of them. He had to save the pure girl from danger. Qin Wentian. Xinren's expression was delighted, and his eyes became brighter. In the past month, Qin Wentian has become the most popular figure among the freshmen. On the first day of entering the Imperial Star Academy, he killed Hao Feng to avenge himself, and at the same time, he opened the 4th level Star Soul, the first person in the history of the Imperial Star Academy. When the fat man saw Xinran's eyes, he looked at Qin Wentian with some resentment. Don't destroy other people's feelings like this. Xinran, can you tell us about this dream? Qin Wentian looked at the city and was quite shocked. People who practice the power of sleep and dream bring others into dreams. Others have self-awareness, just like when he practiced a dream casting method, he knew what he was going to do in the dream. Now it is the same. They retain their consciousness completely, but they are trapped in a dream created by others. This is the power of dreams, just like the real thing. Well, the city in this dream is called the Fantasy City. People from the 4 major colleges and martial arts schools will appear directly in the city after entering. Because dreams are unreal, you can do whatever you want in dreams without any restrictions. Therefore, the city is very chaotic, with constant fighting and killing, especially between the major colleges and martial arts schools, where tragic battles often break out to temper their own combat effectiveness. Xinran said slowly, there are also some warlike people who will look for people to challenge and train themselves. How do I exit the dream? Qin Wentian asked. If it was his own dream, he could exit with his own consciousness, but this was a fantasy dream created by others, so it was not so easy to exit the dream. Do you see those tall buildings? Xinran pointed to a tower-shaped building in the distance, towering into the sky, and there seemed to be several such buildings in the distance. There is a door under this building. You can go out by entering it. Xinran responded with a smile. Of course, in addition to this method, death can also get you out, but no one is willing to try death. Boss, aren't you going to find senior sister Ruohuan? You go first, I'll walk around with Xinran. The fat man saw that Xinran's attention was focused on Qin Wentian, and he couldn't help but come over and interrupt. Qin Wentian looked at the fat man, only to see that the fat man kept blinking at him, which made Qin Wentian secretly despise this wretched guy in his heart. Okay, I'll go find senior sister Ruohuan, you guys go. Qin Wentian fulfilled the fat man's wish and turned to leave. Xinran had to take Fanel to visit this dream city. This city is very large, and people can be seen everywhere, and occasionally people are fighting. Huh? At this moment, Qin Wentian frowned, and his keen sense made him realize that someone was staring at him. Qin Wentian remained calm and continued to stroll around casually, but he walked towards a tower-shaped building so that he could get out at any time if there was any accident. When Qin Wentian had this feeling, Fanli also felt that he was being watched. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled at Xinran. Xinran, go shopping by yourself. I have something to do and may have to go back first. Xinran was a little confused, then nodded and said, but we are quite far from the exit now. If you want to go out, you have to go in the direction Qin Wentian just went. I know. The fat man smiled and continued to move forward, as if he had not heard Xinran's words. At this time, many figures suddenly walked out from various corners. The fat man's footsteps suddenly stopped. His face was not very good. He was surrounded. Night. Xinran saw these people wearing robes engraved with the knight's metal, and his face trembled. This is the Knight Alliance among the 4 strongest student alliances. They want to deal with Fanel. Fanel, run, they are the Knight Alliance. Xinran reminded from behind. Fanel smiled bitterly. He wanted to run, but these people's realms were stronger than his, and he had nowhere to escape. The people of the Knight Alliance kept pressing closer, and star spears condensed in their palms, and murderous aura leaked out, which made Xinran's face pale. They were going to strangle Fanel. There were also many people looking here in the distance. Among them, there were people from the Emperor Star Academy who knew Fanel, and they couldn't help but secretly thought that Fanel seemed to be unlucky. The wind swept by, and more than a dozen Knights Alliance warriors attacked Fanli at the same time. The terrifying gale seemed to tear the space apart. Facing this situation, the fat man knew that he was doomed, so he closed his eyes and did not resist. Ah! The miserable howl echoed in the void, shocking many people to look over here. Then they saw what happened here and their hearts trembled fiercely. They saw long spears piercing Fanli's hands, feet, legs and other parts of his body, but not as hard in the 2 fatal points. Therefore, Fanli, who was determined to die, was still alive, but this kind of life was worse than death. You are all old students, how can you treat him like this? Xinran's face was pale. These people were all Knights Alliance warriors, and they actually treated a newcomer like this. Do you want to try it too? A cold eye pierced her, and Xinran was too scared to speak. Too cruel. The people in the distance were also speechless. The Knights Alliance was one of the 4 strongest student alliances, and now, it was dealing with a newcomer. This was indeed cruel. Is this really a dream? The fat man gritted his teeth, bleeding all over. He looked up and saw a figure standing on the top of a building in front of him. The breeze fluttered his knight's robe. Member of the Knights Alliance, Jiutian. Chapter 52, The Pride of Being the First. Jiutian's sharp eye seemed to penetrate the space and shot towards Fan Li. His eyes were extremely cold. A month ago, he took Huo Feng's body back. He could not forget the way the family looked at him at that time. He would definitely ask for revenge for this humiliation. Son of a bitch, if you can't kill me, I will kill you sooner or later. Family grinned, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, looking extremely miserable. Ah! Family screamed again before he finished speaking. The spears were stirring in his body. Although it was a dream, this kind of pain was unforgettable. He wanted to die, but at this moment he didn't even have the ability to die. Qin Wentian ran back frantically after hearing Fan Li's screams. People from the Knights Alliance also appeared around him, but they did not stop him from running to where Fan Li was. They just followed him all the way, as if they deliberately wanted him to witness Fan Li's miserable condition. When Qin Wentian arrived, Fan Li had already turned into a bloody corpse. Xinren was not far away from him, her body trembling constantly. She had never imagined that there would be such cruel torture in this dream. Fatty. Qin Wentian's eyes were red. Fan Li turned his head with difficulty and saw Qin Wentian. He grinned and said, "Boss, go out and wake me up." "No, I'm in extreme pain in the dream. If you wake me up directly outside, it will lead to terrible consequences and may even lead to mental disorder." At this time, figures appeared on the surrounding buildings one after another. The person who spoke was Ruohan. She stared at Jiutian and said coldly, "It's really shameless for the Knights Alliance to send so many strong men to deal with a new student." Jiutian ignored Ruohan. His cold and arrogant eyes overlooked Qin Wentian on the ground. He said coldly, "I just want him to understand one thing. In this land, talent does not represent everything. There is still a long way to go. Get ready to accept the baptism of reality. Kill." Jiutian spit out a word, and immediately the strong men of the Knights Alliance rushed towards Qin Wentian. Buzz! Ruohan and the others jumped directly into the air. In the air, Ruohan said to Qin Wentian, "Remember, if you face a mortal enemy in a dream, the best outcome for the defeated party is death." Qin Wentian looked at the Knight Alliance strongman who was charging towards him, and his footsteps suddenly stepped out, and the ground seemed to tremble. Swish, swish. The terrifying spear light burst out like a poisonous dragon. Qin Wentian's body shifted slightly, allowing a long spear to pierce his heart. At the same time, his dragon fist hied out with terrifying power. With a loud bang, the head of the gunman in front of him exploded and died. At the same time, Qin Wentian himself died in the dream. Death, also want to take someone with you? Huh? In Xianmeng Forest, Qin Wentian opened his eyes, breathed in the air, his heart beating rapidly. Just now, he really experienced death. This feeling, even if you know it is a dream, still makes people despair. After taking a few deep breaths, Qin Wentian came to Fanel before he calmed down his inner shock. He saw Fanel's slightly fat body trembling constantly, and the flesh on his face was twisted, as if he was experiencing something extremely painful. Fatty. Qin Wentian clenched his fists. Seeing the fat man in such pain, his heart was also in pain. Ah! The fat man suddenly screamed, then opened his eyes, and the whole person fell directly on the ground, gasping for breath, and his whole body seemed to be twitching. Son of a bitch. The fat man calmed down for a long time before raising his head, narrowing his eyes and revealing a cold light. Is there anything wrong with your body? Qin Wentian looked at the fat man nervously. Don't worry, it's just a dream. The fat man grinned, not seeming to care so much, but the cold light in the depths of his eyes betrayed him. It was obvious that the torture just now, once experienced, would definitely be unforgettable for life. No, I want to sleep again, let's leave here first. Standing up, Qin Wentian and Fanel walked quickly outside. How did you get out? Qin Wentian asked. Senior sister Ruohan killed me with her own hands, otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get out. Fan Li responded, on the first day, the Knights Alliance really gave us a vivid lesson. This lesson is indeed very vivid. Qin Wentian nodded. The two returned to their residence to rest for a while, and then walked out of the room again, and found that many people in this new residence were walking outside. Hurry up, the Knights Alliance and the Qingyuan Alliance are colliding, and there will be a good show. Someone said, Qin Wentian and Fan Li looked at each other, and then followed the direction of the crowd. The first lesson that the Knights Alliance gave them just now was enough for them to remember. Not long after, they came to an open space in the Imperial Star Academy, where many people gathered. In the middle, two groups of old students were tit for tat, and a terrible chill spread. Huochen. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly looked in a certain direction, and saw that Huochen and others had come out of the Xianmeng forest and appeared here with the people of the Knights Alliance. Senior sister Ruahun is also here. In another direction, Ruahun and the others were there. Ruahun, they were members of the Qingyuan League. Qin Wentian and Fanel moved closer to that side. Senior sister. Qin Wentian called out to Ruahun. Ruahun looked over here with her beautiful eyes, then looked at Fanel, and smiled. I'm awake from the dream, do you still remember it? I can't forget it, it's engraved in my heart. The fat man grinned. That's good, don't blame senior sister for not reminding you that Xianmeng Forest is dangerous. Some things can only be known after you've experienced pain. This is a lesson that the Knights League has taught you. Although this lesson is a bit painful, your life in the Imperial Star Academy has just begun. Remember, the Imperial Star Academy is not a greenhouse, and a greenhouse cannot cultivate strong people. I will only tell you some of the most basic things. Everything else, you still have to experience it yourself. Ruahun smiled and said to the two of them, do you hate the Knights League? Of course. The fat man smiled. Then find a way to trample them under your feet, otherwise, you will be trampled under your feet, just like in a dream. Ruahun was still smiling, and that smile seemed to reveal some wisdom. The Knights Alliance is truly amazing. They sent out so many strong men to ambush two new students in the Dream City. Ruahun raised her head and looked at the Knights Alliance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp cold light. So what? Huochen said indifferently, and then looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li, his face showing a hint of coldness. This is just the beginning. Shameless thing. Destin was irritable and growled at the Knights. You are not qualified to talk to me. Huochen glanced at Destin, then looked at Ruahun. With a faint smile on his lips, the Knights and Qingyuan have been fighting for so long, why not take a break this time and try something new? How do you want to play? Ruahun asked. My Knights have recruited two new students, and your Qingyuan seems to have one too. How about a four-person duel? Huochen smiled at Ruahun, which made Ruahun look unhappy. Everyone knows that the Knights are the most attractive of the four student alliances for new students. The reason is very simple. Most of the members of the Knights are children of nobles. The Emperor Star Academy was founded to train the best martial arts monks. There is no national boundary or class here. It only depends on your talent and ability. There are many powerful people in the Imperial City, and the children of the powerful are not as many people imagine. Although there are some dandies among them, there are also many who are very outstanding. In addition, they have resources, so many children of the powerful have entered the Imperial Star Academy. After that, they gradually formed a force, which is the Knight Alliance. The establishment of the Knight Alliance caused a storm of aristocrats in the Imperial Star Academy, and the Qingyuan Alliance came into being. They believed that the Imperial Star Academy was a clean place and should not have aristocratic atmosphere. They did not care whether you were aristocratic or not, but they hated this atmosphere. Therefore, among the four major alliances, the Knight Alliance and the Qingyuan Alliance have always stood on opposite sides and gradually became mortal enemies. And long before the Knight Alliance and the Qingyuan Alliance, the Xianxia Alliance existed. The Xianxia Alliance was once the only student alliance of the Imperial Star Academy, and they had the longest history. The Shura Alliance was established last. They were too lazy to care about those things and only focused on the strength of their own strength. The people of the Shura Alliance were the most cruel to themselves. They have been conducting death trials in the Dark Forest for many years to temper themselves. Of the four alliances, the richest is of course the Knight Alliance. This kind of wealth can upgrade the level of their Emperor Star Jade card. This kind of wealth has made two of the top 3 students of this freshman class join the Knight Alliance. Murin Feng ranked first and Du Hao ranked third. Murin Feng is at the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian Realm and Du Hao is at the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian Realm. Qin Wentian and Fan Li have obviously been regarded as members of the Qingyuan Alliance, while their realm is the 1st level of the Wheel Meridian Realm. In the duel proposed by Huochen, their Knight Alliance has an overwhelming advantage. 2 figures walked out from behind Huochen. They were Murin Feng and Du Hao. Murin Feng was the strongest among the freshmen of this class, and Qin Wentian was praised as the one with the greatest potential. The eyes of the two met in the air. I admit your talent. In the future, you may be qualified to stand in front of me, but now every time I hear someone put you and me together for discussion, I will sigh in my heart, why are there so many idiots in the Emperor Star Academy? Murin Feng's voice was not the slightest wave, causing an uproar among the people around him. Murin Feng, who defeated all opponents and won the first place in the freshman ranking without any suspense, has the confidence to say such words. He is the same age as Qin Wentian and has his own pride that cannot be desecrated. Chapter 53, Challenge. At the age of 16, he has the strength of the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian. Looking at the Chu state, this talent is definitely the top level. Moreover, Murin Feng's star soul is not weak. The first star soul comes from the 2nd heaven and the second star soul comes from the 3rd heaven. He is the purest martial life cultivator. After condensing the star soul, he really began to refine his body. It took him a year and a half to make his body perfect and enter the Wheel Meridian realm. This kind of talent is already very rare. After all, it is impossible for everyone to look at Qin Wentian. Using the star energy from the 5th heaven to refine his body, and the domineering method of thousands of hammers and hundreds of refinements, the effect is certainly dozens of times that of others. Murin Feng's words are very obvious. Maybe Qin Wentian will have the ability to compete with him in the future, but now, he is not qualified to be discussed with him. Those who discuss this topic are all fools. Qin Wentian did not look at Murin Feng, of course not because of fear. In fact, he did not know Murin Feng before, and he was not interested in understanding. No matter how talented Murin Feng is, what does it have to do with him? However, now that Murin Feng is going to represent the Knights Alliance, it has something to do with him, especially after Fan Li had suffered such torture not long ago, so Qin Wentian looked at Fan Li. Do I decide? Fan Li looked at Qin Wentian and said, no matter what decision you make, I will accompany you. Qin Wentian smiled. Of course, let's do it. The fat man smiled, then looked at Ruahun and said, Senior sister, since they want to play, accompany them. The time should be set in a month. Are you sure? Ruahun glanced at Qin Wentian and Fan Li. The two people opposite were very tricky. Fan Li shrugged and smiled, Fatty, I don't have that many meteorites, so I have to use this method to upgrade the level of my Emperor Star Jade card. The top 3 people in the Emperor Star Academy can upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card to level 3. In that case, why not upgrade to level 4 at once? This battle, plus 200 meteorites from the 2nd heaven is a bet. If you win, won't you be able to upgrade to level 4 directly? Jiutian heard Fan Li's cold words, which made the people around him gasp. 200 meteorites from the 2nd heaven, this is definitely a terrifying number for freshmen. 100 meteorites from the 2nd heaven can upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card to level 4. Not only for freshmen, but also for the Knights Alliance, this is a huge number, but he is sure that they will win. This is a battle without suspense. Ruahun's eyes narrowed slightly. This number is still a great pressure for Qingyuan League. We in Qingyuan League can still take out 200 meteorites. The young man next to Ruahun said with a smile. Ruahun nodded, then looked at Jiutian and said, First of all, I want to make 2 points clear. First, Qin Wentian and Fan Li are not from the Qingyuan League. We in the Qingyuan League took action simply because we couldn't stand the meanness of your Night League. A group of old students besieged 2 newcomers. It's really glorious. Second, we in the Qingyuan League accepted this bet. If we win, the bet belongs to Qin Wentian and the 2. If we lose, it will be ours. Third, the Qingyuan League will never use benefits to lure others to join like the Night League did. We never accept people who can join the Qingyuan League for benefits, even if they have extraordinary talents. The young man next to Ruahun added, with a faint smile on his lips. This is the concept of the Qingyuan League. Their style is completely different from that of the Night League. This world is already a world full of interests. Why should this atmosphere be brought to the pure land of the Emperor Star Academy? The Qingyuan League has always adhered to this belief. Ignorance. Jiutian and other members of the Knights Alliance also looked down on the Qingyuan Alliance. They believed that without benefits, there was no basis for cooperation. All trust was based on benefits. I'm looking forward to it in a month. Jiutian turned and left with the Knights Alliance. Murin Feng looked deeply at Qin Wentian and Fan Li, revealing a strange look. What kind of blind self-confidence makes you dare to fight? If the rule that fellow students of the Emperor Star Academy cannot kill their opponents in battle is changed, it may be much better. Du Hao was also surprised. After leaving a voice, he and Muren Feng also left. Senior sister, are you the leader of the Qingyuan Alliance? Qin Wentian looked at Ruohun, a little surprised. However, Ruohun shook his head and said with a smile, I am responsible for the affairs of the Qingyuan League, and Huo Chen is responsible for the affairs of the Night League. However, the leaders of the two leagues are both Yuanfu realm students who remain in the students. What, do you want to consider it? It doesn't matter. Anyway, starting from today, my first wish in the Emperor Star Academy is to make the Night League completely disappear from the academy. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he would work hard for this goal. Well, it really doesn't matter whether you join the Qingyuan League or not, but you have to seize the 1 month. Ruohun smiled lightly. In 1 month, it is very stressful to defeat the top 3. Fatty should also work hard. Fanel narrowed his eyes and then smiled. Senior sister, boss, I will go back to practice first. Qin Wentian watched Fatty leave, and was slightly touched. What happened in Xianmeng Forest today obviously touched Fatty a lot. Even if it was not for himself, but only for Fatty, he had to improve his strength within a month. In a month, he should be able to enter the 2nd level of the Wheelvane's realm. As for improving his combat effectiveness, he needs to rely on the soul refining Atlas to condense his divine essence and the earth-level magical power Thousand Hand Seal. These require huge meteorites to support his cultivation. It seems that I have to go to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart, looking at Ruohun and said, Senior sister, can I go out at any time? Ruohun certainly understood what Qin Wentian wanted to ask. Now, Qin Wentian has offended the Yi family and the Huo family. He is safe in the Emperor Star Academy, but is he safe outside the Emperor Star Academy? Be careful. Ruohun smiled and said, try not to give people the opportunity to assassinate you. If someone wants to deal with you, you still need to take the Emperor Star Academy into consideration. Ruohun believed that Qin Wentian had been included in the key list of the academy since the day he entered the academy. If someone wants to touch Qin Wentian, they must consider the Emperor Star Academy behind Qin Wentian. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. He also understood that it is always right to act cautiously. Even Huo Chen wanted to kill him immediately, but he couldn't do it in the Emperor Star Academy. Work hard, little junior brother. Senior sister has high hopes for you. Ruohun touched Qin Wentian's head, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. The little bastard appeared at some point and jumped onto Ruohun's shoulder, rubbing his face. Lecherous dog, let's go. Qin Wentian smiled and turned to leave. The little bastard jumped down and followed Qin Wentian out. A man and a beast strolled in the academy. The boy raised his head slightly, and the sun shone on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. No matter how dense the clouds were, they could not block the dazzling light. Ruohun looked at Qin Wentian's back, and the smile in her beautiful eyes became more and more intense. Her 2 junior brothers made her look forward to it. When will he be as brilliant as the sun? Many people in the Imperial Star Academy watched Qin Wentian leave, thinking in their hearts, 1 month later, this first student in the history of the Imperial Star Academy who killed someone in the freshman ranking battle, can he defeat Muren Feng, the first freshman? Qin Wentian came to the Divine Weapon Pavilion and found Feng Ping. Feng Ping brought Qin Wentian 2 very good news. The 3 magic weapons he left behind were auctioned every once in a while, which triggered a wave of auctions. The divine pattern that Qin Wentian carved was named the Return to Origin Divine Pattern. It was not only an amplifying divine pattern, but also had the function of storing essence, which could save lives in times of danger. Moreover, many weapon refiners wanted to detect this divine pattern, so they also joined the competition for divine weapons, causing every auction of the Divine Weapon Pavilion to cause a lot of commotion. The second good news was that after Feng Ping was promoted, he was able to access the 2nd level divine pattern inside the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Now, he has officially entered the realm of a 2nd level weapon refiner, and his status has been raised to a higher level. This was indeed very good news for Qin Wentian. As long as he continued to comprehend the Return to Origin divine pattern and used better refining materials to refine a 2nd level medium quality divine weapon, the value would be higher. By then, it would not be difficult to upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade Plate to level 5. At that time, he would be able to access extremely powerful Earth-level magical powers. Qin Wentian first refined several divine weapons with Feng Ping, and then gave them to the Divine Weapon Pavilion, asking it to pay some meteorites in advance for cultivation, while continuing to comprehend the return to origin divine pattern. Half a month later, Qin Wentian and Fenping finally used the return to origin divine pattern to refine a second-level medium-grade divine weapon and handed it to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was very excited and immediately began to build momentum, causing a lot of fluctuations, waiting for the auction to start in 3 days. As for Qin Wentian himself, he entered a critical period of cultivation. The opening of his acupoints and chakras in his body had reached a limit, which meant that he was only one step away from entering the second level of the chakra realm. Chapter 54, Acquaintance. 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the day of the auction at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Although it is an auction, the Divine Weapon Pavilion does not have a formal auction venue. The reason for this is just to raise the price of the divine weapon. This is also a common method used by the Divine Weapon Pavilion. As long as there are some rare and precious divine weapons, they will be auctioned. At this time, many people gathered on the second floor of the main hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Fortunately, the main hall of the Divine Weapon Pavilion is vast enough to accommodate many people. Many adventurers who have been active in the Dark Forest for a long time came here. Even if they don't have enough wealth to auction the rumored return to origin sword, they can also go around the Divine Weapon Pavilion to see if there is a divine weapon that they are satisfied with. Of course, the competition for the return to origin sword is inseparable from the participation of weapon refiners. Guan Yu also came to the Divine Weapon Pavilion today, and she is different from many people. For this return to origin sword, she is determined to get it. She just needs a good divine weapon. She has heard about the rumors of the return to origin sword, which makes her a little excited. In addition, if she can auction it, she will give it to Master Mu Qing for research to see if there is a chance to deduce the divine pattern in it. Guan Yu came with several of her companions, all of whom were disciples of the Royal Academy, because Guan Yu herself, in addition to being a disciple of Mu Qing, was also a member of the Royal Academy. Fan Li also came today. Qin Wentian had not returned for the past few days, so Fan Li knew that Qin Wentian was in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. After asking around, he learned that the Divine Weapon Pavilion would auction the returning origin sword today, so he came to find Qin Wentian. Xinran was also with Fan Li. Qin Wentian and Fenping were also in the crowd. They were looking forward to the price of this second-level medium-quality divine weapon. Boss. At this time, Qin Wentian heard Fan Li's voice, turned around, and found that Fan Li and Xinran were walking together. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Fatty, you are good. I just came here to see out of curiosity." Xinran felt a little shy when she saw Qin Wentian's eyes. Xinran is thin-skinned, so stop talking nonsense. The fat man smiled and said, "But Xinran is somewhat interested in that sword." Oh. Qin Wentian glanced at Xinran, and then he heard Xinran say, "The second star soul I condensed is the sword star soul, but I'm afraid I can't afford the Jiutian sword, so let's see if there are any other magic weapons." While speaking, Xinran's eyes were looking at the sword wall of the magic weapon pavilion, where a sword was hanging there, shining. Of course, it is impossible to judge the quality of the magic weapon from the surface, and only by inputting Yuan Li into it can you feel it. Good sword. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd, and immediately many eyes looked towards the owner of the voice. Seeing a young man holding a wine pot and drinking, the crowd couldn't help laughing. "Drunken immortal, how do you know it's a good sword when you haven't even touched it?" someone said with a smile. Feeling. The drunken immortal put down the wine gourd, looked at the person who spoke, and shook his head and said, "You don't understand." Haha. Seeing the expression of the drunken immortal, many people laughed again, and Qin Wentian also laughed. This guy is really interesting. She is the drunken immortal. Xinran looked at the drunken immortal with a glint in her eyes. "Do you know him?" Qin Wentian asked. "Of course I have heard of the drunken immortal, who ranks third among the 10 beauties of the capital." Xinran said as a matter of course, which surprised Qin Wentian a little. This young man who likes to get drunk is actually ranked third among the 10 beauties of the capital. The 10 beauties of the capital refer to the 10 most outstanding people under the age of 20 in the imperial city. They are very important. Xinran seemed a little surprised. The third-ranked drunken immortal was a little too easygoing. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt a cold light shooting towards this side. His eyes turned away, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. "Feng Ping, it's you." Guan Yu didn't expect to meet Qin Wentian and Feng Ping in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. After returning to the Imperial City from Xianyang City last time, the Yi family sent a lot of resources, and Mu Qing asked her to retreat in the Xing Guild. This period of retreat allowed Guan Yu to successfully break through the bottleneck of the first-level refiner and become a young second-level refiner. She was highly valued in the Xing Guild. She just returned to the Imperial Academy a few days ago. When the people around her learned that she had become a second-level refiner, they all wanted to get closer to her. A second-level refiner definitely does not need to worry about connections and wealth. Moreover, she is such a young second-level refiner. Guan Yu's future will be smooth. If she becomes a third-level refiner in the future, she will become a hot figure in the Chu state. The strong men in the Yuanfu realm will ask her for help, and her wealth will be endless. The Divine Weapon Pavilion is extremely powerful in the Imperial City because it supports a group of refiners. The wealth of the Divine Weapon Pavilion is absolutely super terrifying. In this world, wealth is a cultivation resource, and resources can create a strong person. Humph! Feng Ping snorted coldly when he saw Guan Yu. He would not forget everything Mu Qing did for him, and this Mu Qing's disciple was also too arrogant in front of him. You two actually got together. Guan Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. She looked at Feng Ping and Qin Wentian standing together, and then said coldly, "Are you two the same nest?" "Boss, who is this woman?" Fan Li looked at Qin Wentian, and his bright eyes began to scan Guan Yu again, which made Qin Wentian secretly despise him. This guy would not let go of any woman. Of course, Guan Yu was also quite pretty. But Qin Wentian's impression of Guan Yu was not very good. That day, when Mu Qing of the Xing Guild asked him to choose when he had no way out in the Qin mansion, this woman looked at him with such a proud look at this moment, and told him that with the status of the Qin mansion, becoming Mu Qing's apprentice was a great gift to him, Qin Wentian, and it was his honor. A person from the Xing Guild, a disciple of a despicable weapon refiner. Qin Wentian responded. "How dare you?" Guan Yu's expression turned cold, and a chill spread over her body. "How dare you insult my master? Are you looking for death? You are the one who is presumptuous. You did it, but you dare not admit it." Feng Ping said coldly, "Mu Qing and I are in the same Xing Guild, but you forcibly took my divine pattern and refused to return it. Don't you think it is not despicable enough?" Guan Yu looked at Feng Ping. She did not expect that the guy who used to be humble would now dare to insult her master Mu Qing. "Dog slave, if you don't kneel down and apologize for what you said just now, you will not leave alive today." Guan Yu still looked down at Feng Ping with her arrogant eyes. In her eyes, Feng Ping was just a slave-like role. If he insulted her master in front of her, if she did nothing, wouldn't it be a disgrace to her master if this matter was heard by her master? Feng Ping's face was extremely ugly when he heard Guan Yu's words. Feng Ping was cautious all his life and was humble in front of the upper class, but it was the first time he was insulted like this, and the person who insulted him was just a girl. As expected, what kind of master teaches what kind of disciple? Qin Wentian looked at Guan Yu. "What Mu Qing did to me is far from enough to be described as despicable." Guan Yu's eyes turned to Qin Wentian again, and her cold and arrogant eyes examined him seriously. A strange smile gradually appeared on her face, with undisguised contempt in her smile. "I really can't understand what gave you the courage to say this. I hope you don't run away before the auction is over." As she spoke, Guan Yu looked at the sword wall in front of her, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. When the three people behind her looked at Qin Wentian and Feng Ping, they also had a bit of sarcasm and sneered, as if they were a little surprised who was so ignorant that he actually offended such a young second-level weapon refiner, and this genius weapon refiner was also a disciple of the Royal Academy, the daughter of the Guan family. "Boss, that woman's cultivation is average, at the third level of the chakra." Among the three people behind her, two are at the second level of the chakra. The remaining man at the end is probably very difficult to deal with, and his cultivation is above the fifth level of the chakra. Fan Li whispered beside Qin Wentian. "If you want to take action, you should know the opponent's strength in advance to be prepared." Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and then the fat man smiled and said, "If we take action, we should be able to take down the woman in an instant. The other three have no chance to take action." Breakthrough. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a light when he heard Fan Li's confident words. The fat man blinked at him, revealing a bit of pride, and said with a smile, "You have broken through to the second level of the wheel meridian. Isn't it normal for me to break through?" Qin Wentian had already broken through the limits of the acupoints and wheel meridians with his powerful star energy the night before yesterday, and opened up a second star wheel meridian. Now his body can accommodate even more huge star energy, and he has 2 star wheel meridians that reach all parts of his body. Whether it is vision, hearing, or the power bursting out when attacking, there has been a leap. Why do you sound like I'm not as good as you? Qin Wentian said contemptuously. I'm just stating a fact. The fat man smiled, his eyes flashing brightly, and said, there are still 10 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. 200 meteorites, even the knights will feel pain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Enemies and Friends. Qin Wentian was also looking forward to the duel in 10 days. Now that he and Fan Li had both broken through to the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian realm, and with the Emperor Flame Blood in Fan Li's body, he should have no problem dealing with Du Hao. As for Murin Feng, he was afraid that he would be a little difficult to deal with. After all, Murin Feng's realm was there. Moreover, he didn't know if Murin Feng had any trump cards, so he would continue to improve himself in the next 10 days. First of all, before the battle, he had to store at least half of his divine essence in the acupoints all over his body. In this way, even if he only relied on the power of divine essence, he could fight against the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian realm. In addition, with the Earth level middle grade magical power 1000 hand seal, he would have the strength to fight even against the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. The question now was how strong his opponent Murin Feng was. The Knight Alliance would definitely make him fully prepared. To condense so much divine essence, the meteorite was indispensable. After the auction of this Jiutian sword, it would definitely be more than enough. At this time, Jianwu walked to the sword wall, looked at the newcomer, and said with a smile, the old rules of the Divine Weapon Pavilion are that everyone can bid for the auction items. Our Divine Weapon Pavilion will give priority to the highest bidder. Of course, the final decision is in our Divine Weapon Pavilion. After all, we are not a formal auction place and have the right to choose who to sell it to. I believe you have all heard that the reserve price of this Jiutian sword is 10 meteorites from the 2 heavens. Jianwu smiled as he spoke, but his heart was also slightly moved. For an ordinary 2nd level medium quality divine weapon, 3 or 4 meteorites from the 2 heavens would be enough, and this Jiutian sword might be sold at a very terrifying price. Of course, if some friends that the Divine Weapon Pavilion wants to make friends with participate in the auction, even if the bid is not high, the Divine Weapon Pavilion may give it to them. This is the style of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Now, we can start. Jianwu smiled. 30. A plain voice came from the crowd, and then an old man walked towards the place near the sword wall. It's Old Man Han. It seems there's no hope at all. Many people cursed in their hearts. The bid was 30 directly, which has deterred many people from paying. I like this sword more, but I only have 35 meteorites on me. I'll sell them all. I hope I'll be lucky. The drunk fairy said lightly, and walked to the front. The crowd made way. 40. Several figures appeared in the front. They were Guan Yu and others. These 3 bids directly drowned the hope of the crowd. This price was too scary. My father risked his life to hunt monsters on missions, and rolled in front of the god of death for more than 10 years. Now he only has 10 2nd level meteorites. They are better. A big man cursed in a low voice, and many people resonated in their hearts. Indeed, the gap between people is too big. Qin Wentian also sighed in his heart. This was in the Imperial City. If it were in Xianyang City, there would be no 2nd level meteorites circulating in the market. The 1st level meteorites were all treated as treasures by the major families and traded with Yuanqi. This was the difference. Of course, Qin Wentian ignored it because this was the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The poor area and chaotic area of the Imperial City were not so wealthy. Guan Yu's bid made the hall quiet. A heavyweight auction would not necessarily have many bids. Perhaps a few times would be enough to determine the ownership of a treasure. Most people were just foils. Qin Wentian obviously did not want to be this foil. Since Guan Yu was so wealthy, then he would blackmail her. It's the girl from the Guan family. I heard that you have become a 2nd level refiner. I really admire you. I won't compete with you. Old Han said very politely. He himself was also a 2nd level refiner. Guan Yu nodded to Han Lao as a return gift, without too much politeness. There will be many people who want to make friends with her in the future. 41. Qin Wentian walked forward and spoke calmly with a faint smile on his lips. The drunken immortal was stunned when he heard Qin Wentian's offer, and then took a sip of wine with a smile on his face. He knew who made this sword, and this guy was cheating people. Guan Yu's expression turned cold, and she looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Are you deliberately making trouble? Do you want to bid?" Qin Wentian glanced at Guan Yu. 45. Guan Yu stared at Qin Wentian and uttered a voice. 46. Qin Wentian smiled and continued to bid. Jiutian sword, aren't you afraid of burning your hand? A person next to Guan Yu said to Qin Wentian, with a hint of threat in his eyes. It's okay, I can give it to someone after I auction it off, such as to the drunken immortal. Anyway, there are not many other things, but I have more media rights. Qin Wentian shrugged. You. The man's expression froze, while Guan Yu looked at Jian Wu. Do you want to check his meteorites first? Maybe he doesn't have that many. This is my divine weapon pavilion's business. Miss Guan, don't worry. Miss Guan, are you willing to take out the meteorites on your body for others to see? If you are willing, I don't mind. Yang Chen, who is next to Jian Wu, said with a smile, which made Guan Yu look a little unhappy. 50. Guan Yu said coldly. 51. Qin Wentian made a direct offer. 55. Guan Yu gritted her teeth. After she broke through to become a second-level weapon refiner, the Xing Guild and her family gave her resources to support her practice. In addition to her previous family background, she had 60 on her body, but she was almost out of them to auction a Jiutian sword. 56. The fat man smiled and took over Qin Wentian's words. Qin Wentian glanced at the fat man and then laughed even more happily. This guy is good at the power of thought and has a strong judgment. He might be able to see something from Guan Yu's expression. 57. Guan Yu's voice was extremely cold. She would not be short of meteorites in the future, but she could not lose face today. As for Qin Wentian, she would settle accounts with him after she captured the Jiutian sword. 58. The fat man smiled brightly. 60. Guan Yu's voice became a little louder. The entire divine weapon pavilion was already silent. The auction price was actually 60. Crazy, crazy. Tisk tisk, beautiful lady, you are really rich. I can't afford it. The fat man showed Guan Yu his signature obscene smile. Guan Yu's expression froze. 60 meteorites from the second heaven only bought a second-level medium-quality sword. Even though this sword was extraordinary, it still made her heart bleed. I don't want it either. Qin Wentian shrugged and winked at the fat man. 30 meteorites from the second heaven fell into his pocket. Boss. The fat man gave a you-know look, indicating that Qin Wentian should not forget his benefits. Is there anyone else bidding? Jian Wu smiled and looked at the crowd. Fuck, it's too scary, I'd better go to the first floor to take a look. Someone cursed rudely, and the crowd laughed. Indeed, this price was too scary, enough to buy a lot of second-level top-grade magic weapons. In that case, Miss Guan Yu. Jian Wu smiled at Guan Yu. Guan Yu's heart twitched slightly, and then handed all the meteorites she brought to Jian Wu, and Jian Wu took off the sword and gave it to Guan Yu. Huh? Although Guan Yu got the Jiutian sword, she didn't feel happy. She glanced at Qin Wentian and Fan Li with a cold look, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Next, it's time to settle our accounts. Guan Yu stared at Qin Wentian and Fan Ping and others. How do you want to play? Single duel, or group battle? Fan Li narrowed his eyes and looked at the people in front of him. Hearing Fan Li's words, Guan Yu and the other four laughed, as if they had heard something very interesting. Single duel, group battle? Are you qualified? The young man with a stronger cultivation behind Guan Yu took a step forward, glanced at Qin Wentian and the others, and said, if you kneel down and kowtow to Guan Yu and apologize now, I will spare your lives today. Wang Chong's eyes were full of teasing. He really couldn't understand why the people in front of him had the courage to talk back to Guan Yu. Of course, he was very happy to see this situation, otherwise, there would be no chance to show off. Since Guan Yu became a second-level weapon refiner, there have been many people who want to get in touch with Guan Yu. Go back. A faint voice came out, and Wang Chong's face froze. Who was so bold as to ask him to go? Turning his eyes, he saw a young man holding a wine gourd and drinking. The voice just now came from his mouth. Wang Chong's face froze and his expression turned ashen. Drunken immortal, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you. Wang Chong said indifferently. I don't like it, okay. The drunken immortal smiled freely and said, Even if I don't let you go back, there will be others who will let you go. Since Guan Yu has grievances with them, then solve it yourself. If you dare to move, the person kneeling here today will definitely be you." The drunken immortal shook the wine gourd and said depressedly, "Oh no, there is no wine again." The crowd was speechless for a while. This guy's words were really jumping around. "After the matter is resolved, I will treat you to drink." Qin Wentian looked at the drunken immortal and said with a smile. The drunken immortal's eyes lit up, and he laughed. "You said it, don't deny it, I can drink a lot. I'm drunk." Qin Wentian also laughed. He liked the character of the drunken immortal very much. "If you like someone, you can become friends." "Okay, it seems that I can drink a lot today." The drunken immortal was looking forward to it. He knew that the 60 meteorites contributed by Guan Yu just now accounted for half of Qin Wentian's. Chapter 56 Huo Chen's Plan. The two of them talked as if no one was around, which made Guan Yu look even more unhappy. She didn't expect that the drunken immortal would actually help Qin Wentian. The drunken immortal, who ranked third among the top 10 beauties in the capital, was not someone to be trifled with. "I didn't expect that he would find a backer so soon." Guan Yu glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently. "But, do you think I need help to deal with you and me?" When Mu Qing and Guan Yu were in Xianyang City, they had already investigated Qin Wentian thoroughly. At that time, Qin Wentian showed a good talent, condensed the star souls of the three heavens, and it was said that he had killed Yi Lang with special means. Now, in 3 months, even if Qin Wentian's strength improved a little, what would it matter? As for the demon ape that appeared in the Galaxy Guild, Mu Qing told her that it should be a summoned Star War beast, which might be the life-saving talisman left by the ancestor of the Qin Mansion, King Wu. What kind of people can be cultivated by a shaky family? Guan Yu sneered, then turned around and said, "Get out." Although Guan Yu was proud, she was not arrogant enough to take action directly in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The people around Guan Yu all looked at Qin Wentian with a smile, showing a sarcastic look on their faces. He was really a fool who didn't know how to live or die. Interesting. Everyone around was watching the fun. Qin Wentian and the others raised their feet and asked Feng Ping beside them at the same time, "Are all weapon refiners so arrogant?" Powerful weapon refiners have a kind of arrogance in their bones. Feng Ping laughed tremblingly. "I was just a first-level weapon refiner before, but you have also seen me." As he said that, Feng Ping looked at Qin Wentian a little embarrassedly. Qin Wentian smiled. Indeed, when he first met Feng Ping, this guy was also very arrogant in front of him. After leaving the Divine Weapon Pavilion, Guan Yu turned around and looked at Qin Wentian who was approaching. A cold look flashed in her eyes. Qin Wentian deliberately bid just now, but she suffered a lot of losses. Just this point was enough for Qin Wentian to pay with his life. She has murderous intentions. Family narrowed his eyes. This woman is not just arrogant. Her heart seems to be a bit vicious. She actually has murderous intentions. Buzz! Suddenly, Guan Yu's body moved. Her movements were graceful and agile, as fast as lightning. A sword light suddenly burst out, revealing a cold chill. This sword directly slashed towards Qin Wentian's body. What a fast sword! The crowd's expressions condensed. Guan Yu wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's palm was filled with a terrifying momentum. He had practiced 1,000-hand seal for such a long time, and it was time to practice it today. With a step, the ground trembled. Qin Wentian seemed to be full of explosive power. He slapped his palm directly forward. The terrifying palm print was full of terrible strength and burst into golden light. It was the first style of the 1,000-hand seal, the diamond seal. Guan Yu's sword condensed with the power of the stars exploded directly. The power of the swordsmanship was absolutely crushed before it could be released. The 1,000-hand seal was originally known for its tyrannical attack, and Qin Wentian's star power came from the 5th heaven, with a domineering and violent Xianchu star. Even without using the divine power, the attack power was super terrifying. Boom, boom. Qin Wentian stepped on the ground and rushed towards Guan Yu. He slapped his palms at the same time, and 2 terrifying seals suppressed her. Guan Yu's face turned pale in an instant. She directly pulled out the Jiutian sword she had just obtained. At the same time, the sword star soul bloomed, and the sword light of one word slash bloomed, and she actually chopped a diamond seal into pieces. However, there was still another palm seal approaching her, and she could only raise her hand hastily to respond. With a muffled rumble, Guan Yu felt that her arm was about to be shattered, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Qin Wentian would not give Guan Yu a chance to fight back. Dragon roars were heard, and an angry dragon arm directly took down the giant sword in Guan Yu's hand, and then punched Guan Yu's body, directly knocking Guan Yu away and falling hard to the ground. The battle ended in an instant, and the crowd was stunned when they saw the result of the battle. This guy's attack was too violent. After taking the lead, he directly destroyed Guan Yu with a violent storm. Wang Chong and others rushed forward, but they saw the drunken immortal take a step forward, and the terrifying sword energy directly enveloped this space, causing Wang Chong and others to freeze there in an instant. At the same time, Qin Wentian had already arrived in front of Guan Yu, standing there, looking down at Guan Yu sitting on the ground, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In his hand, he held the Jiutian sword. As long as the sword stabbed down, Guan Yu would die. I really can't understand what you have to be proud of, Qin Wentian said calmly, his eyes with a bit of teasing hurt Guan Yu's heart. She had never been humiliated like this before. But today, she was defeated by the other party, and she had nothing to say. The pain of defeat and this humiliation are both painful. Drunk immortal, if Guan Yu is really in trouble, you probably can't take responsibility. Wang Chong looked at the drunk immortal who was blocking him coldly, and then moved his eyes to Qin Wentian. And you, take away your sword. Drunk immortal smiled and said, if I were you, I would shut up immediately, otherwise if he really killed Guan Yu, it would not be good. Guan Yu is a student of the Royal Academy and a second-level weapon refiner of the Xing Guild. Wang Chong said coldly. A month ago, he killed Hao Feng in front of Hao Chen and many elders of the Imperial Star Academy. If you anger him again, don't blame me for not reminding you. Drunk immortal shrugged indifferently. Qin Wentian of the Imperial Star Academy. A Royal Academy student next to Wang Chong froze. Obviously, what Qin Wentian did in the Imperial Star Academy had already spread in the Royal Academy. It was only because few people mentioned it after a month that Guan Yu, who had just returned to the academy, didn't know about it. He killed Hao Feng. Guan Yu sat up and asked her companion. Yes, in the ranking match of Emperor Star Academy, on the martial arts stage, in front of everyone. The man nodded, glanced at Qin Wentian, and said, moreover, his 2 star souls are from the 3rd and 4th heavens respectively. Emperor Star Academy only confined him for a month. Guan Yu's expression became strange when she heard the other party's words. Looking at the smiling boy, he had completed the transformation in 3 months. Please tell Mu Qing that I will settle that account with him later. Go away. Qin Wentian threw the Jiutian sword on the ground, and Guan Yu got up and left in embarrassment. Qin Wentian stepped into the Emperor Star Academy and had such a talent, which shocked her heart. Qin Wentian did not kill the other party. He knew his situation in the Imperial City. The Yi family and the Huo family had no room for maneuver. It was a life and death situation. Although he had entered the Emperor Star Academy, he did not think that he could rest easy. On the contrary, there were many people who wanted him dead. Whether it was the Imperial Star Academy, the Divine Weapon Pavilion, or the Drunken Immortal, these were not his own strength. Only when he could contend with everything with his own strength, would he be qualified to run rampant and do whatever he wanted. Qin Wentian's eyes turned to the Drunken Immortal, who smiled and said, do you take care of the drunkenness? Do you take care of the drunkenness? Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, where to go? Wherever we go, it's fine. Just pay the bill. The Drunken Immortal smiled, and Qin Wentian shrugged, looking at Fan Lan Xinren, and said, Fatty, where are the 2 of you? The fat man blinked and said with a smile, how about this, Xinren, you go pick a magic weapon and put it on the boss's account, and the boss and I will go out for a walk. This. Xinren looked at Qin Wentian suspiciously. Feng Ping, you take Xinren with you and put it on my account. Qin Wentian said to Feng Ping and rolled his eyes at the fat man. This fat man called the boss every day, but he would pay the price. Xinren, don't be polite to the boss. The fat man smiled obscenely. He had seen the wealth of the weapon refiners, and he would blackmail them in the future. Feng Ping took Xinren to the magic weapon pavilion, while Qin Wentian and the other 3 walked in another direction. The fat man looked at the Drunken Immortal and asked, ranked 3rd among the 10 beauties of the capital, your strength should be very strong, right? Not bad. The Drunken Immortal looked at the fat man and felt a little interesting. Is that so? After we drink, we are all brothers. It's okay to ask you for help in a fight, right? The fat man's eyes sparkled. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. This guy had a good plan. If he could ask the Drunken Immortal to fight, there would be no pressure to kill Hao Chen. As long as you take care of the drunkenness, There is no problem with the fight, as long as I don't kick the iron plate. The drunken immortal responded with a smile, and the fat man's eyes lit up. Qin Wentian, when can you refine a second-level superior Jiutian sword? Remember to give me one. The drunken immortal said to Qin Wentian. No problem. Qin Wentian nodded readily. The drunken immortal was free and easy by nature, and he didn't mind asking him directly for a magic weapon. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be taboo about this. At the Imperial Star Academy, where the Knights Alliance was located, Jiutian, Feng and others gathered together. Jiutian looked at Feng and said, "Today, a battle took place outside the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Qin Wentian's cultivation has already broken through to the second level of the Wheel Meridian realm. Moreover, Mo Shang should have given him the earth-level magical power of the Thousand Hands Seal, and he has already cultivated the first form of the Diamond Seal. Do you think he can threaten me?" Feng looked at Jiutian and said, "At least, we can't be careless. Last time, it was the Dark Forest. I thought he would die, but in the end it was my brother who died. This opportunity can't be missed again. I will give you a set of Earth-level magical powers for you to practice. You work hard to comprehend. In addition, do you want to directly upgrade the Imperial Starjade card to level 5? Feng's pupils condensed. The level 5 Imperial Starjade card will enjoy better resources. This is undoubtedly a great temptation for him, but he can't take out the huge number of meteorites. Of course. Feng nodded. In a duel on the battlefield, it is inevitable that you will get caught up. If Qin Wentian is crippled, I promise to let you reach level 5. Jiutian's expression was cold. As long as Qin Wentian was crippled, then Emperor Star Academy would not keep a useless person. Qin Wentian would definitely die. The Yi family and the Huo family would be willing to provide the 300 meteorites. Feng's eyes narrowed. This was asking him to take a risk. If Qin Wentian was really crippled, what would be the attitude of Emperor Star Academy? This is a fair duel. With us here, Emperor Star Academy will not embarrass a genius for a crippled person. Jiutian's eyes were extremely cold. Hearing his words, a fierce light flashed in Feng's eyes. Chapter 57 Provocation. Qin Wentian and Fanel were sent back to the Imperial Star Academy by the Drunken Immortal and Feng Ping. The Drunken Immortal was holding a wine goblet in his hand. He watched the two people in front of him stagger into the academy, followed by a snow-white puppy. He had a faint smile on his lips. "Don't lose the meteorite on your body," Feng Ping muttered. The Drunken Immortal knew that Qin Wentian went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion for the meteorite, so after drinking, he first sent Qin Wentian and Fanel to the Divine Weapon Pavilion. After Feng Ping handed the meteorite to Qin Wentian, he also sent them back to the Imperial Star Academy. "Don't worry, he's not completely drunk yet," the Drunken Immortal said with a smile. "These two guys are very interesting, especially the fat guy Fanel, who kept shouting beautiful girl when he was drunk." Qin Wentian and Fanel were indeed drunk. They were only 16-year-old boys. Although they had experienced many setbacks, they still had a passionate character. When they met a wonderful person like the Drunken Immortal, they couldn't control their drinking. Who is the Drunken Immortal? He is called the Wine Immortal. Can he be drunk? So the drunk people were of course Qin Wentian and Fanli. "Brother, you said that the drunken fairy was called the Wine Fairy, but he was scared by our drinking and sent us back obediently." Fatty Fanli hugged Qin Wentian and said with a smile, "Get out of here." Qin Wentian was hugged by the fat man and kicked him away. "Fatty, don't treat me as your beauty." "Brother, you are so cruel." "Fatty, I just like men, so what?" Family grinned at Qin Wentian, shocking Qin Wentian so much that bumps appeared all over his body. He seemed to be sober after being stimulated, and quickly kept a distance from the fat man. The students passing by laughed when they heard the fat man's words. One girl couldn't help laughing out loud. "Aren't these two people the celebrities among the freshmen? How could they be so drunk? And that fat man, he actually likes men. What are you laughing at, beautiful girl? Do you want to have fun with me, fat brother?" The fat man exhaled the smell of alcohol at a beautiful female student next to him, and the female student screamed and ran away in fear. "You fat guy, you're going to be famous, haha." Qin Wentian laughed. His drunken words were unfortunately true. The fat guy was indeed famous. The two staggered back to the dormitory and fell asleep. When they woke up the next day, the fat guy shuddered and looked at Qin Wentian standing beside him and asked, "Did anything happen yesterday?" "No." Qin Wentian shook his head. "That's good. Why did I dream that I seemed to be talking nonsense? The fat guy scratched his head, then stretched and went outside. Someone next to him looked over here and smiled at Fan Li. Brother Fat, you're up. The fat guy's face flickered. Why are these guys so enthusiastic today? They actually took the initiative to greet him. Brother Fat, look at the boys here, which one do you like more? Someone else joked, and the fat guy's face suddenly turned red. Could it be that the dream was real? Bullshit, I like women, beauties. The fat man cursed, and the students all laughed and said, we understand. Qin Wentian raised his feet and walked towards the crowd. He decided to draw a clear line with the fat man. Boss. The fat man chased Qin Wentian pitifully, and Qin Wentian suddenly felt a chill. Qin Wentian, Fanel, there is an open class today. The teacher is a beautiful guest elder. Do you want to go and listen together? Someone smiled at Qin Wentian and Fanel. Beautiful elder. The fat man's eyes lit up instantly, and he said, go, of course. Then let's go together. The group laughed again and came to an open space. There were many blue stone cushions on the platform of this open space, and there was a high platform in front. This place was called the teaching platform. Not every student has the opportunity to worship the elders, so the academy often has guest elders taking turns to give lectures and explain some knowledge about cultivation. Many new students came to the teaching platform today, and the lines of young figures seemed full of vitality. Elder Muai was here. At this time, the crowd looked forward. Su Muayu was wearing a green dress, which made her look dignified and beautiful. She didn't have too many decorations on her body, but she was clean and tidy. With her dignified facial features and fair skin, she gave people a sense of transcendence. She was very beautiful, which caused a burst of exclamations. The goddess of the royal sister. The fat man sat on the stone platform with shining eyes, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. Su Muayu sat cross-legged on the stone platform for teaching, looking at the people below, and a delicate and clear voice came out. Most of your cultivation is the third level of body refining or the wheel meridian realm. Today I will mainly talk about some knowledge of the wheel meridian realm. Okay, we will listen to whatever the teacher says. The crowd below said in a booming voice. You should all know that the human body is a container with infinite undercurrents. This container can continue to expand. The first realm of martial arts is body refining, which aims to cultivate a perfect body. Only when the body is perfect can one practice better. The body refining realm is actually the basic realm, paving the way for the wheel meridian. But is the so-called perfect body in the body refining realm really perfect? Obviously this is just a saying. As the realm of martial arts becomes stronger, our bodies are also constantly improving. This is endless. Some strong people who practice body refining can even split mountains and seas with their bodies. The wheel meridian realm is the sublimation of the body refining realm. After opening up the acupoints and opening up the wheel meridian, all parts of the human body are connected through this wheel meridian. It connects our head, heart, limbs and every other part. When we practice, the star energy circulates around the body through the wheel meridian, and it continues to temper the body. When we fight, the star energy can reach all parts through the wheel meridian. The eyes are sensitive, and the ears are sensitive, and the hearing is strong. But when we fight, we usually use our hands and feet, because most of the magical powers you practice now are released through your hands and feet. But what about those strong people with special star souls or super terrifying strength? Even a look from them can bewitch people, and a breath from them can even kill people. So, don't be too limited, let go of your mind, and practice on a daily basis, and use the star elemental power to circulate around the body, temper every part, and at the same time continuously open up acupoints to increase the capacity of the acupoints until new chakras are opened. Of course, you also have to adjust your practice according to your star soul, and choose skills and magical powers. As Su Muai's soft voice continued to be heard, the space gradually became completely quiet, and everyone listened attentively. Her voice seemed to have magic, attracting people into the ocean of knowledge of practice. Qin Wentian had a deeper understanding of the basics of cultivation than others because of Heibo's teaching, but he still listened attentively. There must be a teacher among three people. No one's cultivation concept is absolutely perfect. Listening more, thinking more, and understanding more are of course good for cultivation. This class lasted for 2 hours. When Su Muayu left, many people were reluctant to leave, as if they wanted to listen to her explanation more. I want to chase the goddess. The fat man looked at Su Muayu's departing figure with nostalgia. Wake up, Elder Su can kill you with one slap. Qin Wentian glared at the fat man, and the fat man immediately showed a depressed look. It seems that he still needs to work hard to practice. There are still 10 days left. Are you ready? At this time, a voice came suddenly. Qin Wentian and Fang Li turned their eyes and saw Muring Feng and Du Hao standing there, with a bit of provocation in their eyes. The crowd around them saw these two people and immediately showed interesting expressions. They knew that there were still 10 days left, and there would be a sensational duel between these four people. This duel was extremely watched. Do I need to prepare to deal with you? Family said with a smile. You are quite hard-mouthed. Du Hao snorted coldly. Muring Feng held his chin and said to Qin Wentian, I heard that you have cultivated Earth-level magical powers. I hope that you will not disappoint me too much. There is no point in fighting while being abused. With that, Muring Feng and Du Hao turned and left. At the moment of turning around, there was an extremely cold light in Muring Feng's eyes. Obviously, he had made up his mind about Tuo Chen's plan. Very arrogant. Family murmured and watched the two leave. Fatty, you should work hard, otherwise you will be embarrassed. Qin Wentian raised his feet and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He must win this duel. This is just the beginning. Qin Wentian will never forget the cruel scene of them dealing with Fatty in Xianmeng Forest. Chapter 58 The Eve of Battle. There are places for students to practice in the Imperial Star Academy, and even places for sparring, but they prefer to go to the Fantasy Dream City for trials, which is more exciting, and they can exert their full strength without any scruples. However, Qin Wentian did not go to the Fantasy Dream City, but practiced in his own dream. At this moment, on an empty and deserted land, only Qin Wentian stood there, constantly blasting out palm prints. The diamond seal is fierce and domineering, indestructible, while the wheel sea seal is both hard and soft, or it flows slowly like calm seawater, or it breaks through everything like a huge wave, hard with soft, soft with hard. Qin Wentian murmured, and then continued to wave his palms, but he could not get the key. It's a pity that I haven't reached the dream-making realm yet, otherwise I can create an ocean in my dream and let me experience it personally. Qin Wentian thought to himself, and continued to wave his palms. He didn't know how many palms he had thrown, and only heard a clapping sound, which made Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly stagnate. Wheel after wheel, just like the wheel meridians in the body, layer by layer, burst out the moment it reaches the palm, exerting the strongest power. Qin Wentian's eyes lit up, he took a deep breath, and then slowly pushed out his palm. This time, his palm was very slow, but it seemed to bring out a gust of wind, as if it was constantly superimposed. Soft, this is a soft feeling. Yes, that's it, until the last moment it explodes, the waves overlap, and the final burst of power is as violent as a tsunami. Qin Wentian smiled, and finally understood the key points of the wheel sea seal. After a long time, Qin Wentian killed with one palm, like a surging sea wave, and it made a terrifying sound of crashing, and this was without the star energy. After practicing the wheel sea seal to perfection, Qin Wentian used dreams as a guide to let his consciousness enter the Star Man, but there was no reaction. These days, because he had a lot of meteorites in his hands, Qin Wentian kept trying to spy on the memories contained in the Star Man in the dream state. But he gradually discovered that it didn't take too much star power to let his consciousness enter the inner space of the little Star Man, but this inner space was now as vast as the starry sky, which contained many star fragments. Each star fragment could absorb the power of the stars, and needed to be opened with the meteorites. This change made Qin Wentian feel more and more the peculiarity of this little Star Man. Of course, Qin Wentian also tried not to enter the inner space of the little Star Man with his consciousness, but to light up the whole little Star Man directly with the power of the stars from the outside, just like the first time he activated the little Star Man, but he found that the little Star Man was like a bottomless pit. It was easy to enter it with consciousness, but to light it up, the meteorites needed to be consumed, which made Qin Wentian feel great pressure. He was afraid that he couldn't afford it with his current family background. Let's see what memories these star fragments are. Qin Wentian's mind moved, and then the power of the stars flowed into the endless starry sky, and then penetrated into a star fragment attached to Qin Wentian's consciousness. Although it was only in a dream, as long as his consciousness guided it, he could draw in the star force. Of course, the premise is that there must be a meteorite in Qin Wentian's body or in his hand. Practicing in a dream cannot create a false existence, at least not at the shallow dream level. Gradually, the star fragments seemed to have light, getting brighter and brighter. Finally, a ray of light shone, and a memory flowed into Qin Wentian's body, and at the same time shook his consciousness out. Shaking his head, Qin Wentian woke up from the dream, but he closed his eyes directly to feel the memory. This time, like the last time in Qin Shenzong, Qin Wentian still saw a picture memory, not a text memory. Guangfa supernatural powers or refining knowledge are all about text memories, and the last battle Qin Wentian saw in Qin Shenzong was a picture memory, and this time is the same. In this picture, he saw a dynasty, a super terrifying dynasty. The palace was magnificent. Qin Wentian could not imagine the majestic and vast momentum. Stone pillars stood there, reaching into the sky. The palace was probably larger than Xianyang City, and there were many powerful people inside. In front of such a dynasty, Chu was like an ant. This was the feeling Qin Wentian got from the momentum presented in the picture. Qin Wentian saw the middle-aged figure of Qin Shenzong again. He stood on the sky-high stone pillar outside the palace of the dynasty, laughing proudly at the sky. With a wave of his hand, the world was destroyed and the dynasty was turned upside down. In the memory picture, a very beautiful woman also appeared. The woman was taken away directly by the middle-aged man. Anyone who dared to stop her would either die or be killed. No one could stop her. This seemed to verify a sentence Qin Wentian had heard before: when one's strength reaches a certain level, one person can be the law of a country. In the vast world, I am the freest, domineering and tyrannical. I do whatever I want. I am the sky, I am the law. When Qin Wentian withdrew from this memory, the shock was still difficult to calm down. It was too strong. Compared with the dynasty, Chu was probably just a small country. The middle-aged man could destroy the entire Chu with a stomp of his feet. No wonder Heibo told me that this is the world of martial cultivators. Xianyang City is too small, and Chu is too small. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, his heart surging, but he also understood that although Chu was nothing in the mainland, he was nothing in Chu now. If he wanted to be strong, he had to take one step at a time and not aim too high. Dead Ghost Dad, who are you, and what is this little star man you left for me? Looking up at the void, Qin Wentian remembered the middle-aged figure. There were many images of the middle-aged figure in his memory. Could he be the dead Ghost Dad? If it was true, then was the dead Ghost Dad really dead? Huh? Qin Wentian exhaled a breath of turbid air, and thought to himself, if I light up the entire star man again, what surprise will he bring me? Qin Wentian wanted to give it a try, but the day of the battle was getting closer and closer, and it was more important to condense the star energy in his body into divine pattern energy first, and this process also required the consumption of a lot of meteorites. It's difficult to practice, and it's even more difficult to practice powerful skills and magical powers. Not only do you need talent, but you also need huge resources to support it. Qin Wentian whispered in his heart. He was already thinking about it in his heart. After a while, he should consider refining more divine weapons for sale. The divine skill of the refining God Atlas uses divine patterns to condense true essence. The sign of the first level of perfection is that a large amount of star energy can be condensed into a first-level divine pattern in an instant. With the practice of the refining God Atlas, his understanding of the divine pattern will only become stronger and stronger. As time went by, Qin Wentian was immersed in the condensation of his divine essence. Moreover, after condensing his divine essence, he would use the power of his divine essence to repeatedly travel around his body through the star wheel meridians, constantly tempering every part of his body. He learned some useful knowledge from Su Muayu's lectures. This might not be useful if it continued for 1 or 2 times, but after hundreds or thousands of times, he found that there were some subtle changes in his body. Not only was Qin Wentian practicing hard, but even Fatty Fannel had been extremely diligent these days and had never disturbed Qin Wentian. Obviously, he looked cynical on the surface, but he also took this battle very seriously. I believe he also remembered the cruel lessons in the Dream City. Even if he didn't say it, Qin Wentian understood it. Every time he thought of Fannel being stabbed in the body by the Knights Alliance with a spear and then stirring in Fannel's body, Qin Wentian would have a strong desire to kill. This debt must be repaid with blood. While Qin Wentian and Fannel were practicing hard, Muren Feng and Du Hao on the Knights Alliance were not idle either. Ever since Qin Wentian killed Hao Feng and blossomed his talent, Huo Chen knew that the person he once despised had become a certain threat, and it was not as easy to eliminate him as before. How could he give up such a good opportunity this time? On the training ground, Muren Feng and Du Hao were fighting against several other Knight Alliance masters, and both sides were extremely violent. Yes, Feng is indeed a rare genius. The sky-splitting fist is fierce and domineering, splitting the meridians and splitting the internal organs. Like the thousand-hand seal, it is a mid-level earth-level magical power. The difference is that the sky-splitting fist does not have a few moves or styles. The deeper the comprehension, the stronger the destructive power. A member of the Night Alliance next to Jiutian sneered. Jiutian looked calm, but there was a terrible chill in the depths of his eyes. He deliberately prepared this sky-splitting fist for Qin Wentian and asked Feng and Du how to practice it. The boxing method is domineering and vicious, and can directly shatter the meridians and internal organs of the human body. Feng's realm was much higher than Qin Wentian's. If he practiced this domineering and fierce boxing, he would be absolutely crushed against Qin Wentian, who is at a lower realm. That's not enough. I will also prepare a trump card from Feng, just in case. Qin Wentian and Fan Li, be prepared to endure the pain of being crippled. Jiutian smiled. Even though he thought he had a sure win, he still had to make the best preparations. Chapter 59, The Battle of Attention. Many people gathered at the Imperial Star Academy martial arts arena that day. Among these people, two groups of people were the most conspicuous. They stood at the front of the martial arts arena, looking at each other, with a faint tit-for-tat momentum. The Knights Alliance and the Qin Alliance, today is the day for the two sides to fight. Feng and Du Hao have both arrived. They have joined the Knights Alliance and become one of them. Haven't you come yet? Feng walked forward and stood on the martial arts stage, then stood with his hands behind his back, and Du Hao followed behind him. Although he was only 16 years old, Feng at this time already had a hint of the temperament of a strong man. Standing there, he gave people a feeling of looking up to a mountain. 16 years old, double star soul, 4th level of wheel meridians, the first freshman of the Imperial Star Academy, he has many halos on him. Feng looks very confident. The crowd whispered in their hearts. Qin Wentian is here. At this moment, not far away, several figures walked towards this side, and the people in the lead were Qin Wentian and Fan Li. They walked straight to the Qin Alliance camp, in front of our Yuo Huan. Senior sister. Qin Wentian smiled. Are you sure? Ruahun raised a charming smile, which made people feel uneasy. Do your best. Qin Wentian smiled. Although he said so, he still had some confidence in his heart, even though his realm was quite different from Feng. I am looking forward to it. Go. Ruahun said with a smile. Qin Wentian and Fan walked onto the martial arts stage and looked directly at the two figures in front of them. Feng saw the two people appear and said lightly, since it is a battle, there will inevitably be injuries. What if I accidentally hurt you too badly? Qin Wentian and Fan narrowed their eyes slightly. This Feng was very confident. You should worry about yourself. Qin Wentian responded. Really? Feng smiled. If you can hurt me, it's my incompetence. I promise that I will never let the academy pursue it. It's the same for me. If I lose, I don't mind dying. But what about you? Du Hao's sharp eyes shot at Qin Wentian and Fan Li, which startled the crowd below. They came prepared and asked Qin Wentian and Fan Li to sign a life and death agreement. Of course, death is impossible. The Imperial Star Academy does not allow it. However, if they hit the key points, it is not impossible to cripple them. Qin Wentian looked at Feng and Du Hao. How could he not understand the meaning behind the words of these two people? Are you sure? Qin Wentian was silent for a moment, and then uttered a voice. If you want me to show mercy, perhaps, I can consider it. Feng's eyes revealed a provocative meaning. Qin Wentian looked at him for a moment, then nodded. In that case, then, let's fight. He didn't have much hatred with Feng and Du Hao before, but since the other party was ready to take ruthless action against him, Qin Wentian certainly knew what to do. This battle will be the most strong decision you have ever made in your life. Feng's calm voice contained strong confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the double star souls bloomed, and two phantoms appeared above his head, a lion and a giant eagle. The monster beasts were violent and had fierce attack power. The star souls Feng chose were all monster beast star souls. The lion star soul that gave him powerful strength, and the giant eagle that gave him terrible attack and agility. He would have the characteristics of the monster lion and the monster eagle. At this moment, Feng's eyes were as wild and arrogant as the monster beasts, and the momentum he released was the 4th level of the wheel meridian, and it was definitely not the breath of a person who had just entered the 4th level of the wheel meridian. Du Hao also released his star soul, which was a storm and a knife shining with cold light. However, the storm was not too strong. It was condensed by Du Hao's communication with the martial stars in the first heaven, and the knife star soul was condensed by communicating with the martial stars in the second heaven. Fanli's bow and arrow star soul was also released. In his hand, a star bow and arrow appeared, and 3 star arrows were on the string, ready to go. How to play? Fanli grinned at Qin Wentian. Can you handle Du Hao? Qin Wentian asked Fanli. No pressure. Fanli's mouth drew a confident arc, which made Du Hao on the opposite side snort coldly. Okay, Murin Feng, leave it to me. Qin Wentian also flashed a sunny smile on his face, and the Sky Hammer Star Soul bloomed. The second level of the chakra. Murin Feng shook his head and smiled, but the next moment, his body suddenly rushed over. In an instant, the quiet Murin Feng disappeared, replaced by a violent aura. He ran fast and blew a gust of wind on the battlefield. With a leap, Murin Feng soared into the air like an eagle, and then suddenly blasted a claw towards Qin Wentian in the air below. The sharp claws kept blasting towards Qin Wentian, containing a terrifying and wild aura. Qin Wentian raised his hand, and with a dragon roar, the dragon-subduing fist turned into a violent blue dragon, tearing everything apart. However, at the same time, Murin Feng's body fell from the sky, his claws turned into fist light, and there were bursts of lion roars. The violent fist seemed to tear through the void and crush Qin Wentian away. At this moment, Qin Wentian smelled a trace of danger. The first move of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal, slashed out angrily. With a loud bang, the violent Yuanli in the void exploded crazily. Murin Feng's fist continued to crush down and intersected with Qin Wentian's palm. Qin Wentian only felt that the wheel meridians in his arm were constantly vibrating, as if they were about to break. With a step, Qin Wentian's body rebounded and retreated. His feet rubbed against the ground and made a hissing sound. A terrifying force in his body seemed to be still raging, and his heart was beating. What a powerful magical power! The level is not lower than the thousand-hand seal. Qin Wentian suffered a loss. Murin Feng was 2 realms stronger than him, and he also used a mid-grade earth-level magical power. This battle seemed not so easy. Splitting Sky Fist. Below the battle stage, Ruo Huan's face was not so good. Murin Feng actually practiced a splitting fist to the point where his momentum was released. This battle was a bit dangerous. She couldn't help but worry about Qin Wentian. Even if Qin Wentian's Star Soul had an advantage and the Star Yuanli was more powerful, the gap between the 2 small realms was there after all. On the other side, the battle between Du Hao and Fanli also broke out. Du Hao held a starry sword, which was also wrapped with a trace of wind power, making his sword extremely fast and ethereal. In addition, Du Hao's speed was also very fast and very difficult to deal with. 200 meteorites, King Guin League, are you ready? Huo Chen looked at Ruo Huan on the opposite side. 200 meteorites from the second heaven were enough for King Guin League to drink a pot this time. Ruo Huan glanced at Huo Chen, then looked at Qin Wentian on the stage, whispering in her heart, "Little guy, it's up to you, this battle, but many people are watching." Although this battle was just a scheduled battle between the Knights Alliance and the Qingayan Alliance, the protagonist of the battle was too special. Qin Wentian, his star soul was so strong that he was the first in the history of the Emperor Star Academy, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Murin Feng, a rare young genius in the Emperor Star Academy, had the talent of the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian at the age of 16. Moreover, Ruo Huan had heard something, but she didn't know whether it was true or not. If it was true, Qin Wentian would be in great danger in this battle. So for such a battle, many people were watching. On the stage. Thousand-hand seal, is it very strong? I said that this battle will be the most regrettable thing in your life. Murin Feng walked forward, and the aura on his body became more and more violent, and a momentum that shattered everything spread towards Qin Wentian. Seeing Murin Feng approaching step by step, the divine essence condensed in Qin Wentian's body began to flow. He possessed the most perfect wheel meridians and star wheel meridians, and the flow of energy in his body was smoother than that of others. As long as Qin Wentian was willing, he could attack faster than others. Really? Qin Wentian smiled. How powerful would a divine essence condensed by the star energy on the violent Shyantru star be if he sent out the thousand-hand seal? Qin Wentian had never been in actual combat before. Boom! The ground suddenly trembled, and Murin Feng's body rushed towards Qin Wentian, as strong as a beast and as sharp as a hawk. The terrifying shattering wind raged and hit Qin Wentian's body. Repent. Murin Feng's expression was extremely calm. This battle should have been a battle without any suspense. Boom. In Qin Wentian's body, the terrible divine essence gathered crazily on his arms. Qin Wentian stood in place. Finally, he raised his arm and stamped it towards the void. It was still the first style of the thousand-hand seal, the diamond seal. This time, the Vajra seal was even more brilliant. The powerful ancient seal contained a terrifying pressure, as if it was a divine palm from the sky, which was going to crush everything and shatter everything. The attacks of the two collided with each other, and a huge strong wind swept violently. Get out. Qin Wentian spit out a divine essence from his mouth, which unexpectedly gathered into palm seal of tyrants, and directly slapped Murin Feng's body, causing Murin Feng to retreat wildly and groan, while Qin Wentian stood there, as steady as a mountain. Is that really the Vajra seal? How can it be so strong? Ruahun's expression froze. Of course, she had seen the thousand-hand seal, but why was the Vajra seal from Qin Wentian so terrifying? Moreover, to spit out a palm seal from the mouth, how smooth must the chakra be? How did it gather into palm? Ruahun's heart was shaken, but then a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This little junior brother is really becoming more and more likable. Chapter 60 Bloodline Shackles. One of the reasons why Qin Wentian could spit out palm prints was naturally because of his divine essence. The divine essence in his body was originally condensed from the divine patterns of palm prints. Every strand of divine essence contained palm power. As for the other reason, he had to thank Su Muayu's class. Qin Wentian's wheel veins were star wheel veins, which were formed by the broken veins and then condensed. After that class, he tried to let the energy in his body bloom from all parts through the wheel veins, and found some miraculous effects, so he could spit out palm prints just now. The people around were also extremely shocked when they saw Qin Wentian repel Murin Feng. They thought that Murin Feng could crush Qin Wentian with his realm advantage and sky-splitting fist. That palm print just now was so terrifying. I have seen a senior brother at the peak of the wheel vein realm perform it. Although it was more powerful, its momentum did not seem to be as fierce as Qin Wentian's. An old student whispered. It is indeed terrible. In this case, it is not certain who will win or lose. Everyone's interest became more and more intense. Murin Feng was beaten back, and he carefully assessed Qin Wentian. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "This is interesting. At least it allows me to truly display my strength. Otherwise, it would be too boring." Murin Feng, he was holding back just now. Someone exclaimed in his heart. If this was the case, Murin Feng was a little scary. Do you know why the star souls I chose are all demon beast star souls? Murin Feng looked at Qin Wentian and asked lightly. Not interested. Qin Wentian said. Next, feel it well. This is the first time I have entered the Emperor Star Academy to fight with all my strength. Murin Feng spoke calmly. Suddenly, a terrifying breath permeated his body, and his whole body was filled with the momentum of a prehistoric beast. Bloodline. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Murin Feng, the first freshman, unexpectedly, awakened the power of bloodline. His talent was too terrible. In this case, putting aside the realm, just talking about his own talent, he is qualified to compete with Qin Wentian. No wonder he is so confident. Many people sighed in their hearts. Ruahun's beautiful eyes flashed with bad color when she saw this scene. It seems that the rumor is true. Murin Feng actually has blood power. In this case, Qin Wentian is really in danger. Her heart was hanging again. This is the blood of the wild beast. You are the first person who let me fight with the power of blood. You already have the capital to show off. Murin Feng said to Qin Wentian. His body seemed to have become a little bigger. The aura on his body was extremely violent, like a real beast. Boom. Murin Feng took a step forward, and the battle stage seemed to tremble. Qin Wentian's expression became much more solemn. He stared at Murin Feng. Murin Feng, who used the blood of the wild beast, had improved his combat power to a higher level. Obviously, Murin Feng's combat power exceeded his expectations. But, so what? Murin Feng's momentum became stronger and stronger. When he arrived in front of Qin Wentian felt that his opponent was not a person, but a completely violent monster. The sky-splitting fist burst out from Murin Feng's body. This time, the fist light was terrifying, with lion roars and eagle cries. The surging force swept away everything, trying to kill Qin Wentian on the spot. Qin Wentian had no expression on his face, but the divine essence in his body had already boiled, roaring like the sea. Seeing Muring Feng's fist coming, Qin Wentian's palm trembled continuously. In an instant, it seemed that many palm prints were printed. Those palm prints seemed to be very soft, but soon there was a terrifying sound of clattering. After that, the crowd seemed to see the palm prints roaring, drowning the world. The Wheel C seal was issued with divine essence, which consumed countless divine essences in Qin Wentian's body in an instant, but the effect was also terrifying. The whole world seemed to be completely submerged by the palm prints. Boom! The terrifying power rolled on the battlefield. Muring Feng only felt that the palm prints he faced were getting stronger and stronger, and Qin Wentian's attack still did not stop. At this time, he seemed to be out of control. Wheel C seals blasted out one after another, causing Muring Feng's sky-splitting fist to explode continuously. Finally, the tsunami-like giant palm broke through everything and descended in front of Muring Feng. The extremely terrifying pressure made Muring Feng's expression change drastically. He roared and used the sky-splitting fist to the extreme, but his body was still shaken away and his face was pale. Qin Wentian, so strong. Everyone was shocked. The fighting power displayed by Qin Wentian was too terrifying. That is the second form of the thousand-hand seal, the Sea Wheel seal. When Qin Wentian used it, it was like a real roar of waves. That seal was so cool. Bloodline? I really don't know where your so-called capital to show off is. Qin Wentian looked at Muring Feng in front of him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, he knew that he had to fight quickly. The Sea Wheel seal consumed the divine essence too quickly, and he could not fight for a long time. Muring Feng's expression gradually became a little distorted, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Today, it was really embarrassing. Well done. Next to him, Fan Li, who had also ignited the power of bloodline, grinned at Qin Wentian, and while speaking, he did not forget to shoot a series of arrows, which made Du Hao feel like going crazy. After Fan Li awakened his bloodline, the power of his arrows became more domineering, and his control became stronger, and he could change directions continuously, so that Du Hao could only defend continuously. It seems that there is no suspense in this battle. Qin Wentian and Fan Li can both defeat their opponents. Many people thought in their hearts that the fighting power of Qin Wentian and Fan Li was completely beyond their expectations, especially Qin Wentian. His thousand-hand seal and Muring Feng's sky-splitting fist were not at the same level at all. It was too terrifying. Don't play anymore. Huo Chen below looked indifferent. This Qin Wentian's fighting power was a little beyond expectations. Fortunately, he prepared a trump card. The moment he finished speaking, Muring Feng and Du Hao nodded slightly, and then their auras were rising crazily and becoming stronger. What's going on? The auras of the two people surged at the same time. The pupils of the crowd shrank, and then they saw Muring Feng and Du Hao's bodies rushing towards their opponents at the same time. Qin Wentian's expression condensed, and the Wheel C seal blasted out. However, this time, Qin Wentian only felt a huge force coming, his body was blown away, and he fell hard on the martial arts stage, spitting blood from the corner of his mouth. This sudden change completely stunned the crowd. What happened? The battle situation was reversed in an instant. Boom! Muring Feng's body was as fast as lightning, and the sky-splitting fist went directly towards Qin Wentian to kill him. The fist light tore open the space and wanted to crush Qin Wentian. Stop! Ruahun shouted, his expression changed drastically. No one expected that this battle would evolve to such a fierce level. Qin Wentian's face turned slightly pale, and his body jumped up, but the fist light had arrived. Break! A roar was heard, and the fat man came running over and stabbed the arrow with his hand. With a crisp sound of crack, the arrow broke directly. The extremely violent sky-splitting fist broke through everything and hit his chest, causing Fan Li's body to freeze there. Then he fell down powerlessly, but was hugged by Qin Wentian, who stood up. You took the pill. The people of Qingyuan League flashed and rushed to the battle stage. However, the people of Night League were not to be outdone when they moved. They also stepped onto the battle stage and confronted the people of Qingyuan League. This is their own strength? Huo Chen said indifferently. There is no point in continuing this battle. Ruahun looked cold. The fighting power of Qin Wentian and Fan Li surprised everyone. Both of them were at the second level of the Wheel Meridian, but they fought against a strong man at the third level and a strong man at the fourth level of the Wheel Meridian. Moreover, Muring Feng also used the power of blood. However, no one expected that at the last moment, the strength of Muring Feng and Du Hao would surge again. It's not over yet, so others can't intervene. Huo Chen sneered. Fatty. At this moment, Qin Wentian looked at Fan Li, who was powerless, his eyes red. This was the second time. Damn, it really hurts, brother, these two bastards cheated. Fatty can't help you with the next thing. Admit defeat. Family said with a silly smile. Qin Wentian took out the silver needles and pierced them into multiple acupuncture points of Fennel to control the spread of his injuries. The battle is not over yet. Muring Feng walked over. Qin Wentian looked up and saw that Muring Feng and Du Hao both had fierce expressions on their lips. Their goal today was to destroy Qin Wentian and the others. Qin Wentian pierced a silver needle directly into his temple, staring at Muring Feng, with murderous intent in his eyes. Then, he inserted the needles one by one. Soon, there were silver needles in all the acupuncture points on his body, and streams of energy flowed through his body along the silver needles. The 12-link life-saving acupuncture method can save your life or take your life. You cannot use acupuncture unless you enter the Yuan Fu. Qin Wentian vaguely remembered He Bo's instructions, but at this moment, he could not care so much. In Qin Wentian's body, the chain of air currents flowed wildly, and his blood boiled in his body, as if there were a series of terrible invisible shackles that locked his blood. However, as the chain of air currents turned into vortex, the invisible shackles were constantly breaking. Fatty, I promise, there won't be a next time. Qin Wentian looked at the fat man in his arms, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but the next moment, when he looked up at Muring Feng and Du Hao who were approaching, there was only endless murderous intent. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and a hissing sound came out. His upper body clothes were directly torn off, and his blood was completely burning and boiling. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt endless power, similar to the feeling of being ignited by Fanal Emperor Flame bloodline last time, but this time, it was stronger. The 12 links of life-solving needle method is really just a set of needle methods? P.S. Crazy, everyone please vote more, seeing that the recommendation votes are so poor, tears are running down, everyone support the new book, Wuhan is very grateful. Chapter 61 Kill me if you can. The terrifying killing intent swept out from Qin Wentian. The crowd looked at him with his upper body bare, and their hearts were in turmoil. On Qin Wentian's body, blood veins came into view, and the crowd seemed to see complex shackles lying across. What is this? Everyone's heart was shaken violently, even Mo Shuang, who had just stepped onto the battle stage, was stunned. Just now, when he saw Qin Wentian in danger, he appeared from the dark. Not only Mo Shuang, but also several elders of the academy had come out at this time, but no one noticed. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian put Fan Li down and then stared at Muring Feng. Seeing Qin Wentian's bloodthirsty eyes, Muring Feng actually felt a little fear, and his blood power seemed to tremble slightly. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped out, filled with endless murderous aura, and rushed straight towards Muring Feng and Du Hao. Muring Feng and Du Hao's expressions sank, and then they also ran towards Qin Wentian. In this situation, they couldn't afford to lose. Kill! Qin Wentian shouted again, and the wheel seal with a monstrous murderous aura and bloodlight rushed straight to Muring Feng and Du Hao. As soon as the two's attacks gathered, they were directly submerged. Their bodies were blown away at the same time, and the blood in their bodies rolled wildly, and they coughed up blood. Qin Wentian ran out again, and Muring Feng and Du Hao's faces turned pale. They turned around and ran to the bottom of the battle stage. However, in just a moment, Du Hao was hit by Qin Wentian who caught up with him. The whole person shot out into the distance, and then fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Too violent. The crowd's eyes were a little dazed. Today's battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Wentian's footsteps did not stop, and he continued to chase Muring Feng. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, Muring Feng's face was full of fear. He was the first freshman of the Emperor Star Academy. Was he going to be killed here by this madman today? The wheel seal blasted out again, and Qin Wentian attacked angrily. The terrifying palm print was about to tear Muring Feng's body apart. Stop! However, at this moment, a loud shout came from the void, and a figure fell from the sky, slashing out a huge palm, and the wheel seal collapsed and shattered in an instant. The terrifying hurricane directly shook Qin Wentian's body away. Qin Wentian got up from the ground, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, and looked at the figure in front of him, with murderous intent. Zhang Zhen. Asshole, you are so vicious that you once again attacked your fellow disciples. Zhang Zhen shouted angrily, His eyes were sharp. Qin Wentian stared at him, murderous, and said coldly, "When they attacked me just now, you didn't seem to show up. Your disciple Jiutian said that the battle is not over yet, and no one is allowed to interfere. Now, it's really time for you to run out." Qin Wentian's voice was extremely cold, and he didn't show any expression to Jiang Zhen. Murin Feng was standing behind Jiang Zhen at this time, still in shock, looking at Qin Wentian with deep fear. "Jiang Zhen, as an elder of the academy, you actually attacked my disciple. How shameless." Mo Shuang walked over and walked to the side of Qin Wentian, staring at Jiang Zhen. "Elder Qian Shao, is it time for you to come out?" Jiang Zhen said, and suddenly a figure stepped into the air. It was Elder Qian Shao of the Law Enforcement Court. Ruahun's body also came out, looking at Qian Shao, and asked, "Elder Qian Shao, taking elixirs to enhance combat effectiveness during a fair fight, and using vicious means to destroy a fellow disciple, I want to ask, how should this be dealt with?" Qian Shao smiled bitterly, looking quite depressed. He watched this battle from beginning to end. To be honest, he was very shocked by the talents of Qin Wentian and Murin Feng. Both of them were so outstanding, especially Qin Wentian, who was even better. However, if Murin Feng had any problems, it would also be a loss to the academy. He was facing the situation again, and it was difficult to do. "Elder Qian Shao, this battle is over. Besides, there is no rule that some means cannot be used during a battle. If Murin Feng loses, the knights will pay the bet. However, Qin Wentian is so cruel to Du Hao and is chasing Jiang Zhen. Should he be punished?" Jiang Zhen also looked at Qian Shao and spoke with a cold expression. "If you win, you don't allow others to intervene. If you lose, the old man will stand up. It's ridiculous. If I stop today, how can I be worthy of my brother?" Qin Wentian took a step and continued to walk towards Murin Feng. Jiang Zhen's expression sank, and he moved his feet to block Qin Wentian and said, "You don't know what's good for you, you ignore your elders, and you have no family education. Old bastard." Qin Wentian continued to walk forward, staring at Jiang Zhen. When Jiang Zhen heard Qin Wentian insulting him, his breath became colder and colder. "Today, I can't help but be unbridled." Mo Shuang walked out and rushed towards Jiang Zhen, saying to Qin Wentian indifferently, "Leave him to me." "Mo Shuang, you are unbridled." Jiang Zhen looked at Mo Shuang with a frozen expression, and saw that the other party pressed directly towards him and was about to attack. The elders of the academy fought, which was a very rare thing, but today, the students of the Imperial Star Academy saw it. "Return to the Knights Alliance." Jiutian shouted to Murin Feng, and then led the Knights Alliance to retreat and leave here. Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun and said, "Senior sister, can you help me?" Ruahun smiled touchingly when she heard Qin Wentian's words, and then said, "Today, the gambling battle between the Knights Alliance and the Qingyuan Alliance has not ended yet. Since the Knights Alliance openly intervened, our Qingyuan Alliance is definitely not a soft persimmon." As they said, their bodies ran wildly and went towards the Knights Alliance. Qin Wentian also walked out, causing huge waves in the hearts of the crowd, and they also moved with Qin Wentian. "It's chaos, it's all chaos." Qian Shao smiled bitterly when he saw this scene, and could only chase after them. The Knights Alliance retreated to an independent manner, but they saw the Qingyuan Alliance coming in large numbers, which made Jiutian look extremely ugly. "This is too much bullying, let's fight." Jiutian's expression was cold, and all kinds of star souls were released crazily for a while. The two sides directly broke out into a war, and Qin Wentian's eyes fell directly on Murin Feng in the distance, and his killing intent was still violent. Boom! Qin Wentian's body rushed out again. "Help him clear the way," Ruahun said, and then Yu Fei and Dashan stood on the left and right sides of Qin Wentian respectively, and the Star Souls were released. The two of them were also members of the Qingyuan Alliance. Qin Wentian was extremely fast. If someone attacked from the side, Yu Fei's sword and Dashan's violent attack would be instantly launched, all entering a rampage state, attacking at all costs, and no one could stop them. Murin Feng had a grim look on his face and turned to flee again. All the star energy in Qin Wentian's body flowed into his legs along the chakras. He took steps as if he was running, faster than Murin Feng. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with him. With a roar, he blasted out with a dragon-subduing fist, which instantly hit Murin Feng's back and knocked him to the ground. Murin Feng turned around and saw a big foot stomping on his chest, causing him to spit blood. "Stop!" A loud shout came, and Jiang Zhen stepped into the air and landed directly in front of Qin Wentian. He stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "This is the second time, and this time, it's the first freshman of Emperor Star Academy." As he spoke, Zhang Zhen stepped forward, and the terrifying pressure rushed directly to Qin Wentian. "You dare to touch him!" Mo Xiang chased and landed behind Qin Wentian. In the distance, people kept running here, shaking in their hearts. This was indeed the second time, and it was very similar to the last time he killed Huo Feng. The first freshman? Now, he is no longer. Qin Wentian stared at Zhang Zhen and said, "Murin Feng and Du Hao's auras surged at the same time. Don't tell me that they didn't take the elixir and used such despicable means, and they also want to take advantage of this to destroy me and family. The people of the Knights Alliance don't let others participate. You and the elders of the Law Enforcement Institute didn't come out to stop them. So now, no one should stop me. I will never allow you to do it a second time." Zhang Zhen continued to step forward. This time, the protagonist Murin Feng was more outstanding than Huo Feng. "Today, I really want to do it." Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and then he stared at Huo Chen and the others, and said coldly, "The first time, I was killed in the dark forest. The second time was in the Dream City. The battle stage just now was the third time. You are not afraid, so what should I be afraid of?" Qin Wentian was crazy with killing intent, and then he looked down at Murin Feng. "Whoever touches my brother, kill him no matter who you are." Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the Wheel Sea seal was slapped out again, turning into a terrifying Wheel Sea giant seal, which slammed into Murin Feng's head. The result is self-evident. The former top freshman of the Imperial Star Academy was killed by Qin Wentian in front of Zhang Zhen. "You are looking for death?" Zhang Zhen was full of murderous aura. Qin Wentian stared at him, fearless, and said, "If I can kill him today, I can kill you in a few years, so if you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, don't mess with me." After saying that, Qin Wentian turned and left, leaving Zhang Zhen in shock. "If I can kill him today, I can kill you in a few years, so if you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, don't mess with me." Zhang Zhen's body was shaking with anger. This kind of shaking, perhaps, in addition to anger, there may be a trace of fear deep in his heart. The boy's eyes are so cold and so firm. P.S. Qin Wentian roared in the early morning, "Robbing, tickets, collections, hand them over." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Renkai. Qin Wentian left openly, rushed into the Knights Alliance, killed Murin Feng, the top freshman, and left. The people of Qin Alliance began to retreat, and Ruohuan said to Huo Chen, "I don't need to say more about the outcome of this battle. What's the bet of your Knights Alliance?" "Bet." Huo Chen's expression was cold. Qin Wentian killed his fellow disciples several times. If the Emperor Star Academy doesn't punish him, where's the dignity of the law enforcement court? I remember that before the battle, Murin Feng and Du Hao had already made their attitudes clear. They died in the battle because of their own incompetence, and there was no need for the Academy to investigate. All the students and elders of the Emperor Star Academy present must have heard it, and you seem to be there too. Ruohuan smiled and said, "Of course, if the Knights Alliance wants to deny the debt, we in Qin Alliance have nothing to say, but this lesson is still refreshing." After speaking, Ruohuan took the people of Qin Alliance away, with a hint of worry in his heart. That little guy is really crazy. This time he killed a genius. I wonder if the top management of the Academy will be furious this time. Qin Wentian didn't think too much. He was just a 16-year-old boy. When he saw his brother being seriously injured in order to save him, he didn't know what rationality was at that moment. He only had one goal, to kill Murin Feng. Obviously, he accomplished it. After that, Qin Wentian handed Fan Li to Mo Xiang. Murin Feng's punch was very fierce. Although Fan Li resisted part of the power, he was still seriously injured. Qin Wentian himself also followed Mo Xiang to his residence. At this time, he sat cross-legged in the training field. The terrifying power in his body seemed to swallow up his internal organs, making his whole body red. There seemed to be a strong blood-colored glow on his body. The power was too overbearing. Now his body couldn't bear it. You can't give acupuncture without entering the Yuan mansion. Qin Wentian remembered Heibo's words, and felt his throat burning. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, groaned, and Qin Wentian fainted. Although Qin Wentian fainted, the storm was far from over and continued to ferment. Even the thousand hands of the law enforcement court was under tremendous pressure. He had to find Mo Xiang and take Qin Wentian away. 2 days later, when Qin Wentian woke up, he felt pain all over his body, as if he was about to fall apart. He sat up and saw Mo Xiang standing there with his back to him. "Teacher!" Qin Wentian called out, and Mo Xiang turned around with a smile on his face. "Wake up, you guy. Don't use that secret method anymore, your body can't bear it. If you don't suppress that power with pills in time, it will be very dangerous." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. "Thank you, teacher." "Fan Li, how is he?" "He's fine." Mo Xiang shook his head. "You guy, you should worry about yourself. The people of Zheng Zhen's faction have put a lot of pressure on the academy. Now, there are 2 different voices in the academy, and many people want to punish you." Qin Wentian smiled when he heard that Fan Li was fine. As for the punishment of the academy, he didn't care so much. Seeing Qin Wentian smile, Mo Xiang rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you worried at all? It's useless for me to worry. Since I did it, I have to admit it. What will happen next, I have to face it." Qin Wentian shrugged and said, "Good one, admit it if you do it, I hope you can bear it." At this moment, a cold voice came, and then Qin Wentian saw many people walking in. Qin Wentian then took a look at the environment he was in. This was the law enforcement hall of the law enforcement court. It was spacious with many seats on both sides. The main seat was for the law enforcement elders, but no one was there at the moment. Soon, many people arrived one after another. Qin Wentian keenly discovered that these people were vaguely divided into 3 camps. Zheng Zhen and his group were in one camp, Mo Xiang and several elders were in one camp, and Qian Shao and 2 other elders were in another camp. Obviously, his problem was that Zheng Zhen and his group put pressure on the academy. He killed his fellow disciples twice, and the people he killed were all talented disciples of this class. In addition, Du Hao was also seriously injured. Qin Wentian's character is not right. Either he should be abolished or expelled from the academy, otherwise he will only become a disaster. Zheng Zhen said coldly, wanting to put Qin Wentian in a desperate situation. "The first time, we have already investigated clearly that Huo Feng wanted to harm Qin Wentian and Fan Li in the dark forest. What Qin Wentian did was not a crime. The second time, in a fair duel, Murin Feng and Du Hao took elixirs to enhance their combat power. If they were just for victory, it would be fine, but from Fan Li's injuries, it can be seen that their purpose was to kill Qin Wentian and Fan Li. What Qin Wentian did was not a crime." Mo Xiang stared at Zheng Zhen and retorted. "He does not respect the teachers of the academy and even threatens them with words. What's the point of teaching such a thief?" Zheng Zhen shouted coldly. "You taught me." Qin Wentian smiled at Zheng Zhen, making Zheng Zhen's expression slightly stiff. "I am familiar with you." Qin Wentian said again, "You indulged your disciples to kill me, and tried every means to let the academy deal with me. Now, you have the nerve to let me respect you. You are so thick-skinned." Just as Qin Wentian said, Zheng Zhen was so deliberate in dealing with him, he really didn't need to be polite to him. "Elder Qian Shao, listen to this yourself." Zheng Zhen snorted coldly. Qian Shao and the other 2 looked at Qin Wentian, and then the man on Qian Shao's left and right asked, "If you are stronger than Zheng Zhen, would you kill him when he tried to stop you from killing Murin Feng?" "Yes." Qin Wentian answered without any hesitation, which made Zheng Zhen look ugly. "Why?" the man asked again. "Murin Feng hurt my brother, and whoever stops me is my enemy." The young man's face showed a resolute look. The man nodded and then looked at Qian Shao. Qian Shao glanced at the crowd present, and then said, "Let's go, the enforcement court will handle this matter." "How does the enforcement court plan to deal with it?" Zheng Zhen asked. "This is the enforcement court's business, please." Qian Shao issued an order to expel the guest, which made Zheng Zhen frown. Judging from Qian Shao's tone, it is very likely that he will not do anything to Qin Wentian. "I hope the enforcement court can give us an explanation." Zheng Zhen left with a wave of his sleeves, looking very unhappy. Mo Xiang patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder and left. He believed that the law enforcement court would not do anything to Qin Wentian. At least such a genius would not be expelled from the academy. After they left, Qian Shao said to Qin Wentian, "Come with me." As he said that, he also walked outside. Qin Wentian had no choice but to follow him without asking any more questions. After leaving here, Qin Wentian found that the law enforcement hall was backed by a mountain, and Qian Shao actually took him to the mountain and came to a courtyard on the mountainside. This courtyard was actually built on the edge of a cliff. Standing on the edge of the cliff, you can overlook the entire Emperor Star Academy. At this time, there was a figure with his hands behind his back, looking at the Emperor Star Academy below. The person is here. Qian Shao looked at the back, with a bit of respect in his eyes. Little guy, come here. The man still turned his back to Qin Wentian and said calmly. Qin Wentian looked at Qian Shao, only to see him smile and say, little guy, you are lucky. As he said that, Qian Shao turned and left. His mission was to send Qin Wentian here. Qin Wentian walked towards the edge of the cliff and came to the side of the man. The man turned around and looked at Qin Wentian. This man was a middle-aged man, who looked calm and peaceful, with a few strands of white hair on his temples, but his eyes were deep and bottomless, as if he had experienced many vicissitudes of life. At this moment, there was a smile in those deep and peaceful eyes. I like people who don't follow the rules, and you fit my personality very well. The man smiled and said, my name is Ren Qianxing. You may not have heard of my name, but you should have heard of my deeds, because I have done the same thing as you. What? Qin Wentian showed a puzzled look. Killing a fellow disciple. Ren Qianxing smiled and said, that was many years ago. I remember when I was young, I entered the dream in Xianmeng Forest and found that there was a lustful person who insulted a female student in Xianmeng Forest, causing the female student to have a mental breakdown after waking up. In a rage, I killed that person. Qin Wentian's expression trembled, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Insulting someone in a dream was too cruel. So, you are one of the 3 people. Since you killed someone for this, the Academy has no reason to punish you. Qin Wentian said. Ren Qianxing shook his head, I am not like you. I was not talented at that time, and the person I killed was more talented than me. In this world, people don't see fairness and justice. It's the same for everyone. Moreover, the Imperial Star Academy has rules. In Xianmeng Forest, you can do anything, and killing is also a common thing. Chapter 63 Favor. Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. The world of martial arts really did not care about fairness and justice. If it weren't for his extraordinary talent, how could the Emperor Star Academy forgive him when he killed Huo Feng? However, even though the world is like this, people still have to have their own beliefs. I admire people with personality, even if they don't follow the rules, but I hate people who are extremely self-centered. Such people are often profit-driven. For example, the Emperor Star Academy trained him, and one day he becomes a strong man. Someone gives him greater benefits and asks him to destroy the Emperor Star Academy, and he will do it. Ren Qianxing smiled and said, but you are different. Last year on the anniversary of the death of the deceased, the Yi family wanted to destroy the Qin Mansion. You could join the Galaxy Guild, keep to yourself, and take revenge later, but you didn't. Instead, you chose to advance and retreat with a Qin Mansion. Although it's a bit foolish, this is the personality I like. Everyone in Xianyang City knew about this. Mo Shuang was also in Xianyang City at the time, so it was not surprising that Ren Qianxing knew about it. Qin Wentian smiled and said, it seems that the senior and teacher Mo Shuang have similar ideas. Is the senior the dean? No. Ren Qianxing shook his head. I am the second person, the one who is imprisoned for many years. Of course, since it is a rumor, it is naturally not to be believed. It's just that I rarely appear in the public sight. It seems that the Academy has many secrets. Qin Wentian said in his heart. Senior, I have caused a lot of trouble this time. I am afraid that I have caused trouble for the Academy. Qin Wentian looked at Ren Qianxing. You want to know how the Academy will deal with this matter and the purpose of calling you here. Ren Qianxing's eyes were full of wisdom, which made Qin Wentian smile awkwardly. This little trouble is not a trouble for the Academy at all, but you have caused a lot of trouble for yourself. Ren Qianxing said indifferently, the inheritance of Emperor Star Academy has a history of thousands of years. Whether it is the elders or the students, they have different ideas about doing things, but because of this, the students of the Academy have a strong sense of competition, so that the Academy is complete. Emperor Star Academy never instills ideas, but only teaches people to practice, and does not care what kind of person you will become in the future. Because of this, Emperor Star Academy has a transcendent status. The Academy will not interfere with your affairs with Huo Chen. This is just a platform. How high you can fly depends on you. Ren Qianxing smiled and said, as for why I asked you to come, I just wanted to see what kind of person would be if he was lawless as soon as he entered Emperor Star Academy. Now, I have seen him, You can go back. Oh, Qin Wentian blinked. That's it. What do you want? Ren Qianxing looked into Qin Wentian's eyes and smiled. I thought I would have some surprises when I met the legendary figure of the academy. Qin Wentian touched his chin and said with a smile. Haha. Ren Qianxing laughed loudly. Okay, if you want a surprise, I'll give it to you. Ren Qianxing took out a small golden sword, only the size of a finger, but it exuded a terrifying sharpness. This is the Golden Punishment Sword, a third-level divine weapon, but it can only be used once. As long as the divine pattern inside is activated, the Golden Punishment Sword will burst out with terrifying sword energy. If it hits the opponent completely, the instantaneous burst of attack power will not be able to escape even a person at the 5th level of the Yuanfu realm. The sword energy has a very wide attack range, so you must be careful when using it. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. What a precious gift. He himself knew that if it was a third-level divine weapon that was used for a long time, he would definitely not be able to exert its power, but this Golden Punishment Sword was different. It was a one-time burst of divine weapon and could be used as a trump card to save his life. I won't give you any privileges in the academy. If you want resources, you have to fight for them yourself. There are many terrible skills and magical powers on the top of the Qianxing Pavilion. If you have the ability, go get them yourself. As for the golden sword, I gave it to you for self-defense because you are not so safe in the Imperial City. You must not use it unless you are in a life and death crisis. Thank you, Mr. Ren. Qin Wentian was grateful in his heart. He really needed this kind of life-saving trump card. After all, there were many people who wanted his life. Not to mention the royal family and the Yi family, even Huo Chen, he couldn't deal with it. Go, don't tell others that you have seen me, including Mo Xiang. Ren Qianxing waved at Qin Wentian. Wentian, take your leave. Qin Wentian bowed slightly to Ren Qianxing, then turned and left. A sunny smile appeared on the boy's face. It was hard to imagine that such a boy would be so desperate and crazy when he killed Muring Feng that day. Looking at the figure of the departing boy, Ren Qianxing raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This little guy was more interesting than he was back then. You are a guy who can't stay idle. At this time, a figure walked in the void. How about it, are you going to include him in the plan? The man asked with a smile. Ren Qianxing turned his eyes and looked at the person who came, saying, there should be no problem with his talent. As for his character, at least from the current point of view, there is nothing wrong. You have just entered the academy and you have done such a big thing. Aren't you worried that you will become another him? The person who came smiled. You are young and frivolous, it's no big deal. Wasn't I the same when I was young? As for what you said, I will also consider it. Just continue to observe. Ren Qianxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. He also valued a young man back then, but later, he found that he had raised a ferocious wolf, which almost brought disaster to their Emperor Star Academy. Thinking of this, his heart ached. He valued that guy very much back then, and what happened later made him feel heartbroken. After Qin Wentian came down the mountain, he walked towards his residence. Walking in the academy, many eyes fell on him with interesting expressions. It's Qin Wentian. I heard that he was sent to the law enforcement court, but now he has walked out safely. Obviously, the academy has no intention of punishing him. Talent is a privilege. If a senior student kills a genius like Muring Feng, it would be very tragic. But Qin Wentian defeated Muring Feng head-on, and he fought against a higher-level opponent. He has stronger talent, and the title of the top freshman has now changed hands. Many people in the academy were whispering. This made things more interesting. Zhang Zhen and the Knights Alliance would probably be very angry. They would never let Qin Wentian have an easy time. Qin Wentian walked quickly towards his residence. Before he arrived, he shouted, Fatty. Fan Li poked his head out and walked towards him. Fatty, how is your injury? Qin Wentian looked at Fanel, only to see Fanel grinning and saying, nothing serious, how about we go to the academy? I'm glad you're fine. Qin Wentian saw Fanel's eyes flickering, and couldn't help but show a suspicious look. At this moment, a light sound came from the room. Who's in there? Qin Wentian asked Fanel, his eyes flashing. The little bastard is moving around in there, let's go. Fanel pulled Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian didn't move, but walked towards the dormitory room. Soon, he saw a figure walking out with his head down. Xinren grabbed her clothes with her hands, her face flushed. She looked up and secretly glanced at Qin Wentian. Seeing Qin Wentian's stunned expression, Her face instantly became hot. It's not what you think. I just came to see him. Xinren was a little incoherent. I understand. Qin Wentian looked at Xinren and nodded, which made Xinren's face even redder. She stamped her feet, glared at Fanel, and said, "It's all your fault." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Qin Wentian looking at Fanel in astonishment. He was still worried about Fatty on the way. It seems that his worry was for nothing. "Fatty, you're great." Qin Wentian gave a thumbs up. "Although I know you won't believe anything I say, I still have to say that I really have no other thoughts about Xinren." Fatty looked at Qin Wentian's mean expression and suddenly became serious. "Actually, the person I like is you." Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. This time it was Fatty's turn to laugh obscenely, humming a little song, with an expression that was completely asking for a beating. Qin Wentian was completely defeated. "Let's go to the Glory Academy to upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card." Fan Li raised his footsteps, and Qin Wentian raised a smile. Then the two went to the Glory Academy together. The elders of the Glory Academy directly upgraded the level of their Emperor Star Jade card to level 3. Although the battle caused a great deal of turmoil, Qin Wentian and Fan Li did have an advantage when fighting Muring Feng and Du Hao. The two of them naturally replaced the rankings of the other two and ranked in the top 3, which could directly upgrade the level of the Emperor Star Jade card. After the upgrade, the two came to the Xianxing Pavilion. The level 3 Emperor Star Jade card allowed them to enter the 3rd floor of the Xianxing Pavilion. The Xianxing Pavilion is divided into 9 floors, and each floor has many skills and magical powers, but the levels are different. Qin Wentian and Fan Li went straight to the 3rd floor. The skills here are the top level of the Wheel Meridian level, and the magical powers are the upper level of the human level. The Dragon Subduing Fist is a supernatural power of the upper level of the human level. All the students in the Emperor Star Academy have a question in their hearts. What is above the 6th floor of the Xianxing Pavilion? It is the dream of every student of the Imperial Star Academy to enter the 7th floor of the Xianxing Pavilion or even higher. It is said that there was once a person who did something amazing, but that person later betrayed the Imperial Star Academy and almost led to the destruction of the Imperial Star Academy. The Imperial Star Academy never mentioned this history, but there are only occasional rumors. P.S. The early bird catches the worm. Please vote and collect. Chapter 64 Yan Yuhan. On the 3rd floor of Xianxing Pavilion, ancient bookshelves were neatly arranged in a spacious space. On them, there were secret books of various types. The top-level skills of the chakra and the top-level supernatural powers of the human are extremely rare in Xianyang City. Here, they are inexhaustible and you can choose what you want to practice. Qin Wentian sighed secretly. This is the resource. The disciples cultivated by the big forces are excellent. In addition to the talents of the disciples themselves, they are inseparable from the huge resources. Qin Wentian did not choose the skills, but looked for the supernatural powers he wanted. Falling Mountain Palm, Willow Leaf Body Skill, Sword Controlling Technique. Qin Wentian's eyes lit up when he saw the sword controlling technique, and then shouted, "Fatty, come here." Fan Li came over, and Qin Wentian handed him the sword controlling technique and said, "You have the talent given by the Star Soul, which is very suitable for controlling objects. This sword controlling technique is the primary art of controlling objects. Are you interested? Let me see." Fan Li took the sword controlling technique, and there was a slight light in his eyes. Qin Wentian continued to search. He had already cultivated the Dragon Subduing Fist and the Thousand-Hand Seal, and his attack was extremely powerful. Therefore, he was not very interested in the domineering attacking magical power. 9 Heavens Kunpeng Secret. Qin Wentian stopped in front of a magical power and showed an interesting look. This 3rd-level supernatural power also had such a domineering name? 9 Heavens Kunpeng Secret, Wheel Meridian Volume. Qin Wentian was immediately attracted and immersed in it after taking this magical power and flipping through it. His eyes occasionally flashed with a sharp light. It turned out that this secret book was only the 1st volume of the 9 Heavens Kunpeng Secret, the introductory volume, the Wheel Meridian Volume. Even if it was only the Wheel Meridian Volume, it was extremely complicated. It actually required swallowing the spirit of the demon, taking the essence of the demon, and tempering the Kunpeng Seal. Moreover, this 9 Heavens Kunpeng Secret only indicated that it was the Wheel Meridian Volume, but there was no standard for how many volumes this set of magical powers had. Qin Wentian took the secret book and walked to a desk, where there was an old man, who was the guardian of the 3rd floor. "Senior, Does this set of 9 heavens Kunpeng art contain the Yuanfu volume? Qin Wentian asked, pointing upwards. The old man glanced at Qin Wentian, then smiled and said, I advise you not to practice this magical power. Although there is the Yuanfu volume, it is located on the 6th floor of the Xiangxing Pavilion. By the time you can set foot there, it will be too late. Moreover, this magical power is extremely difficult to practice. Even if you want to master the Wheel Meridian volume, you have to hunt many flying beasts and temper the Kunpeng seal. Besides, it is also very difficult to comprehend this magical power. Qin Wentian knew that the old man meant well, and smiled and asked, is there a better body movement magical power on the 3rd floor of the Xiangxing Pavilion? If you can practice the 9 heavens Kunpeng art, the other magical powers on this level will naturally be incomparable. The old man shook his head, but it would be extremely difficult to practice it. I understand. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Qin Wentian smiled and continued to look for magical powers. He wanted to practice the magical skills that suited his sleeping star soul, but he didn't find any after walking around this floor. This kind of sleeping magical power is too rare. Because there is no matching magical power, his sleeping star soul did not maximize its effect. Of course, even if there is no magical power with sleeping attributes, the sleeping star is a star on the 5th heaven after all, and the star power scattered in it is still extremely powerful. In the end, Qin Wentian only chose to borrow the 9 heavens Kunpeng art, and Fan Li borrowed another magical power in addition to the sword control art, and then left the Xiangxing Pavilion. Just as Qin Wentian and Fan Li were on their way back, they were blocked. The members of the Knights Alliance blocked their way. Seeing these faces, Fan Li's narrowed eyes were extremely cold. The people in front of him were the ones who stirred his body with a spear in the Dream City that day. They were all elite strongmen of the Knights Alliance. The weakest one was stronger than Muring Feng. They were all old students. Their expressions were cold and a chilly atmosphere filled the air. Many students from the Imperial Star Academy stood and watched from a distance. That day, Qin Wentian went berserk and killed Muring Feng of the Knight Alliance, and even went to the Knight Alliance's headquarters. This was a disgrace to the Knight Alliance. Moreover, the Academy did not even give a symbolic punishment, but directly released Qin Wentian. The Knight Alliance was of course angry. Moreover, the members of the Knight Alliance were originally composed of a group of noble children with outstanding talents. They had always been the ones who stepped on others, but now they were stepped on by others. This was no longer a matter between Huo Chen and Qin Wentian, but concerned the dignity of their entire Knight Alliance. The old guy of the Academy actually let you go like this. I saw a young man standing in front of Qin Wentian with a smile on his face, but this smile looked a little cold on Qin Wentian. You are really rude. Qin Wentian heard the other party calling the old guy of the Academy directly, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, which actually seemed a bit sharp. Where is Huo Chen? Qin Wentian said coldly. Huo Chen. The young man's eyes flashed. The proud Huo Chen was confined by his family because of Qin Wentian's matter. He was not allowed to come out until he entered the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian. Qin Wentian was said to be the adopted son of Qin Zhuan of the Qin Mansion in Xianyang City. He was once said to have killed Yi Lang. People in their circle had mocked Yi Lang. In their eyes, they looked down on the fallen descendants of the martial king. Sometimes they couldn't even understand why the current emperor and the Yi family were determined to wipe out a fallen Qin Mansion. They heard that the Qin Mansion was so poor that it didn't even have a few meteorites. But it was an adopted son from the Qin Mansion who, with extraordinary talent, stood in the Emperor Star Academy, killed Huo Chen's brother Huo Feng, and wiped out Muring Feng of their Knight Alliance. What's even funnier is that an ant that they once thought they could kill at will was favored by the Emperor Star Academy. If they want to kill him, they have to take into account the attitude of the Emperor Star Academy. After all, they knew that the Imperial Star Academy was very deep, and even the royal family did not dare to touch them. They could only try their best to cultivate the Royal Academy, hoping to compete with the Imperial Star Academy. Huo Chen, I must be thinking about how to kill you at this moment. The young man uttered a voice, which made Qin Wentian's pupils shrink, and then he sneered. What the other party said was very reasonable. He wanted the other party's life. You killed my Knight Alliance members, guess how we will deal with you. The young man continued. Qin Wentian and Fan Li looked at the Knight Alliance members in front of them. Their eyes were like poisonous snakes, scanning them. Qin Wentian and Fan Li felt this coldness, and their eyes narrowed. Although they also thought about how to kill each other, after all, Their current strength was still inferior to that of the other party. It's a pity that the Imperial Star Academy cannot kill people, otherwise, you would have died countless times. The young man stepped forward, and suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura rushed directly to Qin Wentian and family. At the same time, the Knights Alliance took a step forward at the same time. The extremely powerful pressure seemed to suffocate Qin Wentian and family. They stepped back slightly, looking a little unhappy. The Imperial City is not Xianyang City. You will understand that even if you have some talent, you have to keep a low profile. Otherwise, you will die quickly. That pitiful talent will not be put to good use at all. The young man took another step forward, and the ground made a rumbling sound. The wisps of pressure were like sharp spears, piercing Qin Wentian and family. The threat in his words was so naked and unconcealed. No matter how talented a person is, if he cannot grow up, what is the use? Stop. At this time, a shout came from a distance. The people of the Knights Alliance turned their eyes and saw a graceful figure walking over. Senior Sister Muayu. The young man smiled softly when he saw the person coming. It turned out that the figure that appeared was the Yuanfu realm student of the academy, and also the guest elder Su Muayu. Yan Yuhan, as a senior student, you actually bully the newcomers. Su Muayu said, a little unhappy. Yan Yuhan heard Su Muayu's scolding, but the smile on his face was still gentle. This freshman is arrogant, I just want him to understand some reason, but since the senior sister has spoken, then. As soon as the voice fell, Yan Yuhan's body suddenly moved, and Qin Wentian instantly felt a dangerous breath, and saw Yan Yuhan's finger piercing straight at him, as sharp as a sword. You. Su Muayu's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene, and it was too late to stop him. Qin Wentian's expression trembled, and the power in his body instantly rushed out violently. The sea was roaring, and the wheel sea seal was extremely domineering. However, Yan Yuhan's finger technique seemed to penetrate everything, revealing a dazzling brilliance, breaking the wheel sea seal, and directly tapping Qin Wentian's palm. After doing all this, Yan Yuhan's body floated back, very cool, and Qin Wentian's footsteps rubbed back, raised his palm. Qin Wentian saw blood constantly flowing out of the palm, and his face couldn't help but become colder. I hope you'll be so lucky every time. Yan Yuhan glanced at Su Muayu beside Qin Wentian, then turned around and left with his men. Are you okay? Su Muayu looked at Qin Wentian and asked. No, thank you, senior sister. Qin Wentian smiled at Su Muayu. Since he had decided to kill Murin Feng, he should have thought that the days ahead would not be peaceful. However, he would never be afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to these challenges. These days, Qin Wentian has deeply understood a truth. No matter who is behind him, they will never be as reliable as himself. Only by being strong can one dominate his fate. Chapter 65 Star Beast. Su Muayu watched the people from the Knights Alliance leave, and then said, Qin Wentian, although the Academy values you, you are still weak after all. You should avoid offending the people from the Knights Alliance in the future. The Academy cannot intervene to protect you in some of the fights and frictions between you. Understood. Qin Wentian nodded, looking at the backs of those who were going away, and the corners of the boy's mouth curved up, revealing a bit of cold sharpness. He is indeed weak now, but unless he is never allowed to turn over, otherwise, he will trample them to death, just like he did to Murin Feng. Anyway, the barefoot are not afraid of the ones wearing shoes. These people will deal with him no matter what, and he has no scruples. Now he only needs to do one thing, become stronger. Only when he is strong can he no longer be looked down upon by others with an arrogant attitude. Only when he is strong, he does not need to be timid. Senior Sister Muayu. At this time, Fan Li walked in front of Su Muayu and smiled like the sun. What's wrong? Su Muayu smiled. I listened to Senior Sister Muayu's class last time and gained a deep understanding. My strength is low, and I have many doubts when practicing. Can I ask Senior Sister Muayu to solve my doubts in the future? Fan Li's serious look made Qin Wentian beside him a little dumbfounded. Okay, if you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Su Muayu smiled softly. She looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li as if they were her younger brothers. She never thought of the obscene thoughts of Fatty Fan Li. Thank you, Senior Sister. Fatty was very happy, but the smile on his face was still sunny. You take good care of yourself. I'm leaving first. Su Muayu smiled at the two of them and then left. Qin Wentian looked at Fatty, who was still staring at Su Muayu's back, and couldn't help but pat him on the head. Fatty, have you seen enough? No. Fatty grinned, revealing that obscene look again, and blinked his eyes when he looked at Qin Wentian. Senior sister Mu Yu is simply a queen goddess, gentle and kind. I like her. Others treat you as a kid. Qin Wentian looked at him with contempt and then walked away. Are you big? Fan Li rolled his eyes, then thought of what Su Mu Iu had promised and laughed obscenely again, humming a little tune as he walked towards his residence. Qin Wentian returned to his residence and took the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art to practice. From this wheel pulse scroll, Qin Wentian could already see that this set of magical powers was definitely more terrifying than the Thousand-Hand Seal. But the practice of the wheel pulse scroll was already very scary. The Yuanfu scroll, which was only available on the 6th level, would definitely be the top magical power at the Earth level. I don't know how difficult it would be. Of course, Qin Wentian didn't need to consider the Yuanfu scroll now. He just needed to practice the wheel pulse scroll seriously. The wheel pulse scroll of the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art is divided into 4 levels: entry, exquisite, perfect, and divine movement. It is easy to get started, and no external conditions are required. You can enter by practicing the Kunpeng 9 movements of the wheel pulse scroll. For the exquisite level, in addition to understanding, you also need to swallow the spirits of flying birds and monsters and take the essence of monsters, and refine them with the methods in the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art. Perfection and divine movement extreme need to absorb a large number of flying beast spirits, especially the divine movement level. When entering this level, the Kunpeng mark has been successfully condensed. One leap can reach 10 feet, and spread wings like a rock. After entering the Yuan mansion, you can fly into the air. In the following days, Qin Wentian immersed himself in the practice of the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art, which is much more difficult than the dragon subduing fist. In addition, he naturally would not forget to practice. For him, improving his realm is very urgent. Of course, Qin Wentian would occasionally go to listen to some of the elders of the academy. Unconsciously, the ancient trees in the Xianmeng forest were no longer as green as before. The sun was scorching, the cool spring breeze was gone, and the summer heat enveloped the Emperor Star Academy. The freshmen have gradually become accustomed to the life of students. They are full of vigor and vitality and are full of endless visions and fantasies about the future. Many people have begun to form teams to go to the dark forest to accept the real death training. The trials of the Dream City have gradually made them accustomed to death, and death does not seem to be so scary. However, when they really stepped into the dark forest and found their companions dead in front of them or escaping death, they found that their hearts were far from as strong as they imagined. That was real death, not the fake death in the dream of the Dream City. Although they were disciples of the Imperial Star Academy, it was normal for them to experience death outside in this continent where the weak are the prey of the strong. But it was also this kind of experience that constantly honed their character. In front of the dormitory hut, Qin Wentian leaned against the ancient tree, looking into the distance with a lazy look. It has been more than 4 months since he came to the Imperial City, and there has been no news about Qin Hao and Qin Xuan. Although Qin Wentian has never shown anything, only he knows the anxiety in his heart. He was even unwilling to find out how the legion led by Qin he is now, because he is afraid that he will not be able to accept the ending. He had stayed in the Qin mansion for more than 10 years. It was his home. However, since the Yi family led the cavalry into Xianyang City, the Qin mansion was torn to pieces. Qin Hao and Qin Xuan were imprisoned somewhere unknown. Qin Li and Qin Yi were fighting bloody battles. Qin Yao and Qin Zhi went to a foreign land to practice and dared not go home. Only he relied on his good talent to live in peace in the Emperor Star Academy, but he was also in danger at every step. Qin Wentian knew this very well. Yi family. Qin Wentian raised his head, and the sunlight penetrated the gaps between the ancient trees and sprinkled on his face. However, his fleeting eyes had a cold aura, like a blade. Just as the Yi family and Huo Chen would not let him go, he would not let the Yi family and Huo Chen go either. I don't know how Sister Qin Yao and the others are doing in Zuian country. I hope they can become stronger soon. Qin Wentian seemed to see that beautiful and gentle face. Qin Wentian. At this moment, a voice interrupted Qin Wentian's thoughts. He turned his head and saw a boy of similar age approaching. It was Zhao Yi, a new student who lived not far from him. Zhao Yi, what's wrong? Qin Wentian smiled at him. Recently, many people have gone to the dark forest for trials. You are the strongest among the freshmen. Don't you have any ideas? Zhao Yi approached Qin Wentian and said. Although Qin Wentian's talent is very strong, he is easy to get along with. The people around him have a good relationship with him. Dark Forest. Qin Wentian flashed a smile on his face, then stood up and stretched his muscles, and said with a smile, I am going there. The Nine Heavens Kunpeng Art Wheel Meridian chapter has been introduced, but if you want to step into the exquisite level, you need to hunt birds and monsters. I also want to experience it. How about going together? Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that Qin Wentian also wanted to go. His strength broke through to the second level of Wheel Meridian a few days ago, but he was just entering the second level of Wheel Meridian. Although it is good among the freshmen, it is obviously still a little behind Qin Wentian. It would be safer to be with Qin Wentian. Okay, but you have to be ready at any time. I will call you directly when I leave. Qin Wentian smiled, and Zhao Yu naturally agreed happily. That night, Qin Wentian and Fanel woke him up and left the Imperial Star Academy with a snowdog, which made Zhao Yu very depressed. However, he also guessed that Qin Wentian was afraid that the people of the Knights Alliance would stare at him. It was already the second day when Qin Wentian and his companions arrived at the Dark Forest. There were still many people active in the periphery of the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest was the most suitable place for students from various colleges and children from large families to practice. Of course, it was also a paradise and hell for adventurers. There are some low-level monsters in the periphery. Let's go deeper, Qin Wentian said. He practiced the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art. Monsters below level 4 were almost useless to him. It was more troublesome to hunt level 4 monsters and stronger monsters, especially birds, so it was difficult to practice the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art. The 3 people and 1 beast began to run in the Dark Forest, seeming to be particularly excited. Stop. Suddenly, Fatty Fanel shouted, and the 3 immediately stopped and stood still. Because of the Star Soul, Fanel's consciousness was the most acute. We were lucky. It was a level 4 flying beast. But we were also unlucky. This level 4 beast was a purple thunder eagle, a star beast. Moreover, it had set its sights on us. The fat man said with a bitter face, which froze Zhao Yu's expression. Star beasts were equivalent to martial life cultivators among humans, and they were the purest martial life cultivators. They grew by absorbing the power of the stars in the sky. They did not need to condense star souls, but could directly absorb the star power they needed. This was the powerful talent of star beasts. All star beasts were capable of growth. As they grew, their induction power would continue to grow stronger, and they could absorb the star power from multiple stars. For example, this purple thunder eagle, in his childhood, absorbed a little bit of star power by bathing in starlight. As he grew up, he could sense the martial life stars that were relatively close and contained lightning power, and thus absorbed the star power. If he grew up again, he could sense higher lightning stars, and cross to the second and third heavens to absorb the star power from lightning stars. This is the terrifying thing about the star monster. The more abnormal the star monster is, the stronger this talent is. Therefore, the star monster is equivalent to the purest martial life cultivator. Now, they encountered a 4th level purple thunder eagle, and Zhao Yi was of course depressed. Chapter 66 Blood Flame Fruit. A 4th level demon beast is equivalent to the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian realm for human martial artists. This purple thunder eagle is a relatively powerful star demon beast, with strength comparable to the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian realm. In addition, it has the ability to fly, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Above the ancient tree in the void, purple lightning flashed, making crackling sounds, and the wisps of lightning spread down along the ancient tree. A crackling sound was heard, and a huge ancient tree exploded directly, and the light of lightning continued to flow. Qin Wentian and others looked up and saw a huge purple thunder eagle floating above their heads. There seemed to be lightning flashing in its fierce eyes, treating the 3 of them as prey. Swish, swish. A lightning as thick as an arm poured down from the void and rushed directly to the place where Qin Wentian and the other 2 were standing. Qin Wentian and the others looked condensed, and their bodies moved like the wind, dodging in 3 directions in an instant. With a loud bang, a big pit was blasted out where they had just stood. The strong blasting wind blew on their bodies, bringing a bit of stinging. Boss, you attract the attack. Family said very righteously. Qin Wentian's attack was the strongest and could block the lightning attack of the purple thunder eagle. So loyal. Qin Wentian cursed in a low voice, and his whole body was covered with dust. He looked up at the sky, and suddenly another thunder struck down. Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled, and his steps were extremely exquisite. In an instant, his body floated like catkins, and the lightning directly hid him in front of him, but did not touch him at all. Evil beast, Come on. Qin Wentian used the Nine Heavens Kunpeng art for the first time in actual combat, and roared at the purple thunder eagle in the air. The purple thunder eagle encountered provocation, and the fierce light in its eyes became stronger, and lightning continuously spit out from its mouth. Damn it! The fat man turned around and fled, stepping onto an ancient tree. Qin Wentian used Kunpeng 9 moves to the extreme. The thunder that was madly bombarding him brushed his body every time, but couldn't hit him. Evil beast, keep going. Qin Wentian roared arrogantly. The purple thunder eagle became more and more angry. He hovered in the void and let out a sharp roar. Then his body dived down and rushed towards Qin Wentian, like a flash of lightning. Thunders fell madly, trying to bury Qin Wentian's body in it. So fierce. Family, who was on an ancient tree nearby, saw this scene and mourned for Qin Wentian and his heart. The dust in that area was flying, burying Qin Wentian's body. The purple thunder eagle still refused to give up and continued to dive down to eat Qin Wentian's flesh and blood. Qin Wentian was in a very bad state in the dust, but at this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the young man was extremely calm, and the power of the divine essence in his body rushed towards his arm frantically. A roaring sound came out, and the wheel seal gathered with the divine essence instantly burst out. The space made a terrible explosion sound. At this moment, Fanli's 9 arrows burst out at the same time, turning into golden lightning. The wind was strong, accompanied by a shrill whistle, and the purple thunder eagle soared into the sky, but the 9 arrows pierced his body with terrifying strong winds, and the tyrannical force prevented him from flying. Die? Another wheel seal burst out from the dust, and the purple thunder eagle let out a miserable cry, and then its wings flapped weakly, and its body fell towards the sky below, making a loud rumbling sound. The dust gradually dissipated. Fanli jumped down from the tree and walked over. He immediately saw the dusty Qin Wentian and couldn't help but praise him, so handsome. Get lost. Qin Wentian spitted a few times, and there was dust in his mouth. Looking at the purple thunder eagle lying on the ground, he said with some depression, "It's not easy to use yourself as bait to hunt monsters. Besides this method, can you fly into the air? It's a pity that the little bastard is not a flying monster." Family glanced at the little bastard next to him. The little guy stood up with his front legs and stared at Fanli, looking very cute. "You are already powerful enough. I'm afraid I will die if I encounter a monster of this level." Zhao Yu walked over, very depressed. "The gap is too big. It seems that I don't need to go through any training when I'm with you guys. Don't worry, I'll leave all the monsters on the ground to you," Qin Wentian said with a smile, and then he used a dagger to break open the head of the purple thunder eagle and took out a monster core. This palm-sized monster core was filled with terrifying thunder power. This monster core of a 4th level monster was extremely valuable to a cultivator who practiced thunder and lightning power. "The monster core of the flying monster belongs to me, and the monster core belongs to you too. How about it?" Qin Wentian said to Fanli and Zhao Yi. Fanli would naturally not compete with Qin Wentian, and Zhao Yi was just watching the fun when facing the flying monsters, so he had no right to compete, and of course he would not compete. Qin Wentian put away the monster core, and then stretched out his palm. A mark appeared in his palm, and a strong suction force spread from it, which was directly imprinted on the purple thunder eagle. A wisp of white light floated into Qin Wentian's palm, as if it was the phantom of the purple thunder eagle. The phantom completely sank into Qin Wentian's palm and entered Qin Wentian's body. Demon beasts are spirits. They have demon spirits. The magic formula I practice can swallow demon spirits for practice, and it is better with the help of demon cores. Qin Wentian smiled at the two of them. It is not easy to practice the 9 heavens Kunpeng formula. It's a pity for this body. If it can be taken outside, it can be sold for a good price. After the 3 left, Zhao Yu looked at the huge body of the purple thunder eagle reluctantly. The powerful demon beasts are full of treasures. Continue to go deeper into the dark forest. Whenever they encounter beasts, Qin Wentian and Fanli will let Zhao Yi deal with them, and will never help unless it is a crisis. After a month, they are all dirty, but their temperament has changed a little. Their eyes are deeper and sharper, revealing a flying spirit, and their strength has also improved a little. After finally finding a lake, the 3 of them pounced on it like wolves, washed off the dirt on their bodies, and then built a fire by the lake to dry their clothes. Qin Wentian sat under a tree, shirtless, practicing. He held a demon core in his palm, constantly absorbing the energy from it. On his back, it seemed as if a trace of marks appeared, turning into gorgeous patterns, like wings. At the same time, the essence of power radiated from his limbs and bones. Qin Wentian clearly felt that his body seemed to have become lighter. As he continued to absorb the essence of flying beasts, he found that the effect of the nine heavens Kunpeng art was gradually manifested. Woo woo. At this time, Qin Wentian saw the little bastard running from a distance, walked to Qin Wentian's side and kept circling. Qin Wentian's expression froze and said, "You want me to go with you?" After hearing this, the little bastard turned around and walked away. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian's expression flashed with a strange light, and then he said, "Fatty, Zhao Yi, let's go." As he said that, he took the clothes that had not been completely dried and put them on, and then followed the little bastard. Fan Li and Zhao Yi were suspicious, but they followed him. The little bastard was getting faster and faster. Qin Wentian and the others started running. They found that the little guy had brought them to a valley with steep terrain and many rare trees. Someone is fighting. Qin Wentian and Fan Li looked at each other. The little guy led them up a slope and looked down into the valley. Qin Wentian and the others couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Green scale python. There were many python monsters at the bottom of the hill. They were huge. Qin Wentian had encountered this kind of green scale python in the dark forest. The strength of these green scale pythons was extremely terrifying, especially one of the giant pythons hovering in front of a strange ancient tree, holding its head high and spewing poisonous mist. There were many scars on its huge body. At this time, a group of people were fighting with a green scale python. People from the Imperial Star Academy. Zhao Yu was shocked when he saw the expressions of those people. Most of those martial artists were at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Wheel Meridian. They were about 17 or 18 years old. All of them released star souls and were martial life cultivators. Do you know them? Qin Wentian asked Zhao Yi beside him. That man is called Longbow. He is a student of the Imperial Star Academy. I have seen him. Zhao Yi pointed at one of them and said that the aura released by that man was at the peak of the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian, which was quite powerful. They are fighting for the fruit on that ancient tree. Fan Li narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the fruit tree guarded by the largest green scale python. There were many vermilion fruits on it, as if they could drip blood. Strange flowers and fruits must be guarded by monsters. It seems that this is true. What kind of fruit is this? Qin Wentian asked Fan Li, and his eyes inadvertently glanced at the little bastard. This little guy actually knew to bring them here. Blood flame fruit. This fruit has a miraculous effect on martial artists in the Wheel Pulse realm. It can open the orifices and expand the meridians, and can help the Wheel Pulse realm strongmen break through the realm. Moreover, you can ask the alchemist to refine it into blood flame pill, which will be more effective. Fan Li whispered, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a fiery meaning. The Wheel Pulse realm is to constantly temper the Wheel Pulse with star energy and stimulate the orifices, so that the orifices continue to expand, the Wheel Pulse continues to expand, and the body stores more star energy, and the power rotation is smoother. This blood flame fruit can help the Wheel Pulse realm strongmen break through the realm faster. No wonder these people are so crazy. However, Longbow and his team are not in a good situation at the moment and are in a weak position. Blood flame fruit. When Qin Wentian saw the scarlet fruit, a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. Now, he urgently needs to improve his strength. There are too many things waiting for him to do. Chapter 67 Falling Out. Longbow was confronting the level 5 Kinglan Python guarding the blood flame fruit tree. He also saw Qin Wentian and others on the hillside, and couldn't help but shout, "Brothers from the Imperial Star Academy, help me, this Kinglan Python is very difficult to deal with." Qin Wentian had caused such a big commotion in the Imperial Star Academy, and many people knew him. Longbow happened to witness the battle between the Enmure and Feng, and he knew that Qin Wentian's fighting ability was very strong. "Do you want to take action?" Zhao Yu was eager to try. At this moment, the battle situation over there was very clear. Although the students of the Imperial Star Academy were in a weak state, they would not be defeated in a short time. Longbow faced a level 5 Kinglan Python alone, and his chances of winning were very small. Although the Kinglan Python was seriously injured, Longbow was also covered in wounds. If the battle continued, the entire battle would collapse sooner or later. Only Longbow could temporarily contain the Kinglan Python guarding the fruit tree. The key is the Guardian Blue Python. As long as we deal with it, it means Longbow is released. Then we can slowly deal with the other blue pythons without any pressure. Family said in a low voice. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. If they just helped Longbow deal with the blue python, they might not get a share of the results. People's hearts are unpredictable, especially when it comes to precious things like the blood flame fruit. Qin Wentian has already experienced this. "Little bastard, come here," Qin Wentian said in a low voice. In an instant, a phantom rushed into his body. Then, Qin Wentian whispered a few words in his ear, and the little bastard jumped off his body and left. "Zhao Yi." Qin Wentian looked at Zhao Yi. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yi asked. "You should stay away from here for the time being. It might be dangerous to stay here," Qin Wentian said to him. Zhao Yi's expression froze, which was not very good. The treasure like the blood flame fruit was right in front of him. At this time, Qin Wentian asked him to leave. It was hard for him not to have thoughts. "If you fall out with Longbow and the others, we won't be able to take care of you," Qin Wentian explained, but Zhao Yi's expression remained very stiff and ugly. He turned around and left without saying hello, as if he was very unhappy. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian shook his head secretly. Not everyone is as free and easy as family. He and Zhao Yi have been together for so many days and thought that the two sides have already had a tacit understanding as friends, but now it seems that he thought too much. Zhao Yi's strength is weak after all. Whether facing Kinglan Python or Longbow, he has no power to compete. It is difficult for them to take care of him if he stays here. To be on the safe side, Qin Wentian asked him to leave temporarily, but Zhao Yi's face changed instantly, and Qin Wentian naturally didn't bother to explain to him what he wanted to say later. "They can't hold on any longer," family said in a low voice. Qin Wentian pulled his thoughts back and saw that Longbow had already fought with a guarding Kinglan Python and was completely suppressed. The lives of these students from the Emperor Star Academy were in danger. "Friends, if we die, you won't be able to fight against these blue-scaled pythons. If we join forces, there's still a chance. We can share the fruits of the battle together," Longbow shouted at Qin Wentian and family. In this crisis, Qin Wentian's participation will definitely play a big role. Qin Wentian also understood what Longbow said. If they died or were injured, he and Fan Li would not be able to take away the blood flame fruit. "Fatty, keep some cards." Qin Wentian's body suddenly rushed out and headed straight for Longbow. The moment he ran out, Fan Li released a bow and arrow star soul. The dazzling arrows burst out in an instant and rushed straight to all directions. Long-range archers are good at control. A truly powerful archer can kill the enemy thousands of miles away without leaving a trace. Fan Li's arrows were not lethal enough to these blue-scaled pythons, but the angle was tricky, and he specifically shot the blue-scaled python's eyes, instantly controlling the situation on several battlefields, so that he would not be defeated so quickly. Qin Wentian's body had already rushed to the front of the level 5 Kinglan Python. The strength of this Kinglan Python was comparable to that of a martial artist of the 5th level of the Wheel Meridian. Its furious strength was extremely terrifying. Seeing Qin Wentian charging at it, the Kinglan Python directly spit out a mouthful of poisonous mist. Qin Wentian held his breath, and then saw its giant tail sweeping over. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped on the ground, and his body was extremely ethereal and dreamy. The giant tail swept past him, twisting his body, and Qin Wentian continued to rush towards the giant python. Boom! A diamond seal directly hit the Kinglan Python's abdomen, causing the Kinglan Python to roar, lower its head, and swallow Qin Wentian fiercely with its big mouth. 3 dazzling arrows broke through the air and pierced the Kinglan Python's eyes. At the same time, Longbow's axe star soul shone brightly, and a magic axe appeared in his hand. He suddenly jumped up and chopped at the 7-inch part of the Kinglan Python, as fast as lightning. Qin Wentian saw the big mouth swallowing towards him, his steps trembled, his body was as light as a swallow, and the Kunpeng seal condensed on his back seemed to float up. His whole body turned into a phantom, retreating to the abdomen of the Kinglan Python, and the huge mouth pounced down, but nothing was caught. At that moment just now, Qin Wentian felt that his body skills were perfect, and he had a strong sense of control, which was the exquisite level. Kill! Qin Wentian roared, and the Wheel Sea Seal released its terrifying power, directly hitting the head of the giant python. At the same time, Fan Li's arrow directly nailed into its eyes. Longbow's body jumped on the back of the Kinglan Python, roared, and the axe chopped down, with a dazzling green light, and the axe cut into the 7-inch part of the Kinglan Python. The huge body of the Kinglan Python trembled violently, struggling madly, but soon fell to the ground, completely dead. Huh? Longbow took a deep breath and smiled at Qin Wentian. "Thank you very much. Let's kill the other Kinglan Pythons first." Qin Wentian nodded. After the strongest level 5 Kingland Python died, the others were no longer a big threat. Qin Wentian, Longbow and Fan Li joined the battle and quickly cleared them all. Haha. Longbow laughed and looked at Qin Wentian and said, "You are worthy of being the first freshman of Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian. Thanks to you this time, otherwise, I'm afraid we would have some small troubles." Small troubles? Seeing Longbow's refreshing smile, Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, with a hint of sharpness, but his face was still smiling. He is no longer the simple boy he was before. Qin Wentian, the demon cores of these monsters are very valuable. I'll give them to you. Longbow seemed very generous, but this kind of generosity was a bit harsh in the ears of Qin Wentian and Fan Li. Give them to him? If it weren't for him and Fan Li, Longbow and the others might have been in danger of their lives, not to mention killing these blue-scaled pythons. Although Qin Wentian didn't take credit for it all, after all, it was a joint effort of both parties, but Longbow's words were a bit harsh. I'm not very interested in this demon core, so I'll give it to you. Qin Wentian smiled and responded, causing Longbow's eyes to narrow slightly, and a cold light flashed. After all, you have helped us a little. It would be too polite to ask for nothing. Otherwise, I will give you a blood flame fruit. Longbow smiled and walked towards the blood flame fruit tree. The people behind him also raised their feet and ignored Qin Wentian. 7 people, 1 with a 4th level of chakra, 6 with a 3rd level of chakra. It seems that there is some trouble. Qin Wentian watched these people walk by, turned around slowly, and then uttered a voice, "Wait." Longbow and others turned around, looked at Qin Wentian, and said, "Anything else? Just now, we saved your lives. This blood flame fruit should be divided by us." Qin Wentian said lightly. "Is that so?" A cold light flashed in Longbow's eyes, and then he looked around. When he looked at Qin Wentian again, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. "In this case, we must thank you for your life-saving grace." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surrounded Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian was valued in the Emperor Star Academy, this was in the Dark Forest, and the eyes of the Emperor Star Academy could not see so far. If 2 corpses appeared here, they would probably be taken away by monsters soon, and no one would know how he died. Longbow's murderous intent was no longer concealed. For the blood flame fruit, they had lost several companions. Now that there were 7 people left to share the blood flame fruit, they were already a little nervous. Longbow thought that giving Qin Wentian a blood flame fruit was already polite enough, but some people seemed to refuse to accept the toast and drink the penalty. In this case, it would be better to share with fewer people. It should be, right? Qin Wentian's voice fell, and his footsteps suddenly stepped out, turning into a phantom, extremely fast. When he was dodging the attack from the Kingland Python, he had practiced the 9 Heavens Kunpangju body skill and entered the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian Scroll, the exquisite level. Puff. A crisp sound was heard, and Qin Wentian's body was pressed against a person at the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian. The sudden scene made the others stunned. The 2 bodies separated as soon as they touched. When Qin Wentian retreated to the original place, they saw that the person who had just been approached by Qin Wentian had a palm print on his chest, and that palm print directly destroyed his heart. Practicing is not easy, and there are many blood flame fruits. Why can't we divide them properly? Why do we have to do this? Qin Wentian released his star soul, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 68. Who is the yellow bird? Longbow and the others froze when they saw Qin Wentian's speed. Then Longbow said to a tall and thin young man wearing green clothes, "You are the master." The man nodded and released one of his star souls, which turned out to be an ancient tree star soul with many long vines. At the same time, in his hands, the power of the stars turned into long vines that wrapped around his body. This star soul was obviously a control star soul that could be used to deal with fast martial artists. "You two, go and kill the fat guy." Longbow ordered the 2 people again. Qin Wentian's status in the Emperor Star Academy is extraordinary. If you want to kill Qin Wentian, you must also kill Fan Li and never leave any trouble. The 2 nodded and then went to Fan Li. Fan Li turned around and ran away when he saw this scene. His cultivation level was the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian. The people who went to deal with him were stronger than him. He was good at long-range attacks and naturally would not fight with others in close combat. Longbow and the other 4 surrounded Qin Wentian in a hidden way, and their killing intent was no longer concealed. It's just killing a talented freshman. Although he is also at the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian, Murin Feng is too young. Longbow said coldly, his giant axe star soul exuding a terrifying sharpness. "Make your move," Longbow said, and the palm of the ancient tree star soul strongman trembled, and the long vines entangled Qin Wentian. Longbow took a big step forward, and a beam of axe light fell down, trying to split Qin Wentian directly. Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled continuously, and the whole person turned into a phantom, avoiding the axe light and the long vines, and his body floated to one side. Swish! A stunning sword light came to kill, and the sword-wielding young man's footsteps were as fast as the wind. At the same time, the fourth person also made a move, punching out like a roaring demon bull, rushing towards Qin Wentian madly. In a short moment, Qin Wentian was surrounded and attacked. He used the Nine Heavens Kunpengju body skills to the extreme, and avoided 3 attacks in a row with his exquisite body skills. His movements were so graceful that they were amazing. However, the charging demon bull was extremely crazy and covered a large area. He could only slap one palm, and the explosive power of the diamond seal method crushed the demon bull's phantom. The moment of delay of this palm was enough for the divine axe and the divine sword to come to him. A terrible sense of crisis came. At this moment, Qin Wentian was extremely calm, as if he could hear every gust of wind. At the moment when the divine axe was about to split his head, his body floated back like a ghost, and the axe chopped past him. However, the Jingfang sword continued to move in the void, cutting his skin, with a little blood splashing. The Four People's Siege was far more powerful than Muring Feng's single-handed fight, and it was extremely dangerous. Puff! With a light sound, the sharp sword pierced Qin Wentian's body. However, almost at the same moment, a white light flashed in Qin Wentian's palm, and the throat of the young man with the sword was pierced by a dagger. He immediately dropped the sword and covered his throat with both hands, but this could not save his life. Qin Wentian had no time to watch his death. His body rushed out of the gap directly. His eyes were extremely cold. He had always hidden the dagger on his body. Once he attacked, it was a thunderbolt. He ran forward at a fast speed. Longbow and others seemed to have forgotten to chase. They saw their companions' hands covering their throats stained with blood, and then fell in front of them. This was the second person who died in Qin Wentian's hands. At the beginning of the battle, Qin Wentian unexpectedly killed a person in an instant. This time, it was another thunderbolt. The remaining 3 stared at Qin Wentian, their eyes as cold as a venomous snake. On Qin Wentian's chest, blood stained his clothes red. The sword just now obviously injured him. If it weren't for his fatal blow, I'm afraid the injury would be more serious. Wonderful. At this moment, a strange voice came. Qin Wentian and Longbow froze and looked towards the hillside. They saw Fang Li running back in a panic, his breath fluctuating, and blood at the corners of his mouth. His clothes on his arms were torn, and the sleeve arrows were exposed. Obviously, this magic weapon had been exposed, but he was still injured. We were sold out. Fan Li walked towards Qin Wentian and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Then several people appeared on the hillside, the 2 who chased Fan Li, and 2 others. One of them was thin, with a long face and cold eyes, giving people a sinister feeling. At this moment, there was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The word wonderful just came out of his mouth. There was another person standing next to him, which made Qin Wentian's pupils freeze. "Zhao Yi," Qin Wentian said coldly. Zhao Yi looked at him and said unhappily, "Don't blame me. It's you who is unkind first. If you had stayed just now, I'm afraid you would be dead now." Qin Wentian said calmly, "I just let you leave first. If I can get the blood flame fruit, you will naturally not be missing. I didn't expect. Now you can say whatever you want." Zhao Yi said coldly. "What nonsense is there to talk to such a person? We took him to train in the dark forest and gave him half of the demon core. Now it's good." Family said coldly. Qin Wentian shook his head and was too lazy to say anything more. There was no need to explain to such a person. The man next to Zhao Yi sneered and said, "Longbow, young Master Luo is nearby. I have asked someone to notify him. You can do whatever you want." Luo Qianqiu. Longbow's expression convinced and glanced at Zhao Yi coldly. This bastard actually brought Feng Lin, Luo Qianqiu's lackey. Since Luo Qianqiu knew about the blood flame fruit, everything was doomed. He could only fight for himself a little. "Feng Lin, I am willing to give the blood flame fruit to young Master Luo, but many of my brothers have died. Can you leave one for each of the living?" Longbow said to Feng Lin. "There are only a few blood flame fruits. Are you asking young Master Luo to leave them all for you?" Feng Lin pointed to the fruit tree in the distance. Longbow looked over there, his legs trembling, as if he had seen something incredible, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Feng Lin, there are still people. Longbow looked ugly. There were only a few fruits left on the blood flame fruit tree at this moment, and it was obviously stolen. But how could this be possible? Although they were fighting, how could they not feel anything when someone stole the fruits? How light must that person's movements be? I don't care if there are still people. Do you still want to keep these blood flame fruits? Feng Lin said aggressively. Longbow's face was ugly, and he cursed in his heart. If Feng Lin was not Luo Qianqiu's lackey, he would not care about this bastard, but now, his life is still important. He did hear that Luo Qianqiu was also training in the dark forest. Luo Qianqiu, but he dared not provoke him. I am willing to give them all to young Master Luo. Longbow said, causing Feng Lin to smile with satisfaction. Qin Wentian and Fan Li had been standing aside and watching. When they saw Longbow saying that he would give up the blood flame fruit, they couldn't help but look a little strange. It seems that you should discuss this with me, Qin Wentian said lightly. Suddenly, Longbow and Feng Lin all looked towards Qin Wentian. Longbow cursed inwardly that this guy was not asking for his own life, while Feng Lin smiled. Is he also a student of Emperor Star Academy? Feng Lin had been training with Luo Qianqiu in the dark forest and had not been back for half a year. The first freshman of Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian. Longbow said to Feng Lin. I see. Feng Lin touched his chin and looked at Qin Wentian and said, since you are a newcomer, you still have to learn to respect your senior brothers. Will you give me this blood flame fruit? Okay, I'll give it to you. Qin Wentian spread his hands, then glanced at Fan Li, and the two turned around and left. This scene made Longbow stunned. When did this guy become so easy to talk to? However, at this moment, a white snow dog slowly crawled down the slope to the bottom of the blood flame fruit tree, jumped onto the ancient tree in an instant, stretched out its furry claws and picked a blood flame fruit. After doing this, it poked its head out and looked at Longbow. It blinked a few times, as if it was depressed about how it was discovered. So it was this beast who did it. A cold light burst out of Longbow's eyes. That's Qin Wentian's pet. Zhao Yi saw the snowdog's expression solidified. Little bastard, eat the rest yourself. Qin Wentian's voice came from a distance. After hearing it, the little bastard threw the blood flame fruit on his claws directly into his mouth, and then his body suddenly grew larger, and he rushed towards the other blood flame fruits, but in an instant, those blood flame fruits kept entering his mouth. Quickly stop him. Feng Lin's expression suddenly became particularly wonderful, and he rushed towards the fruit tree quickly. However, before they arrived, the blood flame fruit on the blood flame fruit tree had been eaten up. The little bastard turned into a phantom and rushed down the hillside. When Feng Lin and Longbow chased him, they found that the guy had a bag in his mouth. In the bag, of course, there were other blood flame fruits. Evil beast. Bastard. Feng Lin and Longbow shouted loudly when they saw this scene, and chased after the little bastard frantically, but the little bastard was so fast that he turned into a white shadow and ran into the jungle. In the distance, Qin Wentian and the fat man showed bright smiles. That little guy should have eaten enough just now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. Meet again. An hour later, it was still the Hidden Valley. On the hillside, there were several figures standing there. The leader was about 17 years old and had a calm look. However, he gave people the illusion of being aloof, as if as long as he was there, the others would lose their brilliance and become a foil. Longbow and his companions stood at the bottom of the hillside, looking very restrained. Obviously, they did not catch up with the little bastard. The little guy was running around everywhere, and they could not keep up at all. They were soon thrown away. When they came back, Qin Wentian and Fan Li also slipped away, but they saw Luo Qianqiu and his companions appeared here. Where is the blood flame fruit? Luo Qianqiu's voice was calm, without any emotion, but it was just a casual question. Longbow immediately tensed up and said respectfully, Master Luo, Qin Wentian is too cunning. He held us back by himself, but let the monster he raised steal the blood flame fruit that I was going to offer to Master Luo. Feng Lin walked to Luo Qianqiu's side and said a few words to Luo Qianqiu. Luo Qianqiu's expression did not fluctuate at all. The first among freshmen, Qin Wentian? Luo Qianqiu, was not interested. Go find him. Luo Qianqiu uttered a cold voice, and Longbow bowed as if he had been pardoned, saying, Longbow will definitely do his best. As he said that, he led the few people behind him to the direction where Qin Wentian left. This valley is quite secretive, let's go and see if there are any other strange things. Luo Qianqiu ordered, and the people behind him flashed and immediately radiated in all directions, as if Luo Qianqiu's words and deeds were the will. Soon, only Feng Lin and Zhao Yi were left beside Luo Qianqiu. Zhao Yi, a freshman at the Imperial Star Academy, is willing to follow Luo Xiao in the future and wait for your orders. Zhao Yi bowed to Luo Qianqiu, who knew the status of the young man in front of him in the Imperial Star Academy. Luo Qianqiu, a genius, not only won the first place among freshmen in his first year at the Imperial Star Academy, but also swept the second-year students. In the second year, he joined the Shiro League and became one of the leaders. Luo Qianqiu has a strong talent, and his cultivation skills are very scary. Not only that, it is rumored that he was born in an extraordinary way, and few people dare to provoke him. In addition to his own talent, his cultivation is extremely hard. He used to fight life and death with his senior brothers from the Shiro League in Xianmeng Forest every day, and he would not stop until he died every time. People who are cruel to themselves will treat their enemies even more without a doubt. You betrayed your friends, you are not qualified to be my dog, get out. Luo Qianqiu spit out a cold voice, and Zhao Yi's face turned pale and his expression was extremely ugly. He had already betrayed Qin Wentian and wanted to get some blood flame fruit from Feng Lin, but the blood flame fruit was still taken away by Qin Wentian. At this moment, he was insulted by Luo Qianqiu. This made Zhao Yi's face twisted, and he turned and left silently. Luo Xiao, do you want to get rid of him? Feng Lin whispered beside Luo Qianqiu. This Zhao Yi could betray Qin Wentian, and he would also hate them, so it would be better to kill them. No need. Luo Qianqiu said calmly, and then walked towards this hidden valley. Luo Qianqiu, was such a person, he didn't bother to care about Zhao Yi, a small person, he had his own pride. Qin Wentian and Feng Li returned to the lake, waited for a while, and saw the little bastard holding a bag and flying quickly, and stopped beside Qin Wentian. Good guy. Qin Wentian opened the bag, and indeed saw 10 blood flame fruits were put in it. He couldn't help but rub the little bastard's head. The guy's body became smaller again, and then shook his tail, and rubbed his head on Qin Wentian's legs, as if asking for credit. Little bastard, the blood flame fruits you ate were digested, you are too wasteful. Feng Li came over and slapped the little bastard's head. The little bastard turned around and squatted on the ground, staring at Feng Li, and his little eyes actually had contempt, which made Feng Li roll his eyes. I didn't expect this guy to be able to hunt for treasures. Qin Wentian had a smile on his face. He shared the blood flame fruit with Feng Li and then left. He and the little bastard agreed to meet here, but Zhao Yi also knew this place. In order to avoid those people coming, he should find a place to take the blood flame fruit first to see if he can have the chance to impact the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian. It has been some time since Qin Wentian and Feng Li broke through the 2nd level of the Wheel Meridian. After experiencing the power of the Dark Forest, Feng Li successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the Wheel Meridian after taking 3 blood flame fruits in a row, which made Qin Wentian speechless. This is really a waste of heaven's gift. As for Qin Wentian, after taking 2 blood flame fruits, he continued to practice in the Dark Forest. Of course, he did not forget to practice. Finally, after 10 days, he broke through the realm and opened up the 3rd star Wheel Meridian. The flow of star energy in his body became smoother. The whole person seemed to have undergone another transformation. This feeling of breakthrough was very wonderful. Qin Wentian was not in a hurry to take the remaining 3 blood flame fruits. This kind of treasure is rare. If it weren't for the little guy leading the way, they would never find the valley. Moreover, there are many people who go to the Dark Forest for training. They are very lucky to meet them this time. These 3 fruits should be saved for the next breakthrough. They were not in a hurry to leave the Dark Forest. Now that they are stronger, Qin Wentian and Feng Li are more adept at hunting 4th level monsters. The birds belong to Qin Wentian and the beasts belong to Feng Li. In a blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. The leaves of the Dark Forest are falling, and it is magnificent. A burst of autumn has come. In the forest, You can often see two agile bodies with a snow-white puppy running around, hunting monsters, so that the monsters in this area will run away when they see the two of them, and regard them as demons. Qin Wentian's 9 Heavens Kunpeng art became more and more proficient, and the Kunpeng seal on his back was looming. Even his temperament had changed a little. Perhaps because he had swallowed too many demon spirits, Qin Wentian was full of demonic handsomeness. His bright eyes were as handsome as a demon. Even though he was dirty, he still couldn't hide the vitality in his eyes. He and Fan Li had grown a little taller. "Fatty, you're getting better and better." At this time, Qin Wentian took a dagger he had picked up and skillfully split the head of a demon beast, took out the demon core from it, and smiled at the fat man. These days, Fan Li's fat body has indeed lost a lot of weight. "I'm a man who wants to chase a goddess, so of course I have to be more handsome." Fan Li grinned and said, "Boss, you seem to have some unused blood flame fruit on you, right? How about giving me some?" "Get lost, you're dreaming of trying to get my attention after you've eaten your own." Qin Wentian looked at the fat man with contempt. The fat man wanted to rush to the 4th level of the wheel meridian in one breath, and he also ate the remaining 2 blood flame fruits, but his realm remained at the peak of the 3rd level of the wheel meridian. "No loyalty," Fan Li muttered, and then got up and left. At this time, a cry for help came, and Qin Wentian and Fan Li flashed. After a moment, they saw several people chasing a very embarrassed figure. "Zhao Yi." Fan Li showed an interesting look and looked at the person being chased. Zhao Yi stopped and saw Qin Wentian and Fan Li appear. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes and he shouted, "Qin Wentian, Fan Li, save me, they want to kill me." The men rushed forward and surrounded Zhao Yi. One of them looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li and said, "Friends, this person stole the monster core we put aside while we were fighting the monster. You'd better not interfere. They are lying. They killed someone and took the monster core." Zhao Yi's face changed drastically and his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian and Fan Li. This was his only chance. "For a person like you, I would be polite if I didn't kill you myself," Fan Li said coldly. Zhao Yi, who was originally their companion, actually brought people to deal with them, putting them in danger. At that time, Zhao Yi felt at ease. Zhao Yi's face froze, and he looked at Qin Wentian again, saying, "Qin Wentian, we are companions, save me. Sincerity will only be given once, and it will never come again if you miss it." Qin Wentian said coldly, and then prepared to leave. "They have blood flame fruit on them." Zhao Yi suddenly pointed at Qin Wentian and Fan Li and roared, "Yes, and there are more than one. They took the blood flame fruit from a blood flame fruit tree, there are more than a dozen." Qin Wentian and Fan Li stopped again, and saw that Zhao Yi's face was extremely distorted at this moment, staring at Qin Wentian and Fan Li. It was the two of them who made him so miserable. "Haha, it's really lively." A voice came from a distance, and then a group of figures ran over quickly. There were a total of 6 people, and it turned out to be Longbow and his group. "Qin Wentian, there are so many blood flame fruits, they should still be there." Longbow's eyes were cold, and at the same time, the group of people on the other side looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li with greed. Qin Wentian remembered a saying that was circulated in the dark forest, that the most dangerous thing is often not the monster, but the human heart. Qin Wentian heard this sentence when he was chatting with a group of adventurers last time. "Qin Wentian, Fan Li, you are ready to die," Zhao Yi said fiercely. However, the next moment, Qin Wentian's body turned into a phantom, Zhao Yi's pupils shrank, and his steps back. A flash of blood flashed by, and Zhao Yi's throat was directly cut by the dagger. He covered his throat with both hands, with desperate fear in his eyes, staring at Qin Wentian. His feet knelt down, and then fell softly. The fear in his eyes was still there. He never thought that his young life would end like this. Many scenes suddenly emerged in his mind. He was so young. He entered the Emperor Star Academy. He was full of vigor and vitality. He invited Qin Wentian and Fan Li to enter the dark forest together. Qin Wentian and Fan Li took him to hunt monsters, which made him constantly improve his strength. That excitement made him full of hope for the future. But all this, along with the appearance of the blood flame fruit, completely changed, and his life came to an end. P.S. Today is Monday, everyone recommends and supports it. I am in tears. I hope that old readers who read books everywhere can also come to Jiutian and Chuangxi to support Wuhan. Thank you very much. Chapter 70 Visitors from Jiutian Country. The dagger in Qin Wentian's hand was dripping with blood. He was extremely calm. This calmness made Longbow feel a hint of danger. The magic axe was sacrificed, and Longbow released his Star Soul. The Star Soul axe seemed to be integrated with a magic weapon in his hand, and it was even more domineering. Qin Wentian put a lot of pressure on him last time. This time, it is better to be careful. The people around him released their Star Souls one after another, ready to fight. Family quietly pulled away and sacrificed the bow and arrow Star Soul. Qin Wentian casually put away the dagger in his hand, and then took out a pair of gloves from his body. The silver gloves reflected a dazzling light, which was particularly dazzling. This was the magic weapon that Qin Wentian refined for himself. He slowly put on the gloves. The boy was always so quiet and indifferent. "Be careful," Longbow said to his companions, but Qin Wentian turned around casually and looked at the crowd that had just chased Zhao Yi. He smiled at them. There was a strange light in the faces of those people. This handsome boy was so calm that people felt a little afraid. His smile was clean and peaceful, but with a calmness that was not in line with his age. Suddenly, vines spread to Qin Wentian's body in an instant, and wrapped around Qin Wentian's body in an instant, and then pulled violently. Seeing this scene, Longbow and others completely burst out with murderous aura, and took a step forward. At this moment, 9 arrows fell from the sky in the void and rushed straight to Longbow and others. Longbow raised his axe and chopped it out suddenly, as if he had the momentum of opening a mountain, and he was extremely domineering. At the same time, the strong man with the ancient tree Star Soul rolled Qin Wentian's body to his side. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sharp wooden blade pierced Qin Wentian's heart. Qin Wentian's body actually floated towards him along the vines. His body was like a phantom, and there was a faint sense of blur, which made the man's pupils shrink. The vines wrapped around Qin Wentian were released. Qin Wentian was using the power of the vines to get closer to him. Roar! With a dragon roar, the dragon-subduing fist blasted out, and the violent dragon claws smashed the wooden thorns in sharp blades. A silver dragon claw flashed in the void, and the man with the ancient tree Star Soul instantly bleed from his throat, and could no longer stop. The third level of the wheel meridian. Longbow's face was ashen, and arrows shot at him frantically, leaving him no time to care about anything else. After Qin Wentian killed one person, the other 4 attacked the step at the same time, but Qin Wentian's footsteps suddenly trembled towards the ground, and the earth seemed to be shaking. The 3-star wheel meridians had endless divine essence roaring and roaring, and then burst out from his palm, and it was amplified by the magic weapon gloves. In the void, huge palm prints seemed to overlap, like a huge wave of palm prints, making a roaring sound, and all attacks were crushed. The 4 people in front of Qin Wentian showed a look of horror. Boom! The terrifying wheel seal hit them, destroying all 4 people in an instant, and killing them with one blow. Fanli's bow and arrows did not continue to shoot arrows, but Longbow's heart was trembling. Seeing Qin Wentian rushing towards him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Retreat means death. Longbow roared, and chopped with an axe, as if to split the world and destroy everything. Qin Wentian did not dodge. He wore silver gloves and blasted the wheel seal again. The giant axe was directly shaken away. Then Qin Wentian's palm grabbed Longbow's throat, and his body continued to rush forward. Crack! Longbow was held by the throat by Qin Wentian and retreated, and a large tree was directly cracked. His blood was surging and his face was pale. "Don't kill me." As soon as Longbow finished speaking, the silver glove passed over his throat. His eyes widened, and there was only despair in his eyes. He covered his throat with both hands, and his body slowly fell down against a cracked tree. Huh? Those who were chasing Zhao Yi felt their whole bodies tense up. The relaxed smile on their faces disappeared, and they were replaced by a solemn face, looking vigilantly at the boy who turned around. They obviously didn't expect that the boy who looked quiet and peaceful would be so domineering and ruthless when he took action. "Let's go." Qin Wentian smiled at Fan Li, then raised his feet and left. Fan Li walked forward quickly and left here. Those people were relieved. One of them looked at the backs of Qin Wentian and Fan Li, and his eyes were still full of fluctuations. "If you meet this person in the future, be polite and don't provoke him," the man said, and the others nodded. They had been adventuring in the dark forest for many years and were used to cold killing, but seeing the calmness of the boy when he killed just now still made him feel a little scared. If he doesn't die, this boy will definitely become something great in the future. Another person whispered. Qin Wentian and Fan Li were walking in the forest. Fan Li looked at Qin Wentian with a strange look in his eyes. "What are you looking at? Are you jealous that I'm more handsome than you?" Qin Wentian looked at Fan Li and smiled. Fan Li shook his head, You seem to have changed a lot since the first time I saw you. Back then, you seemed to be always worried. Although you were cruel to your enemies, you were not as calm and decisive as you are now. People are always changing." Qin Wentian smiled and said, "You are also so serious now." Fanel held his head with both hands from behind, raised his head slightly, with a smile on his face. "Yes, people will always change and become more suitable for this world, but one day, will we be unable to find our original selves? In front of my brothers, I will always be the original me, no matter what the future holds." Qin Wentian looked at Fanel. Although there was dust on his face, in Fanel's eyes, this face was particularly clean, especially the bright smile, which made people feel comfortable from the heart. "Yes, brotherhood, this life will never change." Fanel looked into the distance, vaguely remembering the scene of their first meeting, which was very ordinary and ordinary, without a sensation, but the feelings between men are sometimes so simple and without reason. As the autumn weather deepened, the colorful fallen leaves formed a beautiful and desolate ancient road in the forest. Along the ancient road, two teenagers walked out. They looked up at the ancient town outside the imperial city in front of them, with a clean smile on their faces. "Hey, which academy kid is lucky to have come out alive?" Several adventurers next to them grinned at the two of them. Such young boys are usually people who have been trained in the academy. "Yes, you are lucky." Qin Wentian looked at the big man who was talking and said with a smile, "You should not run to the dark forest at such a young age. I'm afraid that handsome boy has not tasted the taste of women yet. Do you want your sister to help you?" The hot woman next to the big man was wearing a tight adventure suit, and her breasts were looming, making people salivate. "Third sister, you are too unkind. You don't even let children go. If you need anything, come to me." The big man laughed, staring at the woman's plump parts viciously. "Are you as handsome as others?" the woman said contemptuously, and the group of adventurers laughed and stepped into the dark forest. "Come back safely," Qin Wentian shouted to them as a blessing. The big man waved his hand with his back to him and said, "I can't bear to die if I don't eat this monster. I hope they can always be so heroic and not intrigue." Qin Wentian blessed in his heart and walked towards the direction of the imperial city with Fanli. It was still the majestic Dongshan Gate. He encountered the linkage of the 9 courtyards when he first stepped into the imperial city. Now, it has been 7 months since then. Time flies so fast. Qin Wentian sighed. The autumn wind blew on his body with a little coolness. The face of the boy was less mature than before, and more tough. He was gradually maturing. On the avenue of the Chu State Imperial City, there was a long queue. In this queue, dragon horses with tentacles pulled a carriage. 8 dragon horses pulled one carriage. What was surprising was that these dragon horses had wings. This was a mutant dragon horse, a pterosaur horse, which was a very precious species. It could fly in the air and travel tens of thousands of miles a day. The carriage was pulled by 8 dragon horses, which showed that the person in the carriage was of high status. In addition, there were a large number of guards in front, behind, left and right of him. An old man in front of the carriage closed his eyes to rest, but the aura on his body was hard to see. Behind the guards, there was a group of young men. They were full of energy, looking around and sizing up the imperial city of Chu. On the left and right of the avenue, many people were whispering. It is said that the person in the carriage is one of the candidates for the crown princess of Jiutian country. I don't know why she came to Chu. Those young people are disciples of the Wufu of Jiutian National Academy. I heard that the people who will welcome them this time will be the Royal Academy. I'm afraid these people came to test the strength of the disciples of the Chu Royal Academy. The crowd was talking among themselves. Qin Wentian and Fan Li passed by here and heard the crowd talking. They couldn't help but be curious. The crown princess of Jiutian country actually brought people to Chu. In the carriage surrounded by pterosaurs, a white hand reached out and lifted the curtain from inside the carriage, revealing a pair of beautiful faces. A very beautiful woman, 18 years old, with soft eyes, very charming, as if she had something on her mind. Qin Wentian also looked over there, and the moment he saw that face, his body trembled violently, and he froze there. Chapter 71 Luo Qianqiu. Sister Yao. Qin Wentian's eyes were blank, looking at that face. Surprisingly, it was Qin Yao. As if she had sensed something, Qin Yao's eyes also looked towards Qin Wentian. The moment she saw Qin Wentian, her heart suddenly trembled, and there was a violent fluctuation in her beautiful eyes. She wanted to rush down and recognize Qin Wentian. The two people's eyes collided in the air, and Qin Wentian reacted and strode towards that side. No, Wentian is now valued in the Emperor Star Academy and has established a firm foothold. I'd better not recognize him, so as not to drag him into the right and wrong. Qin Yao's heart trembled slightly when she saw Qin Wentian coming, and then she lowered the curtain and said at the same time, "Hurry up." As soon as her voice fell, the group of people moved forward faster. Qin Wentian had already rushed into the crowd and ran towards Qin Yao, but he saw a figure riding a horse blocking his way and said coldly, "Don't get close." Qin Wentian's eyes condensed, and he felt the powerful momentum of the person on the horse. He knew that he couldn't rush over. How could this happen? Sister Yao saw me, why did she pretend not to know me? Qin Wentian stayed where he was. The knight glanced at him coldly, and when he saw that Qin Wentian had stopped moving, he turned and left. Soon, the group of people disappeared, leaving Qin Wentian standing there in a daze. "Do you know the people inside?" Fan Li walked over and asked, still looking at Qin Wentian in front of him, and nodded. "I heard from people on the side of the road that she was one of the candidates for the crown princess of Jiutian country." "You didn't recognize the wrong person, did you?" Fan Li muttered. "Jiutian country, that's right. Sister Yao went to Jiutian country to practice at the beginning of the year. What happened in the past 7 or 8 months?" Qin Wentian was a little confused. "Jiutian country, a candidate for the crown princess? Let's go." With doubts, Qin Wentian turned around and continued to head towards the direction of the Emperor Star Academy. He was going to get more information about Qin Yao's affairs. He must find out what was going on. After Qin Wentian and Fanel brought the little bastard back to the academy, they found that many people looked at them with a bit of strangeness, and they couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Although they are now somewhat famous in the Imperial Star Academy, the eyes of the people today seem a bit strange, as if, sympathy. Qin Wentian is back. This guy has been out for more than 2 months of training. It is said that he went to the dark forest quietly, but this time he came back. I'm afraid he's in trouble. Many people whispered. The news that Qin Wentian returned to the Imperial Star Academy quickly spread in the academy. When Qin Wentian returned to his residence, he found that there were many people outside his residence, and Xinren was there too. "Xinren, why are you here?" Qin Wentian asked suspiciously. "How did you offend Luo Qianqiu?" Xinren said anxiously. Qin Wentian and Fanel looked at each other. Luo Qianqiu, they didn't seem to know this person, right? 20 days ago, after Luo Qianqiu returned to the academy, he sent someone to pass on a message, asking you to meet him after you returned to the academy. Xinren continued. Luo Qianqiu, could it be that Luo Xiao? Qin Wentian murmured. When he was fighting for the blood flame fruit in the past, Zhao Yu showed up with Feng Lin and said that Luo Xiao was nearby. Longbow immediately offered the blood flame fruit. Yes, it should be Luo Qianqiu. You guys are really good at getting into trouble. Xinren sighed. Luo Qianqiu is a celebrity in the academy. He's extremely talented. At the beginning, the elders fought fiercely for him. He is at the 7th level of the Wheelbane realm. Few people dare to provoke him. Even the people of the Knights Alliance are very afraid of Luo Qianqiu and never offend him. I have also offended people from the Knights Alliance. Since it is inevitable, there is no need to care about one more. Qin Wentian seemed very calm. Luo Qianqiu was really domineering. He had snatched the blood flame fruit in the dark forest by himself, and it was already his. When he arrived at the academy, Luo Qianqiu actually came to trouble him and asked him to go see him. You haven't figured it out yet. Luo Qianqiu is different from the Knights Alliance. The Knights Alliance has some reservations when they act, but Luo Qianqiu is different. He always does whatever he wants and dares to do anything. He has done everything except killing people in the academy. He once killed several strong men because of a disagreement. Moreover, it is said that the power behind him is very terrifying. Xinren said anxiously. It's good that you understand. At this time, a voice came. Qin Wentian and the others turned around and saw a man coming. It was Feng Lin who appeared with Zhao Yi at the beginning. You dare to steal young Master Luo's things. Later, take the things and go to the Shura Alliance to ask for forgiveness. Maybe young Master Luo will punish you too leniently. Feng Lin looked at Qin Wentian and Fan Li. It was these two guys and the dog who stole the blood flame fruit. Steal. Qin Wentian and Fan Li were stunned. Whoever gets the treasure in the dark forest will own it, right? How can it be called stealing? At that time, Luo Qianqiu didn't seem to be there. Qin Wentian said lightly. What Feng Lin said was a bit too absurd. Since Longbow gave the blood flame fruit to Luo Xiao, it already belongs to Luo Xiao. No one can get their hands on it. Seeing Qin Wentian's rebuttal, Feng Lin couldn't help but shout coldly, "Don't think that you are qualified to disobey Luo Xiao's wishes just because you are valued by the academy now. Luo Xiao can kill a person like Muring Feng with one hand." Feng Lin flicked his sleeves, turned around and left, and continued, "If I don't see you come to apologize within a day, you will bear the consequences. You can't bear Luo Xiao's anger." Qin Wentian looked at Feng Lin's back as he left, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. "It's amazing that a lackey can be so arrogant." Family said coldly. "Why are teacher and sister Ruahun here too?" At this time, Qin Wentian saw two figures in the distance. They turned out to be Mo Shang and Ruahun. "Junior brother, you are really good at causing trouble." Ruahun smiled at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian smile bitterly. It seems that Luo Qianqiu is indeed extraordinary, otherwise, teacher Mo Shang and sister Ruahun would not appear here. "I didn't provoke him at all." Qin Wentian shrugged and then explained what happened. "Blood flame fruit, no wonder." Ruahun understood after hearing what Qin Wentian said. Treasures are very attractive, especially the blood flame fruit, which can help the strong in the Wheel Meridian realm break through the realm. Wentian. At this time, Mo Shang looked at Qin Wentian and said slowly, "From this incident, it can be seen that there is nothing wrong with what you did. On the contrary, you have done very well. However, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. Everything is determined by strength. You are just unlucky and happen to meet Luo Qianqiu." "Luo Qianqiu?" Qin Wentian whispered. When he offended Hao Chen, Mo Shuang did not take it seriously. Obviously, in Mo Shuang's eyes, Luo Qianqiu was more important than Hao Chen. "Wentian, since you have walked out of Xianyang City, you should understand one thing. Although the outside world is wonderful, it is also dangerous. There are many strong people, many children of big forces, and countless people with outstanding talents. Although you are extremely talented, it is not as easy as you think to grow up. Many geniuses died in their youth." Mo Shuang said slowly to Qin Wentian, "This is still in the academy. One day when you leave the academy and travel the mainland, you will find it even more so, so sometimes you need to be patient. Teacher, tell Wentian if you have something to say." "I understand all this." Qin Wentian smiled bitterly, knowing that Mo Shang had something to say, but was afraid of hurting him. Mo Shuang's expression froze, then nodded slightly. "Go see Luo Qianqiu. If there is anyone in this academy who dares to kill you, then Luo Qianqiu must be one of them." Qin Wentian's pupils contracted and asked, "What is the identity of this Luo Qianqiu?" "You don't need to know for the time being." Mo Shang responded, "Our Yuo Huan will accompany you. If there is any blood flame fruit, give it to Luo Qianqiu." Qin Wentian pondered for a moment, then nodded and smiled, "I will go to see him." Qin Wentian understood that teacher Mo Shang was doing this for his own good. Since Luo Qianqiu wanted him to see him, he would go. "In that case, if you have anything to say, talk to Ruahun. I'm leaving first." Mo Shang said and left. Ruahun rubbed Qin Wentian's head and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you have grown taller and seem to be more handsome." Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly, "Senior sister, I want to ask you for help with something." "What is it?" Ruahun asked curiously. "I just saw my sister Qin Yao in the Imperial City, and she came with the people of Jiutian country. It is said that she is one of the candidates for the crown princess of Jiutian country. Can you find out about this?" "Okay, leave this to me. I will come to you tomorrow and then go to see Luo Qianqiu. How about it?" "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded. Ruahun and Xinren also left, leaving only Fanal and Qin Wentian. Fanal looked at Qin Wentian and asked, "Are you really going? Did you see that even teacher Mo Shang is here? I have to meet him." Qin Wentian walked into the room, and Fanal followed him in, feeling quite depressed. "It seems that in the future, we must remember to cut the grass and root it out." Qin Wentian understood what Fanal meant. If they had enough strength at that time to get rid of Longbow and others as well as Feng Lin, there would not be the current situation. "What about the blood flame fruit? Are you going to give it up too?" Fanal looked at Qin Wentian curiously. He knew that although Qin Wentian seemed casual, he was very proud in his heart. It would be a bit embarrassing to go and apologize and hand over the blood flame fruit. Qin Wentian took out the remaining blood flame fruit and threw it directly into his mouth, eating it all in one bite, which made Fanal's eyes suddenly freeze. This guy is really cruel. After Qin Wentian swallowed the blood flame fruit, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. He hoped that Luo Qianqiu would not go too far. As for the blood flame fruit, how could he hand it over? In this world, strength is the most important thing. Without strength, what can you be proud of? Without strength, what can you use to maintain your dignity? Without strength, you can't even protect yourself, so how can you protect your relatives and friends? Chapter 72, Life and Death. Qin Wentian swallowed all the remaining blood flame fruits in one gulp. He agreed to go see Luo Qianqiu, but it was impossible for him to hand over the blood flame fruit that could improve his strength. If his strength was stronger than Luo Qianqiu, he would not go to see Luo Qianqiu. The 3 blood flame fruits instantly set Qin Wentian's body on fire. Qin Wentian's face was red, his blood was boiling, and it seemed that blood could drip from his face. There seemed to be a terrifying force in his body burning his chakra and acupoints. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth, and the frantic and violent divine essence and star energy combined with the effect of the medicine to madly attack the acupoints and chakra. A rumbling sound came from Qin Wentian's body, as if the sea was roaring. Fan Li ran over to close the door, secretly cursing Qin Wentian a lunatic. The sound of puffing continued to be heard, and Qin Wentian's body was churning. The terrifying divine essence was attacking frantically. It lasted for about half a day. There was a rustling sound in his body, and another new wheel meridian was opened up. Infinite energy flowed and reached the whole body through this new wheel meridian. Has it reached the 4th level of wheel meridian? Fan Li turned over in bed. Feeling the breath of Qin Wentian, his eyes flickered. The effect of the blood flame fruit had not disappeared. Pervert. Fan Li cursed and fell asleep. When he woke up, he found Qin Wentian asleep. There seemed to be starlight outside the window falling on Qin Wentian's body. Obviously, this guy started practicing again immediately after using the effect of the blood flame fruit. Qin Wentian, whose cultivation level had broken through again, could store more star energy in his body. He needed more star energy to condense the divine essence, but now he was condensing the divine essence much faster than before. After Qin Wentian woke up, he was still immersed in his practice. Feeling the more surging power in his body, his mood could not help but improve a little. Qin Wentian now has a strong desire for strength. Sometimes he would think that it would be better if time could pass faster. When Ruahun came, Qin Wentian was still practicing. Fan Li woke him up and saw Ruahun looking at him with a smile, saying, "Junior brother, you are really hard-working. Sister, don't laugh at me. My strength is so weak. If I don't become stronger, I'm afraid I won't know how I will die in the future." Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. "It's already very good. After all, you have been practicing for less than a year." Ruahun's beautiful eyes flickered, and she smiled and said, "The things you asked me to inquire about have been done. Qin Yao, indeed came to Chu as one of the candidates for the Crown Princess of Jiutian. However, according to the information I know, she has almost no hope of becoming the Crown Princess of Jiutian. I'm afraid she can only be the concubine of His Majesty of Jiutian in the future." Qin Wentian's expression froze. Concubine? After the Marshal of Chu, it was indeed difficult for Qin Yao to become the main wife of the royal family in Jiutian. I must ask Sister Qin Yao, is it her own will or is she forced by others? Qin Wentian took a deep breath. What is she doing in Chu? Qin Wentian asked. She and some young people from Jiutian National Academy's Wufu came to the Royal Academy to practice, but according to my guess, your sister Qin Yao may have another purpose, in order to save Qin Hao and Qin Chuan, to put pressure on Chu in the name of Jiutian. Qin Wentian nodded. Qin Yao would certainly want to save Grandpa Qin and his father. In addition, I have to tell you some bad news. Ruahun continued, Huo Chen, his cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the Wheel Meridian realm, and his strength is a little stronger than before. Got it. Qin Wentian nodded, secretly sighing in his heart. Everyone is working hard to practice and improve themselves. If he is not strong, others will leave him further and further behind. Okay, we should go see Luo Qianqiu. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and then Ruahun took him and Fan Li away. At the trial stage of the Imperial Star Academy, 2 figures were fighting each other. Although they were fighting each other, their methods were extremely ruthless and deadly. There were many people watching and the atmosphere was very popular. After returning this time, Luo Qianqiu's strength has become stronger. Even Nanshan can't stand up to his offensive. Well, in the future, Luo Xiao will sooner or later become the true leader of our Shura League. Many people looked at the two figures on the trial stage and nodded with a smile. Luo Qianqi was indeed a demon of his generation. His growth rate was too fast. This was only the second year he entered the academy, and he was already so terrifying. On the stage, a strong collision sound came out, and then the two figures separated. Then Nanshan smiled and said, Qianqi, you have become stronger again. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can't be your opponent. Luo Qianqi was wearing a green gown, which made him look neat and tidy. His handsome face and flying long hair made people look up to him. He is Luo Qianqi, a legendary figure of the last Emperor Star Academy. Now, he has grown to the peak strength of the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm, and his fighting power will be even stronger, crossing realms. Luo Qianqi did not deny Nanshan's words. In fact, even if he and Nanshan were to fight a life and death battle now, he did not think he would lose. Young Master Luo. At this moment, Feng Lin shouted below the trial stage, and then looked not far away, only to see three figures coming, namely Ruohan, Qin Wentian and Fanel. The two people next to Ruohan are Qin Wentian and Fanel. They were the ones who did what happened back then. Feng Lin said, and Luo Qianqi's eyes slowly turned and looked towards Ruohan. His eyes instantly locked onto Qin Wentian. Is this person the top freshman of this year? Qin Wentian, Fanel and others walked to a place not far below the trial stage and stopped, looking at the figure on the stage. This person's temperament was extraordinary and unrestrained, and standing there seemed to attract everyone's attention. Although Huo Chen is also powerful, he's extremely cold. If Luo Qianqi is compared with Huo Chen, Luo Qianqi is probably more arrogant. Luo Qianqi stood there calmly, looking at Qin Wentian below, and said, "You are the one who took my blood flame fruit." His. Qin Wentian and Fan Li shook their heads secretly, but they also understood that in the current situation, Luo Qianqi said that it was his, and it was his. I didn't know Brother Luo when I was fighting for the blood flame fruit in the past. I hope Brother Luo won't blame me. Qin Wentian said. Don't talk nonsense. I believe there are still blood flame fruits. Bring them all. Luo Qianqi stood on the trial battle stage, his voice was still indifferent and calm. Everyone around looked at the figure. Although Qin Wentian was also a man of the hour, he was still far behind Luo Qianqi. The two of them were not at the same level. The people of Shur League also showed an interesting look. This guy even dared to interfere with the Luo Qianqi's blood flame fruit. He was quite courageous. I have already consumed all the blood flame fruit. I hope you can forgive me, senior brother. Qin Wentian was still polite, but everyone showed an interesting look. Without the blood flame fruit, there was no point for Qin Wentian to come. Luo Qianqi raised his feet and walked down the steps to the trial arena, saying, "How dare you swallow my things?" As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure rushed towards Qin Wentian, as if there was a faint flash of lightning, and the momentum and pressure were extremely strong. Dong. Qin Wentian steadied his steps and looked at Luo Qianqi. Teacher Mo Shang and Ruohan asked him to come. He came to show his attitude, but he had already taken the blood flame fruit yesterday and had no intention of handing it over. What Luo Qianqi wanted to do was not something he could control. Ruohan's beautiful eyes beside him flashed a strange color, and she looked at Qin Wentian with a bitter smile. This guy actually took all the blood flame fruit. Dong. Luo Qianqi stepped off the stage, and his momentum was even stronger. Like a raging wind and huge waves, he hit Qin Wentian. The terrifying thunder power became more and more terrifying. The people around looked at Luo Qianqi and secretly thought of his tyranny. This Qin Wentian was unlucky, but no one sympathized with him. This is a world where strength is respected. Dong. Taking the third step, Luo Qianqi descended in front of Qin Wentian with a crushing attitude. Then he raised his fist and blasted towards Qin Wentian. The explosive thunder power seemed to destroy everything. Qin Wentian felt his scalp numb and was under great pressure. Gathering all his strength, Qin Wentian looked extremely calm. He took a step forward, and when Luo Qianqi's fist came to attack, the wheel seal blasted out. A loud noise was heard, and the huge wind and waves instantly destroyed the palm seal. The terrifying force hit Qin Wentian, causing him to groan. His body exploded back, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Ruo Huan's beautiful eyes flickered. She did not help Qin Wentian. There were some things that Qin Wentian had to face by himself. Crazy. The crowd looked at Luo Qianqi's figure, and saw him step forward again, his body rushing out like the wind, with murderous aura. Qin Wentian raised his head, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his calm eyes. As the strong wind got closer and closer, the murderous aura in his eyes became more and more intense. Show mercy. At this moment, a loud noise came from the void, and then the crowd saw a figure flying in the air. Luo Qianqiu's fist stopped in front of Qin Wentian, and the terrifying momentum blew on Qin Wentian's face, causing his long hair to fly backwards. Luo Qianqiu did not look at Qin Wentian, who was so close to him, but raised his head and looked at the white-clothed figure in the void. Ling Hua. Luo Qianqiu looked at the figure walking in the void. How about giving me a favor? Ling Hua said. Luo Qianqiu glanced at Qin Wentian. Even at this moment, his expression was still so calm. Perhaps in his heart, he did not take Qin Wentian seriously at all. Okay, since the leader of Qingyuan League has spoken in person, I will let it go. Luo Qianqiu turned around. The people of Shiro League watched this scene with interest. They did not expect that Ling Hua would plead for Qin Wentian. They thought that if Luo Qianqiu wanted to kill Qin Wentian, it would be the academy that came forward. The people of Shiro League laughed. The crowd looked at Luo Qianqiu's back with a trace of admiration. Who didn't know the evildoer Luo Qianqiu of Daixing Academy? Compared with him, Qin Wentian today is still not important enough. Today, he can be considered to have saved his life. Qin Wentian still stood there, his left sleeve covering his palm. Inside his sleeve, he held a golden short sword, the third-level divine weapon, the golden punishment sword. Did Qin Wentian really save his life? If Ling Hua hadn't appeared, it might not have been Qin Wentian who died. Chapter 73 Penance. Qin Wentian's expression remained calm. He saw the indifference in Luo Qianqiu's eyes. The other party didn't care about him at all. What Luo Qianqiu wanted was the blood flame fruit. In his opinion, the blood flame fruit belonged to him, Luo Qianqiu. He didn't care about his life or death. In Luo Qianqiu's eyes, killing him or not might not matter. Quietly putting away the golden punishment sword in his sleeve, Qin Wentian smiled at Luo Qianqiu, who was leaving. He didn't care whether Luo Qianqiu was a demon in the academy, but now, he cared. Today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. Junior brother. Ruahun called out. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and smiled at Ruahun, as if he had forgotten what happened just now. Before he trampled on Luo Qianqiu's strength, what could he care about? Thank you, senior brother. Qin Wentian looked at Ling Hua in the void again and thanked him. If Ling Hua hadn't appeared, he would have killed Luo Qianqiu, no matter who the other party was, but when he wanted to kill him, how could he let him go? But after killing Luo Qianqiu, he was afraid that he would be in big trouble. Ling Hua's appearance at least allowed him to avoid that situation. What he needed more now was to quietly improve his strength. You're welcome, work hard. Ling Hua smiled and nodded at Qin Wentian, then walked away. Senior sister, I have to ask you for a favor. Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun and spoke again. Are you still polite to me? Ruahun said while hugging Qin Wentian's arm. I want to see my sister Qin Yao. Is there any way for senior sister to arrange it for me? Qin Wentian said. Your sister should be in the Royal Academy now. I'll think of a way. I'll find you if there's any news. Ruahun's beautiful eyes showed a thoughtful look. She still has some connections in the Imperial Star Academy. Thank you for troubling senior sister. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Okay, don't take this kind of trivial matter to heart. Improving your strength is what you should do. Yes, I understand. Qin Wentian's mouth curled up slightly, as if there was a hint of cynicism. Luo Qianqiu, Huo Chen, and the Knights Alliance were really becoming more and more exciting. With them accompanying him on the road to growth, he would definitely not be alone. He, Qin Wentian, was happy to accept these challenges. All of this would spur him to become stronger. After returning to his residence, Qin Wentian spent a few days to continue to consolidate his cultivation. The medicinal effects of the 3 blood flame fruits from last time were still there, and Qin Wentian continued to extract them, constantly stimulating the acupoints and opening up the chakra. Occasionally, he went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion to refine divine weapons and bring some meteorites to practice. The practice of the divine refining atlas consumes a lot of meteorites. Family seemed to be stimulated as well. He practiced very hard these days and would go to the Xianxing Pavilion and Xian Palace from time to time. The dreamland of Xianmeng Forest, the city of fantasy dreams. In an open area, 2 people were fighting. One of them was wearing a knight's robe, and the other was wearing a simple white robe. However, on his face, he wore a mask, a fiery unicorn mask, revealing a wild aura. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the man in the knight's robe had his arm broken, and he was in so much pain that he kept sweating. However, the figure in the white robe had no intention of letting him go. His arm was like a dragon claw, and suddenly trembled on his other hand. In an instant, a scream was heard, and the other arm was broken abruptly. "Who are you, and which academy are you from?" The knight's face was pale, and he roared angrily. He was a member of the Knight Alliance of the Imperial Star Academy, and someone dared to kill him like this. Crack! There were 2 consecutive sounds, and his feet were broken abruptly, and he laid down like a dead person. The figure in the white robe immediately flashed away and disappeared here in an instant. Not long after, a group of knights came and saw their companions curled up on the ground. Their pupils all shot out cold light and asked, "Who did it?" This was a cruel punishment. Only enemies would do this in dreams. "I don't know," wearing a Qin mask. The man twitched in pain and said, "Kill me first." "Yes." One of them nodded slightly, and pierced the man's head with a spear, killing him, and the man immediately left the dream. Qin Wentian ran in the dream city. His body was like a soaring rock, very cool, with a Qin mask on his face. Since the members of the Knights Alliance can enter the dream wearing knight robes, he thought about whether it would be the same to wear a mask outside and enter the dream. Obviously, he succeeded, and with a Qin mask, he would punish any member of the Knights Alliance who was alone and not too strong without hesitation. At the beginning, those cold spears pierced into Fang Li's body and stirred it. Qin Wentian would never forget it. Qin Wentian stopped on a wide circular stone platform. He turned around slowly and said, "You've been following me for so long, come out." A figure walked out from the side of a building. She was a woman with a graceful figure and beautiful curves. However, her face could not be seen because she was wearing a mask like Qin Wentian. "I saw your fight." The dragon subduing fist plus the grappling hands were quite ruthless. The woman said in a clear voice and walked slowly towards Qin Wentian. "Then what?" Qin Wentian asked calmly. "I want to try how fast you are." As the woman spoke, her body rushed towards Qin Wentian like a gust of wind. Her palm suddenly slapped out, and it was like a terrible storm tearing through. Qin Wentian took continuous steps, which were extremely superb. The whole person moved and flashed, turning into a series of afterimages. HMPH. The woman snorted coldly, and the gust of wind palm became more and more fierce, sweeping through the space like a sharp blade. Her speed was also very fast. The body movements of the 2 people were extremely exquisite. Then, as the fight continued, the woman was quite surprised. Each of her palms brushed past the opponent's body. Every time it seemed that she was about to succeed, she was just a little short. The opponent was always able to avoid it at the most thrilling moment, and her body movements were perfect. Suddenly, the star soul was released, and a terrifying storm blew up in this space. The woman shouted lightly, and endless palm power blasted out in the storm at the same time. Qin Wentian felt that the surroundings were all covered, and he could only raise his hand to attack. Dragon roars were heard, and his fists were instantly blasted away, but his body moved with a force and floated down in the distance. Very cool. "Is it useful to hide?" The woman shouted coldly, and her body movements became faster. A violent hurricane seemed to be about to roll Qin Wentian into the storm. Her figure instantly descended beside Qin Wentian, and endless palm prints were slapped at the same time. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed like lightning, and his body turned into a shadow. He used the exquisite 9 Heavens Kunpeng art to the fullest extent, and he avoided many palm prints in succession, which was extremely thrilling. At the same time, his fist blasted out and hit the woman's face. When the woman saw the fist light coming, her eyes changed slightly, and she shouted, "Come again tomorrow." As soon as the voice fell, the dragon subduing fist blasted down and blasted the woman to death. Almost at the same time, Qin Wentian was unable to avoid the opponent's palm power and was also blasted out of the dream. In Xianmeng Forest, Qin Wentian took a deep breath. His body was lying in a secret place. He took off the mask and put it away, and Qin Wentian sat up. The 5th level of the Wheel Meridian Realm, the Storm Star Soul, the powerful body and palm skills. "I don't know which academy this person is from," Qin Wentian murmured. Fighting with a woman had a tempering effect on his 9 Heavens Kunpeng art body skills. Of course, the premise is that he did not use the Divine Yuan palm power to directly blast the opponent to death. Standing up and leaving Xianmeng Forest, Qin Wentian continued to practice. The next day, he entered the Dream City and continued his trials, while not forgetting to hunt down the knights. When he arrived at the place where he had been yesterday, the woman was still there. "You're not so lucky this time," the woman said, and instantly rushed towards Qin Wentian. The two competed with each other again, until the end. Qin Wentian once again killed the other party without any hesitation. In the following days, the woman came every day, but was killed again and again, but she didn't care at all. When she was sparring with Qin Wentian, she found that her physical skills had improved a lot, but what made her depressed was that the man with the Qin mask improved faster, and his cultivation was weaker than hers, but he could kill her every time. For Qin Wentian, this was just a small episode. Going to that place to fight once a day was a little bit of a training for his physical skills, but in addition to training his physical skills, he was also constantly tempering his fighting power. He challenged many opponents in the Dream City. Many people began to know that there was a man with a Qin mask in the Dream City, who was extremely ruthless and had quite good strength. The Royal Academy also has a Xianmeng Forest, which was created by the predecessors of the Imperial Star Academy in the past. At this time, a woman in the Xianmeng Forest of the Royal Academy took off her mask and stamped her feet, looking a little unwilling. "Asshole!" Muro was blasted out again, and cursed in a low voice. That guy was too ruthless. This time he killed her before she could even speak. "Why, our Miss Mew was abused again." A low laugh came from the side. It was also a masked girl. The two walked out of the Xianmeng Forest and took off their masks at the same time. They were both very beautiful. "Go to hell, but that guy's body skills are really amazing. I can't even touch him now," Muro said, quite depressed. "Really? I'm going to see him tomorrow. Who is it that makes our Miss Mew miss him every day?" Chuling said jokingly. "Are you still free? Did your family ask you to accompany Qin Yao from the Qin mansion recently?" Muro said. "A woman from a rebellious family has become the candidate for the crown princess of Jiutian country." "What a joke," Chuling said with some disdain. "You can't say that. The Qin family is actually in a very bad situation." Muro sighed. "It's okay for you to say this in front of me, but don't say it outside." Chuling's expression changed slightly, and Muro nodded gently. She naturally understood. Chapter 74 Battle with Yan Yuhan. Ruahun came to the place where Qin Wentian lived one day, but she only saw Fanal and the little bastard. "Where is Wentian?" Ruahun looked at Fanal and said. "Senior sister, come in and sit down." Fanal saw Ruahun, and her eyes suddenly sparkled. "That guy is now in the Xianmeng Forest for trials all day long, too crazy," Fanal said. Ruahun's beautiful eyes flickered. That guy, Luo Qianqiu's matter might have stimulated him a little. After all, Luo Qianqiu's indifference was something she couldn't stand. Of course, this kind of stimulation was also Qin Wentian's motivation. "I'll sit here and wait for him to come back. Fatty, come out and chat with me." Ruahun sat down in front of the ancient tree outside the house. Fatty responded and ran over excitedly, silently praying in his heart that Qin Wentian had better not come back today. At this time, Qin Wentian was still in the Dream City. The fiery red unicorn mask revealed a bit of ferocity. Under his feet, a strong man from the Knights Alliance screamed and stared at Qin Wentian viciously. Who was targeting their Knights Alliance? The strength of the masked Qin man is constantly increasing. They even doubt whether this is the same person. Suddenly, many figures wearing knight robes appeared on the surrounding buildings. Their eyes were indifferent and murderous. "I want to see who you are." Yan Yuhan looked sharp and stabbed Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked at Yan Yuhan. The last time Yan Yuhan blocked his way in the academy and stabbed him with one finger, it was Sumu Aiwa who rescued him. Huo Chen was not in the academy. It seemed that Yan Yuhan was in charge of the Knights Alliance for the time being. Reaching out his hand, Qin Wentian pointed at Yan Yuhan and then made a beheading gesture. The eyes exposed outside the mask flashed with murderous intent. Yan Yuhan's expression froze. What an arrogant guy. The members of the Knights Alliance suddenly flashed and rushed towards Qin Wentian. However, almost at the same time, Qin Wentian also rushed in a certain direction, and his body flashed and produced a series of phantoms. Kill. The Knight Alliance warrior who stopped Qin Wentian was at the 5th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. He thrust out a spear as fast as thunder and was about to pierce Qin Wentian's body, but Qin Wentian's body twisted slightly. A gust of wind blew past, and the Knight Alliance warrior felt a chill, his neck felt cold, and blood seemed to bloom. Qin Wentian stepped past him and continued to step forward. The power of the divine essence gathered under his feet. He suddenly stepped on the ground, and his body flew into the air, like a rock spreading its wings, and stepped on the top of a building. Turning back, Qin Wentian's eyes pierced Yan Yuhan, and then his body disappeared in front of the Night Alliance warrior. This body movement. Yan Yuhan's expression was stiff. Looking at the building, he asked himself if he could jump up, as if he could fly in the air. I want to see who you are. Yan Yuhan's body suddenly rushed out and ran wildly in pursuit. Qin Wentian was as light as a swallow, running all the way, and soon left the people of the Night Alliance behind. Now he is no longer the Qin Wentian who had just entered the Imperial Star Academy. I believe it won't take too long for him to trample Yan Yuhan under his feet. Unconsciously, he came to the place where he fought with a woman again, but this time, he saw two people. In addition to the woman at the beginning, there was also a woman wearing a phoenix mask. The Qilin mask, is it him? Chu Ling asked Mu Rou. Yes. Mu Rou nodded, which made Chu Ling's eyes become interesting. My body movement has improved a little these days, and I still need to thank you. Mu Rou looked at Qin Wentian and said, My name is Mu Rou, a student of the Royal Academy, can I meet you? As she said that, Mu Rou took off the mask on her face, revealing her beautiful face. Mu Rou and Chu Ling looked at Qin Wentian, as if waiting for him to take off the mask. However, under their gaze, Qin Wentian turned around, raised his feet, and actually left here. Mu Rou's expression froze when she saw this scene, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. She had taken off her mask, but this guy didn't even have the interest to know her. Stop! Chu Ling shouted, and Qin Wentian stopped and looked at him calmly. You are too rude. Mu Rou has taken off her mask, why are you like this? Chu Ling said unhappily. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and then he said, Did I promise anything? Mu Rou and Chu Ling's expressions froze, and they were speechless. It seemed that Mu Rou really wanted to know him. In fact, she and Qin Wentian had never really talked to each other, but because the two of them sparred every day and it had promoted her strength, she wanted to know him, but she didn't expect that he didn't bother to pay attention at all. In the other direction, several figures appeared, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a cold light. These guys were really chasing after her. Yan Yuhan. Mu Rou's expression changed slightly, and she didn't expect to meet this guy here. Mu Rou. Yan Yuhan's expression flashed with an interesting look, and then he walked forward and said with a smile, Mu Rou, I missed you a lot after we last met. Yan Yuhan, don't talk nonsense. Mu Rou scolded coldly. You guy, why do you always pester Mu Rou? Chu Ling also cursed in a low voice, causing Yan Yuhan's eyes to slowly turn around and look at Chu Ling wearing a mask, and smiled. It turns out to be Princess Linger. So what, you have no shame? Chu Ling took off the mask and said coldly. Really? Yan Yuhan's eyes had a faint cold light, and then he walked towards Mu Rou and Chu Ling, causing Mu Rou's expression to change slightly, and said, What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything. Since we met in this dream, Mu Rou, why do you have to keep people away from you? Yan Yuhan walked towards Mu Rou, with a faint sharpness in his eyes. These two women really didn't give him face. Kill him. At the same time, Yan Yuhan pointed his finger at Qin Wentian, and immediately several people from the Knights Alliance surrounded Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was about to leave, didn't want to leave at this moment. Looking at the figures surrounding him, he suddenly rushed towards one of them. The man stared at Qin Wentian, released his star soul, and pressed his palm towards the void. Suddenly, a terrifying force roared out and turned into a roaring giant python. Qin Wentian's palm trembled. This time he did not dodge. He blasted out the dragon fist with a roar of dragons. The dragon fist, which was emitted by the violent divine essence, crushed everything. With a loud bang, the man's head exploded and he died instantly. This scene made the figure who continued to charge look frozen, but at this moment, he only felt that Qin Wentian turned into a phantom and was almost impossible to see clearly. He felt a cold touch on his neck and a strong wind blew past him. Yan Yuhan and Mu Rou witnessed this scene. Yan Yuhan's eyes burst out with cold light, while Mu Rou and Chu Ling's beautiful eyes shot out strange light. Qin Wentian's explosive strength was very strong. The 5th level of the Wheel Vein Realm. Yan Yuhan's eyes were like a blade. Did the person who had been hunting his Night Alliance members these days upgrade from the 4th level of the Wheel Vein Realm to the 5th level of the Wheel Vein Realm, or did he deliberately hide his strength before? He didn't try his best when he fought me before. Mu Rou felt this breath and her beautiful eyes froze. Her cultivation level was also the 5th level of the Wheel Meridian Realm, but Qin Wentian had always fought with her at the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian realm. In fact, when Qin Wentian first sparred with her, he was indeed at the 4th level of the Wheel Meridian realm, but with a crazy training during this period, he entered the 5th level of the Wheel Meridian realm 2 days ago. Qin Wentian stopped not far in front of Yan Yuhan. The breath of the 5th level of the Wheel Meridian realm was extremely violent, and he uttered a voice to Muro, "Go. You be careful." Muro nodded, and then left with Chu Ling. People in the academy can do whatever they want in dreams, and Yan Yuhan is a person who does not follow the rules, and he may indeed do something embarrassing for her. I'm really curious, who are you? Yan Yuhan's momentum of the 7th level of the Wheel Meridian realm burst out, and his might was violent. He stepped out and crushed Qin Wentian with terrifying pressure. His body trembled, and he shot a finger at Qin Wentian, and sharp swords seemed to appear in the void. Qin Wentian did not retreat, and the dragon subduing fist blasted out, the finger light shattered, and dragon roared. HMPH. Yan Yuhan snorted coldly, took a step forward, and rushed forward, with 5 fingers out, as if there were endless sharp swords roaring and killing. Qin Wentian still did not retreat, and suddenly stepped out. The ground trembled, his body turned into a phantom, and rushed towards the opponent under the killing finger technique. Even if the violent divine essence was blasted out with fists, it was still fierce. "You are looking for death?" Yan Yuhan roared, and his whole body was full of sword energy, penetrating everything, and his palm slapped forward, as if there were endless swords killing, tearing this space. The sound of hissing continued, and Yan Yuhan sneered in his heart, but the opponent allowed the sword energy to attack, and his body was still like lightning, and the fist wind roared, blasting towards his head. "Get lost!" Yan Yuhan roared, his palm like a sword, slashing forward. The opponent's body shook again in front of him, avoiding the attack, and his sword pierced into the opponent's body, but his fist also exploded his head. Yan Yuhan let out a low roar when he woke up in Xianmeng Forest. He was actually killed by a person in the 5th level of the Yilame realm. It was a great shame. Which school was this person from? He fought so crazy and ignored the pain of the sword entering his body to kill him. He naturally didn't expect that the person who killed him was Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian used the dragon subduing fist, there were many people who could use the dragon subduing fist, and in his impression, Qin Wentian was just a weak boy with good talent. At the same time, Qin Wentian was already thinking that the next time they fought, it might not be the same ending. Chapter 75 Royal Banquet. P.S. There are so few recommendation votes. Please give me some recommendation votes if you are reading this book. Qin Wentian stood up and left Xianmeng Forest. He was thinking, what would happen if it was a decisive battle between him and Yan Yuhan just now? Wentian. Qin Wentian, who was thinking, heard the shouting, then looked at Ruahun and said with a smile, "Senior sister, you are here. Well, didn't you say you wanted to see your sister Qin Yao? I asked around for you and someone can help make this happen." Ruahun said to Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian happy. He really wanted to see Qin Yao and talk to her. How to arrange it? Qin Wentian asked. 7 days later, there will be a royal banquet hosted by the 3rd prince himself. In name, it is to entertain Qin Yao, and many people from the aristocratic circle have been invited. I have asked someone to find an acquaintance and can arrange for you to go in, but you may meet some people you don't want to see. I don't know if you are willing to go. Ruahun said with a smile, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with a sharp light. A royal banquet. The people of Jiutian country are very protective of Qin Yao, and it's not easy to see her. Ruahun continued to speak. Qin Wentian was of course well aware of this. His identity was very embarrassing. It was impossible for people from the Qin mansion to enter the aristocratic circle. "Senior sister, I asked you to ask the noble children for help." "Thank you," Qin Wentian said gratefully to Qin Yao. Since there was an opportunity, he certainly didn't want to miss it. "You are such a stubborn guy." Ruo Huan rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian and said, "I don't dislike the children of nobles. On the contrary, many of them are very outstanding. Except for some dandies, such as Yu Wook, Huo Chen and others, they are actually very outstanding. What I don't like is that they bring that atmosphere to the Emperor Star Academy. Wentian, in this imperial city, you must always be vigilant and don't underestimate your enemies. For example, the royal family of Chu has 4 princes and 5 princesses. These 4 princes are all extremely outstanding people. The third prince who hosted this banquet I just mentioned is a brilliant talent and the most likely candidate to take over Chu. You can pay attention to this person this time. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, feeling touched. The people of the Knights Alliance were able to form a powerful force in the Emperor Star Academy, which undoubtedly proved the excellence of those noble children. They all worked hard to practice with a lot of resources. For ordinary people, it would be difficult to compare with them if they were not hardworking and struggling. Therefore, countless people want to enter such a prestigious school as the Imperial Star Academy, because in this school, they can rely on their own efforts to obtain good cultivation methods and magical powers, and they don't need to be restricted by others. Sister, there are still 7 days left. Can you help me hone my body skills in these 7 days? Qin Wentian said to Ruohun. Do you want my sister to accompany you for so long? Ruohun looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Sister, my body skills training has just reached a bottleneck. You have to help me. Qin Wentian said shamelessly. Of course, he would only do this with people close to him. Obviously, he has already regarded Ruohun as his own family. Okay. Ruohun giggled. It has been 8 months since she first met Qin Wentian. She watched Qin Wentian gradually mature and shed his original immaturity. Experience will slowly transform him. I also want to hone my body skills. The fat man looked at Ruohun pitifully. With your figure. Ruohun looked at the fat man with contempt, and the fat man's face instantly collapsed. It was too bullying for the fat man. In the empty space where Ruohun lived, the fat man sat aside, and the little bastard squatted beside him, staring straight ahead. In front of him, Ruohun's long whip turned into whip shadows all over the sky, swinging wildly, and Qin Wentian's footsteps were also perfect. Just looking at the steps, it seemed as if there was a mysterious feeling. There was only his phantom in the empty space. This guy, his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the wheel meridian, and his body movement is so amazing. The fat man's eyes were bright. It seemed that Qin Wentian's hard work these days was not in vain. It was a pity that he despised Qin Wentian's low cultivation level at the beginning, but now he was left behind, only at the peak of the 4th level of the wheel meridian. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and Qin Wentian's body was caught by the long whip, and his clothes were torn. He stabilized his body and smiled bitterly. Senior sister, don't be so cruel. If you don't take it seriously, how can you feel oppressed? Ruohun chuckled, and before she finished speaking, another phantom whip swept past. Qin Wentian's footsteps trembled, and the long whip whizzed past him, leaving him speechless for a while. He could only concentrate and dodge with all his strength. The feeling of being hit by the long whip was not so pleasant. After half a day, Qin Wentian's whole body was covered with sweat, his clothes were torn everywhere, and blood seeped out. His skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Seeing this, the fat man was frightened and thought to himself that he would not do the same stupid thing as Qin Wentian. Okay, take a break. How do you feel? Ruohun looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. Qin Wentian walked towards Ruohun, only to see that Ruohun was sweating profusely. Her black hair on her forehead was wet, and her beautiful body was also set off by the sweat. Her peak was looming. Seeing this tempting scene, Qin Wentian had the urge to have a nosebleed. Senior sister, you are so beautiful. Qin Wentian smiled, causing Ruohun to be stunned for a moment. Looking at the figure in front of him, he smiled and said, Good boy, you dare to tease your senior sister. I'm telling the truth. Qin Wentian shrugged and said, Okay, continue. Ruohun's eyes flashed with a strange light, and she giggled, causing Qin Wentian to shudder, and the two continued. Under Ruohun's oppressive training, Qin Wentian's body skills were improving every day. Finally, on the 5th day, the 9 heavens Kunpengju body skills entered the perfect level, and only the last level, the divine movement level, was left. However, in order to reach the divine movement level, I'm afraid I still need to hunt some monsters. After entering the perfect level of body movement, even Ruo Huan had to be more serious to hit Qin Wentian. The perfect level of evasion and lightning fast steps shocked her, and she also had a new understanding of the extremely difficult 9 heavens Kunpengju. In the Dream City, Muro had just fought a battle, and inadvertently came to that familiar place again. Looking at the empty stone platform, she felt a little lost in her heart. That guy, he didn't show up. Muro's beautiful eyes flickered. Since she took off the mask that day, the man with the Qilin mask has never appeared again. She wanted to thank him but didn't have the chance. Perhaps because of the habit she developed during that time, Muro still wanted to come here to learn from the Qin man and temper her body movement skills. Unfortunately, she didn't know when he would appear again. Miss Mew, you are thinking about love again. At this time, a sweet laugh came. Muro turned around, glared at the woman with the phoenix mask, and said, I just wanted to thank him in person. It's not as dirty as you said. Really? Then why do you come here every day? Chuling asked suspiciously. Just try my luck. My body skills have improved in the past few days. I want to learn from him. Muro's voice was soft, and it was obvious that she had a quiet personality. Okay, let's go out. There are still 2 days before the third prince invites Qin Yao to a banquet. We'll go together then. Chuling said, and the two turned around and prepared to go out. The third prince has always been strong. I heard that he also had his own intentions when he attacked the Qin mansion in the past. He is a very decisive person. Why did he invite Qin Yao to a banquet this time? Muro asked curiously. She had naturally heard about the personalities of several princes in the royal family. The third prince was young, sharp, talented, and very smart. The purpose of Qin Yao's trip was for Qin Hao and Qin Xuan. According to the third prince's personality, he must be disdainful and would not care about the attitude of the Snow Cloud Kingdom. Moreover, the third prince's personality was most like that of His Majesty when he was young. In addition, he had a strong talent for cultivation and was highly valued by His Majesty. Now that His Majesty was old, he had begun to pave the way for the third prince to ascend the throne. How can we guess what third brother is thinking? However, Qin Yao's wish to come and save Qin Hao and Qin Xuan is undoubtedly a pipe dream. I'm afraid she will be humiliated by third brother. Chuling snorted coldly. Third brother invited many people this time, even including Mo Qingchen. I'm afraid he wants to show his position and attitude. Chuling is a princess, the daughter of a prince. In terms of relationship, she can call the current third prince her brother. Yan Yuhan will definitely go too. Muro said a little depressed. He should go, but Yan Yuhan dare not be arrogant there. Chuling comforted, but there is a very annoying thing. Someone actually asked me to help bring someone to the banquet. Bring who? Muro asked. Emperor Star Academy, Qin Wentian, from the Qin mansion. Chuling said with some disdain. This person is said to be very talented and arrogant. He killed Hao Chen's brother Hao Feng and was too ignorant of the situation. Now, in order to see Qin Yao, he even asked others to help find me. I'm afraid he wants to cling to Qin Yao's current status. Qin Wentian. Muro had heard this name several times and smiled. Qin Yao and others are siblings. What's there to cling to? Besides, since it's your friend who asked you for help, you should be calm and don't make things difficult for others, otherwise you will embarrass your friend. Humph. Chuling curled her lips. When she heard that her friend was also asked by someone, it didn't matter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.